Chapter 3. Mind control. To Major Tom. YouTube's Professor Dave is intellectually dishonest. When asked to provide personal empirical evidence, Professor Dave fails the acid test of honesty and resorts to word salad, deflection, and obfuscation. Dave is exemplar of scientism at its finest. He is not a real professor, unless you consider a professor of pomp, defection, and sarcastic nonsense and PhD program. So I will refer to him as Dave, not Professor Dave. I know Dave does not know what all that means, but then I am sure he will use funny songs and sarcasm to deflect, mock, and conceal this fact. Yet another video of half-truths and misinterpretations of basic science facts by Professor Dave, the half-truth guy. He is a master of sarcasm, deflection, and non-empirical circular assumptions, but not very good at physics or astrophysicist. Essentially, Dave's whole positions is, some other scientist looked into it, and there is lots of math that I do not understand about it, and so it must be proof. Ha! In other words, no empirical proof, but if I just cry math. And so then I am right? Or math. And therefore, it must be what a blackboard of equations says somewhere that nobody can verify. Scientism at its finest. My favorite part is when he asserts we don't just have observations, we have empirical proof, and then goes on to explain that we only have observations, and so our interpretations are correct. See what he is doing? He is claiming to know things about objects 130 million light-years, because others have claimed that they do. He is making the basic argument from authority. An argument from authority, argumentum ab auctoritate, also called an appeal to authority, or argumentum ad verecundium, is a form of defensible argument in which a claimed authority's support is used as evidence for an argument's conclusion. Of course, his appeal to such questionable authority is why he is so often wrong. In fact, that is the crux of the debate. He appeals to the authority of charlatans and proceeds to assert things upon that basis. Again, someone else did some math, and so I am right. Why is it colder as at higher altitudes? Professor Dave claims that if the sun was actually close to the Earth, conceivable about 3,000 miles away, in the flat Earth model, the closer you get to the sun, the hotter it would be. But this is not the case. As you get higher up, it gets colder, near freezing in fact. However, he neglects to mention this is so because the sun creates warmth in the atmosphere by exciting the molecules in the air. At higher altitudes there is far less molecular density, less molecules per cubic inch of atmosphere, and so, there is less atmospheric density for the sun's energy to excite, and it gets colder. Simple. Sorry, Dave, you flunked science class again. The sun's illumination of precisely half the Earth at a time. Professor Dave asserts that precisely half the Earth at a time is illuminated at a time, and therefore the flat Earth sun is impossible. However, has Professor Dave actually tested this idea? Has he checked the sunrise and sunset statistics on every point of half of the Earth at a time to verify this precisely half the Earth at a time is illumination theory? No, he has not, so again, he proves himself to be a theoretical science pundit. Thuban, Vega, and Polaris heliocentrists claim that in the year 3000 BC, the North Star was a star called Thuban, also known as Alpha Draconis, and in about 13,000 years from now the precession of the rotation axis will mean that the bright star Vega will be the North Star. And further, Polaris, in 26,000 more years, will once again be the pole star. There is no real proof that Thuban, if we can even trust any evidence of this mythical star's existence because of the global elite's continual falsification of just about everything in the way of data, was in the same position that Polaris is in today, as the North Star. Everything is historical hearsay, and never totally proven. For all we know, if Thuban did indeed actually occupy the North Polar Star position, it was simply an ancient name for what we currently call Polaris, which would mean that Polaris has always held its position as the North Star. And the whole idea that the North Star changes is a ruse to support the fake globe model. Dave is a genius at conflating and misrepresenting everything, while using restrictive and snide vocal tones to distract from the fact that it is all based upon and proven, unfalsifiable claims which are assumed from a basis of magic gravity. Class with Dave is like class with the sarcastic TA in college, who never really studied the topic he is teaching. He even admits it. I never looked into your model. Then he assumes that there is no such as absolute motion because he needs to believe that. He is as brainwashed as anyone. He is making a circular argument. There is no absolute motion because I have a model which states there is no absolute motion. See his error? Circular reasoning. Fail Dave. No, you cannot explore the depths of Antarctica. He even says you cannot go anywhere there. Dave is a moron. There are military there, and you are not allowed to explore there to see Dave. Dave is not very food with military intelligence, obviously. Nobody has ever flown north-south around an imaginary globe. Never happened, never will, Dave. The thing that completely destroys arrogant blowhards like Dave the half-truth guy is the fact that he spends all of his time debunking a non-existing flat Earth model, a strawman approach to science. Instead of just showing US proof of axial rotation and curvature of their precious and coveted ball, they spend all their time defecting away into details that work on both the globe and the flat Earth models. Dave, just show evidence of axial rotation and curvature of your ball, and all debates would be over. It would be an easy win. Yet they cannot because there is no rotation nor curvature of the Earth, as all empirical observation reveals. And I could go on, but basically, Dave is laughable clickbait. Sorry Dave, stick to Italian grammar and intro to chemistry videos. Astrophysics and cosmology are not your strong suit. Professor Dave gets it wrong again. Orbital eccentricity and variation of season lengths in a Professor Dave video, a rather pretentious YouTube channel layman, attempts to discredit flat Earth observations by claiming that in the flat Earth model, the sun would have to speed up to make the seasons the same length. However, he does not even know his own model. In the heliocentric model, the seasons are not the same length, and so the flat Earth model, with its spiraling sun, increasing and decreasing in the diameter of its precession as it moves closer to the North Pole and or closer to the outer Antarctic ring, actually works. The heliocentric model states this about the seasons: it is practically impossible for all of the seasons to be equal in length, because Earth's orbit would have to be perfectly circular for that to be so. Earth's orbit is nearly an ellipse, see also this definition, with Sun, more precisely the solar system barycenter, at one focus of the ellipse, as per Kepler's first law of planetary motion. Perihelion and aphelion. Perihelion is that point in the elliptical orbit where Earth is closest to Sun. Aphelion is at the opposite end of the ellipse, where Earth is furthest from Sun. The mean eccentricity of the ellipse, see also eccentricity of an orbit, slowly varies as millennia pass. Variations in season lengths become more extreme as eccentricity increases, because Earth moves faster near perihelion and slower near aphelion, as per Kepler's second law of planetary motion. In addition, as eccentricity increases, the perihelion distance from Sun decreases, and the distance at aphelion increases, with consequent decrease in time spent near perihelion and increase in time spent near aphelion. Global mean temperatures may decrease as eccentricity increases, due to more time spent further away from Sunday. The solar analemma proves the flat Earth and analemma can be traced by plotting the position of the Sun as viewed from a fixed position on Earth at the same clock time every day for an entire year, or by plotting a graph of the Sun's declination against the equation of time. The resulting curve resembles a long, slender figure eight with one lobe much larger than the other. This curve is commonly printed on terrestrial globes, usually in the eastern Pacific Ocean, the only large tropical region with very little land. It is possible, though challenging, to photograph the analemma by leaving the camera in a fixed position for an entire year and snapping images on 24-hour intervals. Wikipedia because of the equation of time. If you take 30 to 50 of pictures of the Sun each from the same location on Earth always at the same time of day at intervals for a whole year all on the same piece of film/file, you will get a Pointillistes figure 8 pattern of the Sun, with the lower portion slightly larger than the upper portion. The solar analemma proves the flat Earth on the azimuthal map. If you photograph the Sun's position in the sky at the same time every day for a year, you would observe a figure 8 shape called the solar analemma. The flat Earth model explains this phenomenon perfectly. The Sun circulates around the flat Earth along the Tropic of Cancer in the summer, and then moves south to the Tropic of Capricorn in the winter months. This is the exact path of the Sun shown in the solar analemma. The Sun also circles the Earth along a much wider path in the winter as it is farther south. You can see this because the analemma is wider in the lower part of the figure 8. And the Sun circles above the Earth closer to the North Pole in the summer and therefore has a much tighter circulation. This is represented by the smaller section of the figure 8 at the top of the analemma. Problems with the heliocentric cause of the analemma. Naturally, the heliocentric model claims that the analemma is only possible in a heliocentric model, and therefore, it disproves the flat Earth model. We have two warring models making explicit claims. So, in all fairness, let's look at the heliocentric claim now. Earth's 23.5 degree tilt. They say the figure 8 is created by the Earth's 23.5 degree tilt. But then, why is the analemma wider on the bottom and smaller on top? Tilt would have no such effect. Try and show it. Nobody can. There is no math to make that idea work. The Earth's elliptical orbit. Theoretically, Earth's elliptical orbit produces the curve of the analemma. Its lowest and highest points are, respectively, the winter and summer solstices. The vertical line running through the analemma is the meridian. But there are huge problems with this explanation, as follows: Kepler and Newton's laws of planetary motion, and the alleged elliptical orbit of Earth in astronomy. Kepler's laws of planetary motion are three scientific laws describing the motion of planets around the Sun. Published by Johannes Kepler between 1609 and 1619. These improve the heliocentric theory of Nicolaus Copernicus, replacing its circular orbits with epicycles with elliptical trajectories, and explaining how planetary velocities vary. Wikipedia in Newton's time. Everything that was known about planetary motion could be summarized succinctly in three laws attributed to Johannes Kepler. The first law states that planets move around the Sun on elliptical orbits. The second law states that a planet sweeps out equal areas in equal times. According to the third law, the square of the orbital period is proportional to the cube of the distance to the Sun. These are purely speculative laws, however. They describe what happens without explaining why it happens. And so, all of Kepler and Newton's work on planetary motions amounts to speculative interpretations of forces, distances, and magnitudes that have never been proven to exist, and only are assumed to exist from mathematics that suggest they exist. The obvious circular logic here is shocking. It is like saying, see, I created an equation that works for the idea of elliptical orbits, and so elliptical orbits must be true since the equations I made work for the elliptical orbits I assumed are real to create my equations, etc. Circular nonsense. Hocus pocus mathematics. Additionally, heliocentrists claim that the Earth's elliptical orbit would cause the solar analemma, because the Earth's elliptical path takes 365 days, thereby creating the lower portion of the figure 8 analemma to be larger during aphelion side of the Earth's orbit. The aphelion is at the opposite end of the ellipse, where Earth is furthest from Sun. This sounds credible except when one actually contemplates this entire idea of elliptical orbits. Here is one explanation for elliptical orbits. In the heliocentric model, under Newtonian laws of motion and gravitation, the force of attraction between the Sun and the planet is inversely proportional to the distance, x squared, where x is the distance from the Sun. Using calculus, this can be shown to cause the body moving near the Sun to move in hyperbolas, parabolas, or, in the case in which the body has less than a certain threshold of energy, in an ellipse. A circle is merely a special case of an ellipse. However, the planets do not quite move in ellipses either. The increased kinetic energy of a planet, as its distance from the Sun decreases, causes it to behave as though it had a greater mass, which results in the Earth's precession. What is the Earth's precession? In astronomy, axial precession is a gravity-induced, slow, and continuous change in the orientation of an astronomical body's rotational axis. In the heliocentric model, the Earth's axis allegedly rotates, precesses, just as a spinning top does. The period of precession cycles is about 26,000 years. Therefore, the north celestial pole will not always be point towards the same star field. Precession is caused by the gravitational pull of the Sun and the Moon on the Earth. These cycles are caused by changes in the Earth's orbit around the Sun, like its shape or eccentricity, its precession or wobble, and the tilt of its axis or obliquity. Each of these have a different effect on how much of the Sun's energy reaches the Earth, and when the strongest sunlight occurs. Newton's mystical universal gravitation. Newton developed a mathematical formulation of gravity that explained both the motion of a falling apple and that of the planets. He showed that the gravitational force between any two objects is proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. When applied to the motion of a planet around the Sun, this theory explained all three of Kepler's empirically derived laws. However, can the Earth's elliptical orbit be observed, or is it merely an interpretation of ubiquitous data, based upon contrived mathematical gymnastics, created to make the heliocentric model work? From what mechanism is such an elliptical orbit maintained? Of course, it is always magic gravity that comes to the rescue. Yet, even Sir Isaac Newton was skeptical of his magical invisible gravity theory when applied between celestial bodies, and for rejecting such a medium, we have the authority of the oldest and most celebrated philosophers of Greece and Phoenicia, who made a vacuum and atoms. And the gravity of atoms, the first principles of their philosophy, tacitly attributing gravity to some other cause than dense matter. Later philosophers banished the consideration of such a cause out of natural philosophy, feigning hypotheses for explaining all things mechanically, and referring other causes to metaphysics, whereas the main business of natural philosophy is to argue from phenomena without feigning hypotheses, and to deduce causes from effects, till we come to the very first cause, which certainly is not mechanical, and not only to unfold the mechanism of the world, but chiefly to resolve these and such like questions. What is there in places almost empty of matter, and whence is it that the Sun and planets gravitate towards one another, without dense matter between them? Sir Isaac Newton in Optics, 1704, 2nd. ed. 1718, Book 3, Query 28, 343-5. You sometimes speak of gravity as essential and inherent to matter. Pray do not ascribe that notion to me, for the cause of gravity is what I do not pretend to know, and therefore would take more time to consider of it. Sir Isaac Newton, Letter to Dr. Bentley, January 17, 1692. In 4 letters from Sir Isaac Newton to Dr. Bentley, 1756-20. Sure, in modern physics, zero-point fields are a thing, and quantum tunneling is a thing, and electromagnetic fields are a thing, and quantum entanglement, spooky action at a distance, is a thing. And superposition is a thing, etc. But we are talking about a vacuum that transmits and receives an attractive force from 94 million miles away. It is all just so much science fiction wrapped up in pseudoscientific terminology to sanitize the claim and advance a heliocentric model. Even the science fiction graviton particle idea cannot save the day, nor can Einstein's magical curved spacetime rubbish come to the rescue as a new interpretation of gravity. In fact, everything just mentioned qualifies as just another unproven, invisible, assumed mystical force that pretends to be actual science. One might as well summons up Wiccan spells and hermetic alchemical formulas to explain the celestial motions, because in so many words, that is all these explanations amount to. Whereas, the enclosed cosmological model depends upon strictly empirical observation and measurement. There is no observable or measurable curvature upon the Earth from any altitude. There is no axiorotation of the Earth, as the Michelson-Morley experiment clearly shows, and these things have all been empirically proven. Swiftly and conspicuously, all of the preceding modern outer space conjectures start to look like astrotheology, which is exactly what modern astrophysical and astronomy is. Again, in Sir Isaac Newton's words, it is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter. So that one body may act upon another at a distance, through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity, that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent, acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. Sir Isaac Newton, 3rd letter to Bentley, February 25, 1693. Quoted in the works of Richard Bentley, D.D., 1838, Volume 3, 212-3. Schizophrenic gravity. In other words, and ironically, even Newton was skeptical, as am I, about the Earth being chained to the Sun in an elliptical orbit by some invisible gravitational force that exists independent of any medium and orbiting in a vacuum and over fantastic distances. One can speculate on invisible forces acting at a distance all you want. It still remains speculation. And to build an entire cosmological model, the heliocentric model, based upon such tenuous speculation is not only as far from science as you can get, but also intellectually disingenuous and morally and empirically bankrupt. Further, if the Earth is whipping around the Sun slower during the aphelion phase of its orbit, due to the momentum of the Earth, and then becomes recaptured by the Sun's alleged gravitational pull, only to whip around faster during the perihelion, closer to the Sun, phase of its orbit. Why is the Earth not crashing into the Sun? What would keep it at a distance from the Sun? Is gravity both attractive and repulsive? Ha! It is always this magic gravity idea that holds it together. You see, it is all nonsense, unless gravity is schizophrenic. They just keep making equations to make it work, but it is all absurd. Hence, the elliptical orbit of the Earth, as an explanation of analemma, becomes an irrelevant, extraneous, and unproven conjecture when considered in this context. However, in the flat Earth model, the Sun goes those seasons where it is positioned very close to the North Pole, causing the small end of the figure 8, and then closer to the Antarctic ring, causing the larger lower end of the figure 8, which is what we observe. When you consider that from below the Tropic of Capricorn, e.g. from Australia, the analemma section is always bigger than the northern half, then you see that it can only happen in the flat Earth model where the Antarctic ring is immense in circumference. On a globe, the analemma would have been symmetrical, or at least, identical in its lopsided fashion in reverse from the south, but it isn't. It remains consistent with a large Tropic of Capricorn, smaller Tropic of Cancer flat Earth model from year to year. Conclusion: nevertheless, all of this is conjecture and unproven speculation. None of it is observed. The sheer idea that the Earth would receive variable sunlight from a sun that is 94 million miles away, alone, is so absurd as to not need remark. It is all merely conjured up astrophysical theory and mathematics based upon the presumption of spheres floating through space in the Sun's gravitational field. None of this has been proven to be true. And nothing is proven by all these ideas and mathematical equations. All that is being done is the creation of a system that works out mathematically and theoretically without ever being verified to even exist in the real world. All the huge magnitudes and distances are theoretical. The gravity is theoretical. Only the observations are not theoretical. However, all the interpretations of these observations are just speculations. The same observational data works in an enclosed cosmological system. The difference between these two models really comes down to the fact no measurable or observable curvature or axiorotation can be found upon the Earth, which discounts the heliocentric model with all its calculations and mathematical gymnastics as ridiculous speculation. Solar velocity, perihelion and aphelion also. There is no rule that says the Sun must travel at the exact same velocity above the flat Earth as it spirals through the concentric circles of the seasons from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer. This variable must be considered, also, when looking at the length of seasons as compared to the heliocentric model, where the Earth is said to speed up and slow down, depending upon its location in its elliptical orbit around the Sun. Again, perihelion is that point in the elliptical orbit where Earth is closest to Sun. Aphelion is at the opposite end of the ellipse, where Earth is furthest from Sun. A varying velocity of the Earth in the heliocentric model would prove commensurate to a varying velocity of the Sun in the flat Earth model. Each model works, in other words. Indeed, there may be some attractive force that would compel the Sun to move at a different velocity as it approaches the North Pole, as in some electromagnetic properties in the relationship between the Sun, the Moon, and the North Pole. In fact, this is highly likely. Fluxing solar altitude. The solar analemma may reveal that the Sun increases in altitude in its spirals, moving from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer. The analemma works, like everything having to do with the Sun, on the principles of perspective, and in this case, its altitude perspective. Worthy of further investigation. The lunar analemma, a graduated scale in the shape of a figure 8, indicating the Sun's declination, and the equation of time for every day of the year, often found on sundials and globes. Technically, that definition is for a solar analemma. But every month the Moon also traces out a figure 8. The Sun and Moon are always tracing out 8 and 8 in the sky, 88, but the trick to imaging a lunar analemma is to understand that, on average, the Moon returns to the same position in the sky about 51 minutes later each day. So, if you photograph the Moon 51 minutes later, on successive days, over one lunation or lunar month it will trace out an analemma-like curve as the actual position of the moon wanders. Lunar analemma. Why does the lunar analemma take shorter time to film than the solar analemma? 1. The moon moves faster across the sky than the sun in its spiral dance with the sun, which would account for why the lunar analemma takes so much faster to film. 2. Additionally, it seems the sun's analemma is much more extended than the moon's, which may suggest that the moon does not traverse all the way to edge of the tropics, or it could be moving in close proximity to the equatorial line. 3. The moon moves around the polar center slower than the sun but travels towards the tropics faster. Like the sun, there may be some electromagnetic properties in the relationship between the sun, the moon, and the North Pole that would compel the moon to move at a different velocity as it approaches the North Pole. 4. The sun takes 6 months to move from a path over 23.4 degrees north to a path 23.4 degrees south. Then 6 months to return north. The moon makes the trip every 28 days. 5. It's all about their position in the sky relative to you each day. The sun only moves about 1 degree per day, so takes 365 days to return to its original position, but the moon moves about 12 degrees per day, so takes about 29 days to return to its original position. All of these variables would enable a photographer to capture a lunar analemma in far shorter time than a solar analemma. The sun, moon, and wandering stars. It is claimed that the other planets are spheres, and so therefore Earth must also be a sphere. Firstly, Earth is a plane, not a planet, so the shape of these planets in the sky have no bearing on the shape of the Earth beneath our feet. Secondly, these planets have been known for thousands of years around the world as the wandering stars, since they differ from the other fixed stars in their relative motions only. When looked at with an unprejudiced naked eye, or through a telescope, the fixed and wandering stars appear as luminous disks of light, not spherical terra firma. The pictures and videos shown by NASA of spherical terra firma planets are all clearly fake computer-generated images, and not photographs. The etymology of the word planet actually comes from late Old English planete, from Old French planète, modern French planète, from Latin planeta, from Greek planets, from asters, planetae wandering, stars, from planasthai to wander, of unknown origin, possibly from pie asterisk pele flat, to spread or notion of spread out. And plane, n, flat surface, c. 1600 from Latin planum flat surface, plane, level, plane, planus flat, level, even, plane, clear. They just added a t to our Earth plane and everyone bought it. When you observe the sun and moon you see two equally sized equidistant circles tracing similar paths at similar speeds around a flat, stationary Earth. The experts at NASA, however, claim your common sense everyday experience is false on all counts. To begin with, they say the Earth is not flat but a big ball, not stationary, but spinning around 19 miles per second. They say the sun does not revolve around the Earth as it appears, but Earth revolves around the sun. The moon, on the other hand, does revolve around the Earth. Though not east to west as it appears, rather west to east, and the sun is actually 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times farther away. You can clearly see they are the same size and distance. You can see the Earth is flat, you can feel the Earth is stationary, but according to the gospel of modern astronomy, you are wrong and a simpleton worthy of endless ridicule if you dare to trust your own eyes and experience. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time Copernicus calculated the Sun's distance from Earth to be 3,391,200 miles. The next century Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton once said, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." How scientific! Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hine stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Flat earthers throughout the ages, conversely, have used sextants and plane trigonometry to make such calculations, and found the Sun and Moon both to be only about 32 miles in diameter and less than a few thousand miles from Earth. Amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the Sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots you can see a clear hotspot reflecting on the clouds directly below the Sun's spotlight-like influence. If the Sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hotspot could not occur. Another proof the Sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sunrays back to their source above the clouds. There are thousands of pictures showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the Sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth just above the clouds. Proof 84. The Sun's annual journey from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, is what determines the length and character of days, nights and seasons. This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged axial tilt and elliptical orbit around the Sun, yet their flawed current model places us closest to the Sun, 91,400,000 miles, in January when it's actually winter, and farthest from the Sun, 94,500. 000 miles, in July when it's actually summer throughout most of the Earth. The fact that the Sun and Moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon to the observer proves the Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to curve over the ball from horizon to observer. There are huge centuries-old stone sundials and moondials all over the world which still tell the time now down to the minute as perfectly as the day they were made. If the Earth, Sun and Moon were truly subject to the number of contradictory revolving, rotating, wobbling and spiraling motions claimed by modern astronomy, it would be impossible for these monuments to so accurately tell time without constant adjustment. NASA and modern astronomy maintain that the Moon is a solid, spherical, Earth-like habitation which man has actually flown to and set foot on. They claim the Moon is a non-luminescent planetoid which receives and reflects all its light from the Sun. The reality is, however, that the Moon is observably not a solid body. It is clearly circular, but not spherical, and not in any way an Earth-like planetoid which humans could set foot on. In fact, the Moon has been proven largely transparent and completely self-luminescent, shining with its own unique light. The Sun's light is golden, warm, drying, preservative and antiseptic, while the Moon's light is silver, cool, damp, putrefying and septic. The Sun's rays decrease the combustion of a bonfire, while the Moon's rays increase combustion. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose the tendency to decompose and putrefy. Grapes and other fruits become solid, partially candied and preserved like raisins, dates and prunes. Animal flesh coagulates, loses its volatile gaseous constituents, becomes firm, dry and slow to decay. When exposed to moonlight, however, plant and animal substances tend to show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. This proves that sun and moon light are different, unique, and opposites as they are in the geocentric flat model. In direct sunlight, a thermometer will read higher than another thermometer placed in the shade, but in full, direct moonlight, a thermometer will read lower than another placed in the shade. If the sun's light is collected in a large lens and thrown to a focus point, it can create significant heat, while the moon's light collected similarly creates no heat. In the Lancet Medical Journal, from March 14, 1856, particulars are given of several experiments which prove the moon's rays, when concentrated, can actually reduce the temperature upon a thermometer more than 8 degrees. So sunlight and moonlight clearly have altogether different properties. Furthermore, the moon itself cannot physically be both a spherical body and a reflector of the sun's light. Reflectors must be flat or concave for light rays to have any angle of incidence. If a reflector's surface is convex, then every ray of light points in a direct line with the radius perpendicular to the surface, resulting in no reflection. Not only is the moon clearly self-luminescent, shining its own unique light, but it is also largely transparent. When the waxing or waning moon is visible during the day, it is possible to see the blue sky right through the moon. And on a clear night, during a waxing or waning cycle, it is even possible to occasionally see stars and planets directly through the surface of the moon. The Royal Astronomical Society has on record many such occurrences throughout history, which all defy the heliocentric model. Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. The fact of the matter, however, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted by cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus' imagination. Ptolemy in the 1st century AD accurately predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a flat, stationary Earth with equal precision as anyone living today. All the way back in 600 BC, Thales accurately predicted an eclipse which ended the war between the Medes and Lydians. Eclipses happen regularly with precision in 18-year cycles, so regardless of geocentric or heliocentric, flat or globe Earth cosmologies, eclipses can be accurately calculated independent of such factors. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of the ball Earth occulting the moon. They claim the sun, Earth, and moon spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row, so that the sun's light casts the Earth's shadow onto the moon. Unfortunately for heliocentrists, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. For the sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the moon, the three bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy, but as early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both the sun and moon are visible in the sky. Therefore, the eclipser of the moon cannot be the Earth's shadow, and some other explanation must be sought. Pictures of the moon appearing upside down in the southern hemisphere and right side up in the north are often cited as proof of the ball Earth, but once again, upon closer inspection, provide another proof of the flat model. In fact, time-lapse photography shows the moon itself turns clockwise like a wheel as it circles over and around the Earth. You can find pictures of the moon at 360 degrees of various inclination from all over the Earth, simply depending on where and when the picture was taken. Heliocentrists believe the moon is a ball, even though its appearance is clearly that of a flat luminous disk. We only ever see the same one face, albeit at various inclinations, of the moon, yet it is claimed that there is another dark side of the moon which remains hidden. NASA states the moon spins opposite the spin of the Earth in such a perfectly synchronized way that the motions cancel each other out, so we will conveniently never be able to observe the supposed dark side of the moon outside of their terrible fake CGI images. The fact of the matter is, however, if the moon were a sphere, observers in Antarctica would see a different face from those at the equator, yet they do not, just the same flat face rotated at various degrees. The Ball Earth model claims the moon orbits around the Earth once every 28 days, yet it is plain for anyone to see that the moon orbits around the Earth every single day. The moon's orbit is slightly slower than the sun's, but follows the sun's same path from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, making a full circle over the Earth in just under 25 hours. The Ball Earth model claims the Sun is precisely 400 times larger than the Moon and 400 times further away from Earth, making them falsely appear exactly the same size. Once again, the Ball model asks us to accept as coincidence something that cannot be explained other than by natural design. The Sun and the Moon occupy the same amount of space in the sky and have been measured with sextants to be of equal size and equal distance, so claiming otherwise is against our eyes, experience, experiments, and common sense. Quoting Earth Not a Globe. By Samuel Rowbottom, it is found by observation that the stars come to the meridian about 4 minutes earlier every 24 hours than the Sun, taking the solar time as the standard. This makes 120 minutes every 30 days, and 24 hours in the year. Hence all the constellations have passed before or in advance of the Sun in that time. This is the simple fact as observed in nature, but the theory of rotundity in motion on axes and in an orbit has no place for it. Visible truth must be ignored, because this theory stands in the way, and prevents its votaries from understanding it. Throughout thousands of years the same constellations have remained fixed in their same patterns without moving out of position whatsoever. If the Earth were a big ball spinning around a bigger sun spinning around a bigger galaxy shooting off from the biggest bang as NASA claims, it is impossible that the constellations would remain so fixed. Based on their model, we should, in fact, have an entirely different night sky every single night, and never repeat exactly the same star pattern twice. To quote William Carpenter, why, in the name of common sense, should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases, so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach. With such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the thousandth part of a hair's breadth is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star, on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window, all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the Earth is not a globe. Quoting Alan Davies, if the government or NASA had said to you that the Earth is stationary, imagine that. And then imagine we are trying to convince people that no, it's not stationary, it's moving forward at 32 times rifle bullet speed and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. We would be laughed at. We would have so many people telling us you are crazy, the Earth is not moving. We would be ridiculed for having no scientific backing for this convoluted moving Earth theory. And not only that, but then people would say, oh, then how do you explain a fixed, calm atmosphere and the sun's observable movement? How do you explain that? Imagine saying to people, no, the atmosphere is moving also, but is somehow magically velcroed to the moving Earth. The reason is not simply because the Earth is stationary. So what we are actually doing is what makes sense. We are saying that the moving Earth theory is nonsense. The stationary Earth theory makes sense, and we are being ridiculed. You've got to picture it being the other way around to realize just how ridiculous this situation is. This theory from the government and NASA that the Earth is rotating and orbiting and leaning over and wobbling is absolute nonsense, and yet people are clinging to it, tightly, like a teddy bear. They just can't bring themselves to face the possibility that the Earth is stationary, though all the evidence shows it. We feel no movement, the atmosphere hasn't been blown away, we see the sun move from east to west. Everything can be explained by a motionless Earth without bringing in all these assumptions to cover up previous assumptions gone bad. From Earth Not a Globe. By Samuel Rowbottom. Take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder, on the opposite sides of a wooden frame. Or a solid block of wood or stone, so adjust them that their centers or axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now, direct them to the plane of some notable fixed star, a few seconds previous to its meridian time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube, and the moment the star appears in the first tube let a loud knock or other signal be given, to be repeated by the observer at the second tube when he first sees the same star. A distinct period of time will elapse between the signals given. The signals will follow each other in very rapid succession, but still, the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by 2 parallel lines of sight when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination of the second tube towards the first tube would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same instant. Let the tubes remain in their position for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time, without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slight inclination of the tube which the difference in position of 1 yard had previously required. But as no such difference in the direction of the tube is required, the conclusion is unavoidable, that in 6 months a given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore that the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. The Book of Enoch, The Courses of the Heavenly Luminaries LXXII, The Sun 1. The Book of the Courses of the Luminaries of the Heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel, who was with me, who is their guide, showed me, and he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished which dureth till eternity. 2. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary the sun has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. 3. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets, and the moon rises and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also many windows to the right and left of these portals. 4. And first there goes forth the great luminary, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. 5. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate that portal and shines in the face of the heaven. 6. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth those 6 portals in the cast. 7. And in that fourth portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. 8. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. 9. And during this period the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning. 10. On that day the day is longer than the night by a ninth part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. 11. And the sun rises from that fourth portal, and sets in the fourth, and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it, and sets in the fifth portal. 12. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. 13. And it returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal, and rises, and sets in the sixth portal 1:30 mornings on account of its sign. 14. On that day the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. 15. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter, and the night longer, and the sun returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal, and rises from it, and sets 30 mornings. 16. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. 17. And the sun goes forth from that sixth portal in the west, and goes to the east and rises in the fifth portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the fifth western portal. 18. On that day the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. 19. And the sun goes forth from that fifth portal and sets in the fifth portal of the west, and rises in the fourth portal for 1:30 mornings on account of its sign, and sets in the west. 20. On that day the day is equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length, and the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. 21. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east and rises 30 mornings in the third portal, and sets in the west in the third portal. 22. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day till the 30th morning, and the night amounts exactly to 10 parts and the day to 8 parts. 23. And the sun rises from that third portal and sets in the third portal in the west and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the second portal in the west of the heaven. 24. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts and the day to 7 parts. 25. And the sun rises on that day from that second portal and sets in the west in the second portal, and returns to the east into the first portal for 1:30 mornings, and sets in the first portal in the west of the heaven. 26. And on that day the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts and the day to 6. 27. And the sun has, therewith, traversed the divisions of his orbit and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings and sets also in the west opposite to it. 28. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a ninth part, and the night has become 11 parts and the day 7 parts. 29. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. 30. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts and the day to 8. 31. And on that day the sun rises from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 1:30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. 32. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. 33. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise through the course of the sun. These distinctions are made, lit. They are separated. 34. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. 35. And this is the law on the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises, i.e. the great luminary, which is named the sun, forever and ever. 36. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. 37. As he rises, so he sets and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon, but as regards size they are both equal. Is the sun circling above or revolving around the entire enclosed cosmology? Simply put, if the sun was revolving around the entire enclosed cosmological system, then when it was below the flat Earth, in such a hypothetical revolution, there would be no day anywhere on Earth when it was cycling below. And so it must be circling above the entire time to give night and day in 12-hour cycles. Theories on the velocity of the sun. Approximately how many mph is the sun moving in the enclosed cosmological model at the Antarctica ring with a presumed circumference of approximately 69,000 miles? Given 69,000 miles from Captain Lames Cook's ocean voyage of circumnavigation. Also, how fast is the sun moving at the Tropic of Capricorn, the equator, and the Tropic of Cancer? One may also need to know the diameter of the Earth disk. And obviously, the sun makes one circular revolution per day in a least on enclosed cosmological model. Additionally, I am assuming that the sun is going at a different velocity for each seasonal region, since each circuit has a different latitude and presumably altitude variances, and yet the sun makes the same one-day circuit regardless of the size of the circuit. In trying to figure out the circumference of the Earth, given an approximately diameter of 25,000 miles, the circumference should be 78,500 miles. That's the radius multiplied by pi, which is 3.14. If the sun moves 15 degrees per hour, and there are 360 degrees in a circle, and so, in one model, the sun could be said to travel at approximately 2,500 miles per hour at the Antarctic ring. 1. 60,000 divided by 360 is equal to 166.67 miles per degree. 2. 166.67 miles multiplied by 15 degrees equals 2,500 miles per hour at the equator. We might also presume 24,901 miles diameter divided by 24 hours equals 1,037.55 mph. The apparent versus actual size of the receding sun, and the imaginary curve vanishing point perspective and Newtonian optics at the vanishing point for the human eye on any flat plane. Objects get smaller and smaller as they recede into the distance and finally are beyond vision. When the sun enters a nexus of distance so far from the observer that its light is no longer visible, that is called night. The sun does not dip below an imaginary curve. If it did, it would not drastically reduce its size, which it has been photographed as doing thousands of times. Additionally, atmospheric refraction could not be a reason for any reduction in size, either, because refraction would only obscure the image or magnify it, not reduce it. This is basic Newtonian optics. Hence, the sun does not set behind some imaginary curve. Rather, it merely recedes into the distance in its transit over a flat plane. Newtonian optics proves this. If the Sun was, indeed, 93 million miles away, its measurable size at midday compared to its size at sundown would be negligibly imperceptible. Approximate 0.0043% difference. On the other hand, if Sun is only several thousand miles away, it would be entirely measurable as it recedes to its vanishing point from midday. Hundreds of people have actual telescopic camera footage of this fact. The human eye cannot see forever because of the limitations to visual acuity placed upon it by atmospheric density and everyday pollution, but an infrared camera can penetrate up to 500 miles of atmospheric density. About 110 times the distance of the human eye. On a side note, the infrared photographs we have of distant artifacts and icons on the Earth, beyond debate, prove that the Earth has zero curvature to it. The vanishing point is determined by the visual limitations of the optic, naked eye or telescope, which also involves the convergence of two horizontal, parallel elements, the sky and ground. Every visual artist knows this. As objects recede away from the observer, they approach a compression point at the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, which of course, is simply an optical illusion. The sky and ground do not actually meet. They remain parallel as far as the eye or telescope can see. And at this convergence point, the Sun appears to set, when in reality, it is merely receding so far into the distant compression point of the horizon as to appear to truncate and go over an imaginary curve. The same thing happens when a person walks away from you on a football field. If you are laying on the grass at eye level, you will see the person start to disappear. That's your proverbial sunset. Starting at the ankles and rising up until you can only see the top of his head at about 90 yards away, he will truncate and appear to set in the same way that the Sun appears to. Both are optical illusions rooted in vanishing point perspective mathematics. Now, the horizon is created when the sky merges with the ground. The convergence of the sky and ground that creates the horizon is visually there, apparent convergence, but isn't physically there, actual convergence. They never meet, any more than railroad tracks meet, and yet they both appear to converge in the distance. It is the same principle of vanishing point perspective at play with both situations. And that's the perspective of an optical illusion. Train tracks will appear to converge, ceilings and floors in very long hallways will appear to converge, and the sky and ground will appear to converge. The common theme here is the convergence of parallel planes or surfaces. Notice the angle of the sky while observing sunsets or any time near the horizon. Notice how the sky appears to be on a downward trajectory angle or slightly vertical. That's an optical illusion because the sky remains horizontal and parallel above the Earth plane. You are looking at the natural optical illusion that any two parallel lines make in drawing. Artists draw a cone of convergence to represent parallel lines, because in the natural world, that is what parallel lines look like as you view them from a singular frame of reference. Look down some railroad tracks. They appear to meet, but again, they do not, in reality. The imaginary curve of the Earth is something that is easily debunked by vanishing point perspective mathematics and Newtonian optics. Using the methodologies of empirical science, it is easy to demonstrate that the Earth possesses zero sphericity, nor is the Sun distant and setting due to any axiorotation of the Earth. On the contrary, empirical science proves, quite easily, that the Earth is absolutely flat and motionless. The Sun is local and in transit above the plane of the Earth, and the Sun appears to set, but in actuality, it is merely receding so far into the distant compression point of the horizon, as to appear to truncate and go over an imaginary curve. The full lunar eclipse does not prove the Earth is spherical. The total lunar eclipse shadow, umbra, should be far smaller if the Earth was the cause of a total lunar eclipse. The shadow of an object is bigger than the object only when the object is nearer to the source of light. If we consider the light source to be at an extreme distance, like the Sun at alleged 93 million miles away, the light rays reaching the object will be virtually parallel to one another, and cause a shadow, umbra, with the same size as that of the object. Such being the case, why isn't the Earth's shadow on the Moon 97% smaller than the Earth itself? The Moon's shadow on the Earth is 70 miles wide or 97% smaller than its 7,917-mile diameter. And since when do shadows shrink or become smaller than the object that is casting it? Further, since the Earth is allegedly 4 times larger than the Moon, the Earth's shadow should be 4 times larger. Hence, 4 times 70 equals 280 miles wide, and with the Moon having an alleged diameter of 2,158 miles, a 280-mile wide eclipse cone should look like a shadow, umbra, approximately 7.7 times smaller than the Moon. It would look like a tiny shadow crossing the Moon. However, the actual total lunar eclipse that we all witness has a shadow cone which covers the entire Moon. It just does not add up. The total lunar eclipse shadow, umbra, should be far smaller if the Earth was the cause of a total lunar eclipse. Selenialian. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of the ball Earth occluding the Moon. The idea is that the Sun, Earth, and Moon spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row so that the Sun's light casts the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. Unfortunately for heliocentrists, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. For the Sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the Moon, the 3 bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century over 50 eclipses have occurred while both Sun and Moon have been visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook. The terrestrial plane. This is called a selenialian. A selenialian occurs when both the Sun and an eclipsed Moon can be observed at the same time. This can occur only just before sunset or just after sunrise, when both bodies will appear just above the horizon at nearly opposite points in the sky. As early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both the Sun and Moon are visible in the sky. The Greenwich Royal Observatory recorded that during the lunar eclipses of July 17, 1590, November 3, 1648, June 16, 1666, and May 26, 1668 the Moon rose eclipsed whilst the Sun was still above the horizon. Macaulay's Geography recorded that on September 20, 1717 and April 20, 1837 the Moon appeared to rise eclipsed before the Sun had set. Sir Henry Holland also noted in his Recollections of Past Life the April 20, 1837 phenomena where the Moon rose eclipsed before the sunset. The Daily Telegraph recorded it happening again on January 17, 1870. Then again in July of the same year, and it continues to happen during lunar eclipses to this day. Therefore, the eclipser of the Moon cannot be the Earth's shadow, and another explanation must be sought. But for argument's sake, let's pretend the heliocentric model has some merit and examine its internal logic for constituency and solidity. First of all, the entire heliocentric lunar eclipse model is based upon the wild assertion that the Sun's diameter is about 400 times larger than that of the Moon and the Sun is also 400 times farther from Earth. So the Sun and Moon appear nearly the same size as seen from Earth. All of this is just crazy coincidence, right? What are the odds? Or could it be fabricated, manufactured rubbish reinforced with slick mathematics and zero empirical evidence to fit a contrived heliocentric model, repackaged from Pythagorean occult heliocentrism by Jesuit-controlled Copernicus? And from this manufactured coincidental phenomenon of the sun and moon's Goldilocks sizes and distances, we get the idea that the sun is a huge burning ball 94 million miles away. So that is the first problem with the heliocentric lunar eclipse theory. It assumes a lot of wildly improbable, unprovable variables and relationships, which are assumed through mathematics instead of empirical observation, and then pretends they are facts to construct a model. Tail wagging the dog. A major talking point for heliocentrism is that the Earth must be passing in between the sun and moon to cause the curved shadow we see during a lunar eclipse. It is their number one selling point in defense of the globe model. After all, they say, what else could cause a curved shadow on the moon and blot out the moon but the Earth's shadow? Further, they say, a lunar eclipse only happens when the Earth is directly in between the sun and the moon, so what else could it be? However, the assumption that the Earth is even in orbit at all in order for it to come between the sun and the moon falls under the category of tail wagging the dog fallacy. The expression, tail wagging the dog, is an idiomatic expression used when a minor or secondary part of something is controlling or dominating the whole, or the main part. Heliocentrism makes this error when they claim, without empirical proof, that the Earth is in between the sun and the moon during a lunar eclipse. Asserting that a lunar eclipse happens only when the Earth is directly in between the sun and the moon makes the logical fallacy of assuming the heliocentric model is correct in order to assert that the heliocentric model is correct. It is a circular argument. Stating that only in the heliocentric model can a lunar eclipse occur when the Earth is between the sun and the moon does not even remotely mean that this model is correct. It is one assumption built upon a prior assumption, which is a very common type of error in the heliocentric model. Additional assumptions that are made by the heliocentric model include: the Earth is spinning, the Earth is moving in outer space, orbiting around the sun, the Earth is spherical, the moon is spinning, the sun is 94 million miles away from the Earth, the moon is 294,000 miles away from the Earth. There are no other bodies in the sky besides the moon and the sun in the lunar eclipse model. This has never been proven. All of these assumptions add up to create a false narrative about what is really happening, so that a secondary set of false explanations may be derived from the initial false data. The end result is a manipulated conclusion based upon regressive nested false assumptions. The components of the heliocentric lunar eclipse model: the Earth's penumbra and umbra. The penumbra is the region in which only a portion of the light source is obscured by the occluding body. An observer in the penumbra experiences a partial eclipse. An alternative definition is that the penumbra is the region where some or all of the light source is obscured, i.e., the umbra is a subset of the penumbra. According to the heliocentric model, the umbra is a shadow's dark core. Imagine a light source and an object casting a shadow. If you are standing within the umbra, you will not be able to see any part of the light source as the object blocks all direct light rays. During a total lunar eclipse, the entire moon enters the Earth's umbra. Shadow, as the heliocentric story goes. The Earth's penumbra and the reddish moon at lunar eclipse. Okay, so, in the heliocentric model, the Earth's shadow has two parts, the umbra and the penumbra. The umbra is not pitch black, because a small amount of the sun's energy directly shines within the penumbra of the Earth's atmosphere. As light passes through the atmosphere, the blue colors are scattered out of the path. Those with longer wavelengths, like red and orange, pass through the atmosphere. This red-orange light is then bent or refracted around Earth, hitting the surface of the moon and giving it the reddish-orange glow that total lunar eclipses are famous for. Subsequently, if our planet had no atmosphere, then the moon would be completely dark during a total lunar eclipse. Rayleigh scattering and cause of the blue color in the sky. Why is the sky blue? The short answer: sunlight reaches Earth's atmosphere and is scattered in all directions by air molecules, water molecules, and dust and gases particles in the air. Blue light is scattered more than the other colors because it travels as shorter, smaller waves. This is why we see a blue sky most of the time. The amount of bending of the light depends on the angle of incidence, and on the indices of refraction of glass and air, which determine the change in speed. This is Snell's law, or the law of refraction. Sunlight reaches Earth's atmosphere and is scattered in all directions by all the gases and particles in the air. Blue light is scattered in all directions by the tiny molecules of air in Earth's atmosphere. Blue is scattered more than other colors because it travels as shorter, smaller waves. This is why we see a blue sky most of the time. The longer explanation: Rayleigh scattering causes the blue color of the daytime sky and the reddening of the sun at sunset. Rayleigh scattering, named after the 19th-century British physicist Lord Rayleigh, is the predominantly elastic scattering of light or other electromagnetic radiation by particles much smaller than the wavelength of the radiation. For light frequencies well below the resonance frequency of the scattering particle, normal dispersion regime, the amount of scattering is inversely proportional to the fourth power of the wavelength. Scattered blue light is polarized. The strong wavelength dependence of the scattering, λ4, means that shorter, blue, wavelengths are scattered more strongly than longer, red, wavelengths. This results in the indirect blue light coming from all regions of the sky. Rayleigh scattering is a good approximation of the manner in which light scattering occurs within various media for which scattering particles have a small size, parameter. Wikipedia: Rayleigh scattering sunsets. The explanation for the reddish tints seen in the sky at either end of the day lies in Rayleigh scattering. As it passes through layers in the atmosphere, shorter wavelength light is scattered more than longer wavelength light. Sunlight is made up of all the colors of the visible light spectrum: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, which may seem familiar as all the colors of the rainbow. Rainbows appear when the different wavelengths get broken up through refraction and scattering in the atmosphere. Basically, as the light passes through different densities in the air, the light bends, kind of like it does in a prism, and bounces off tiny particles that are in the air. This also explains why, during the day, the sky is blue. The particles that are in the atmosphere scatter sunlight so that the blue wavelengths are not absorbed, but reflected. At sunset the same things happen, but because of the angle of the sun, and the volume of gas and therefore the density of gas that the light passes through changes, the sky takes on a reddish glow from the longer wavelengths in the visible light spectrum. Is a reddish moon at lunar eclipse probable? Okay, but the question remains: after the blue light from the Earth's atmosphere is scattered into oblivion, leaving predominantly longer red wavelength light, could this refracted red wavelength be transmitted 294,000 miles to the moon to create the reddish moon that we observed during a lunar eclipse? Is a reddish moon at lunar eclipse probable? Well, what if you are standing on the Earth? Are reddish sunsets probable? Yes, of course they are. The sun's rays are refracted, and you may see a reddish sunset. That makes sense. But standing on the Earth, you are just a few thousand miles from all that atmospheric layering. That is very close, compared to refracting all the way to the moon, and then bathing the moon in red light. It is possible, but is it absolutely an uncontestable fact? Highly debatable. And again, this model assumes the sun is huge ball 94 million miles away, which has never been proven. Our eyes tell us the sun is very close to the Earth, in the Earth's atmosphere, and the same size as the moon. Again, it's the tail wagging the dog error. One has to go against everything his senses tell him to imagine a distant sun, which is necessary for the heliocentric lunar eclipse model to work. In other words, the sunlight's refraction around the Earth to create a reddish moon at lunar eclipse is no proof of a heliocentric model. Rather, it assumes the heliocentric model first, and then reverse engineers the variables it needs to make it work. It's a masterpiece of reverse engineering, as opposed to an empirically observable model. That is allowed in science, but calling it a fact is not a scientifically allowed statement. In other words, the heliocentric model is still a highly debatable theory. In alternate explanation, the moon does not completely darken as it passes through the umbra because of the refraction of sunlight by Earth's atmosphere into the shadow cone. If Earth had no atmosphere, the moon would be completely dark during the eclipse. Wikipedia. Though Wikipedia's definition falsely assumes its cause of a lunar eclipse, it does confirm one important fact. The moon does not completely darken as it goes through what has been wrongly labeled a lunar eclipse. The moon never fully disappears as if the Earth is blocking the light of the sun completely in the umbra shadow of the Earth, and refracting red light to make it appear red. This is just a science fiction explanation from science fiction NASA and science fiction writers in astrophysics. So what is really happening? Well, here is an alternative theory. You decide for yourself which explanation seems more plausible. Okay, a lunar eclipse happens at night. When it happens, the moon turns orange in color. This is caused when the sun and moon line up with the center of the disk Earth. The sunlight goes through the strong magnetic field of the North Pole, and the sunlight turns orange. And that light then hits the moon. Since the sunlight is orange, it makes the moon appear orange as in this image. The moon must be at same altitude as the sun in order for this to happen. That's why it doesn't happen very often, and is a rare event. Thus, as you can see, the phenomenon of the orange moon is not an eclipse at all but is caused by the North Pole's magnetic field. The shape of a sphere's shadow on a sphere. As young children, we all learn about the solar system. Many children have many questions about what they learn, but before they can become too critical of the knowledge being transmitted to them. Additionally, a lot of brainwashing and indoctrination via school, Hollywood, TV, and NASA, and the media provide compelling substitutes and distractions to any individual inquiry about the natural world a child lives in. The native proclivity for a child to observe the world with fresh and honest eyes is swiftly replaced by an incessant barrage of CGI images and paintings of Earth and the falsely called the solar system. Often, these images have little or no semblance to the natural world that a child actually observes. Rather, these CGI and hand-drawn images reflect the science fiction world of Hollywood and NASA, with heightened hues, lofty billowing celestial landscapes, and vivid coloration that looks exactly like computer-enhanced images. Then the child runs into the flat Earth model of the Earth in later years and bam. Everything she ever thought to be true is suddenly topsy-turvy, and under speculation and suspicion. Suddenly, all of these questions, direct sense data images, and concerns from childhood come rushing back to the forefront of consciousness. Some of the most important realms of learning in existence, science, math, geometry, and physics, can be taught through the arts. When we are learning about topics like physics, geometry, math, chemistry, etc., we are stimulating the left brain, but when we incorporate the right brain, disciplines like the arts, dance, and music serve to fully integrate what we are learning into a holistic experience. One hemisphere without the other exists with a severe handicap. Further, when we engage both hemispheres of the brain, that empowers our subconscious to connect dots in such ways that present an opportunity to problem solve for a bigger, more panoramic fashion. People who engage their left and right brain while learning also incorporate both while problem solving. This is how artsy people are able to think outside the box. In fact, the visual arts are so important and impactful to society that the great artists of yesterday were actually given the subject matter to paint the elite. Concurrently, the elite controlled the subject matter for the artists the very same way they control a performing or a recording artist today. They give them the general outlines and then give the artist their leeway to put their personal spin on it, or to make it their own, so to speak. Michelangelo detested the process he endured by his most famous work, the Sistine Chapel. He was actually ordered by the church to produce the masterpiece on the ceiling. It was definitely not his preferred way to work, upside down. Nevertheless, although he was given the subject matter, it was Michelangelo who physically rendered and mixed the paints and painted it, and it is still influencing and inspiring people today. The imaginative power of an artist is unrivaled by any other character type, it can be argued. It is sometimes a burden having such photographic, true-to-life memory. Haunting and horrible images that are not intended to be retained by anyone stay with an artist long after they appear in the window of their mind. Twisted, horrifying images can be made realistic in nightmares, film, or even in waking life description, as when someone is describing a surgery or an accident. The graphic reconstruction in the artist's mind is so real he or she almost feels the pain right then and there. Most people who are fully cognizant of the artist's powers agree this is why artists are dangerous to the system, and why the arts are given as optional school course, or are not taken as seriously as other career choices. If two people told you their professions, one a math teacher, and the other an arts teacher, you would probably judge the math teacher to be smarter, more wise, or more trustworthy, or more dependable, or more professional, or even more deserving of your respect and patience. Which is odd because everyone can learn math, and how to count numbers, but not everyone can compose a moving song, or paint an emotionally stirring picture. Yet no matter how hard someone who is not born with an artistic inclination may try, they may never be able to develop the talent it takes to render a powerful family portrait, or a sweeping landscape in acrylics, or the correct color of the midnight moon. And with the eyes of an artist, using our senses, and an artist's bag if rendering tricks, let's now transition to the moon. Allow me to now share information that will close the case, once and forever, on the possibility, or the falsity of the moon being a sphere. The moon is 100% absolutely not spherical, and any lunar eclipse proves it. Again, using the eyes of an artist, and understanding how artists create the illusion of form gives away the game of the moon's true shape. You can prove it too. All you need is a light source. What you will learn is that a sphere moving over a sphere actually does not look like a lunar eclipse, as we have been told. It does not, I repeat, does not create a shadow of a sphere or anything else circular while moving across a spherical object. How do we know this? There are 4 critical points of observation everyone should be looking, and these may be referred to as 1. The conformation to surface factor 2, the shadow diffusion factor 3, the sine wave or S factor 4, the reflected light factor. Firstly, I would like to point out the consistency of how a shadow naturally moves along varied surface types. This is the conformation factor. A shadow will conform to any shape that a surface takes, thus in essence, revealing the true shape of an object. If a shadow moves along something rigid, like stairs for instance, it will take the stairs shape, revealing the level differential from step to step. If a shadow moves along a concave object like a bowl, the shadow will stretch and skew, revealing the concavity of the bowl. If a shadow was to move over the surface of a sphere, it would stretch and skew in a spherical manner, wrapping and receding as it bevels and distorts along the sphere's surface. Note that this does not and has never happened on the surface of the moon during an eclipse. This fact brings us to our next factor, the shadow diffusion factor. Again note, a shadow is more crisp on the edge of a bowl than it is in the lowest portion of the bowl. Also, it sharpens as it rises back up to the edge or the source of the shadow. Note also, that on a sphere the shadow is most diffused or scattered around the edges as the sphere's surface recedes, and it is the most sharp or defined on the closest portion of the sphere. This is because the closer the source of the shadow is to the surface, the more defined its edges, and the further the source of the shadow is from the surface, the larger and more faded or diffused it becomes. Another way to say this is if you place an object on a surface with a light source above, the object's shadow will appear most sharp when the object is at rest, but lift the object closer to its light source, and you will see the shadow lose its crisp edges and dull or fade away. Sometimes to the point where little to no shadow remains. This is the shadow diffusion factor, and in conjunction with the first factor, the conformation to the surface factor, the shadow not only rises and falls and stretches and skews with the surface, but it also sharpens and dulls. These two factors are almost all we need to find the true topography or shape of the moon, and yet another factor exists. This is called the sine wave factor or S factor. Because the moon is said to be a sphere, the shadow that is projected onto the moon should also take on the characteristics of the sphere. This critical factor does not appear on the moon's eclipses whatsoever. The sine wave factor or the S factor is what happens as an object, round or straight, spherical or bent, passes over a sphere's surface. As a shadow moves a sphere, it is wrapping around its curve, starting from the outer edge and moving towards the middle. The shadow takes on the spherical contour and bends upward at its height, and then falls backwards in a distorted barrel manner. The shadow will always follow the closest edge due to perspective. The shadow will continue to create the S shape until it reaches the halfway point. As the shadow moves beyond the halfway point, it begins to bevel outward again in a distorted barrel manner. When a shadow moves along a 3D sphere, the center or closest part of the sphere to the observer is the most flat, and the shadow shape and size the most true to life. The sphere will never be flat, but the bigger the sphere is, the less acute the angle of its curvature, because the innermost portion of the sphere is the closest to the observer. Very little curvature is observed, however, when we observe any lunar eclipse. There is no wrapping, stretching, skewing, sharpening, or dulling of the shadow. In fact, every single lunar eclipse looks as if there is one flat disk moving across another flat disk. This is an inescapable fact that no heliocentrist can deny. It is a fact of basic light and optics. Even supposed optics master, Sir Isaac Newton, would have to confess to this fact. Again, as the circular eclipse shadow moves along the moon, it maintains its circular shape the whole way at the same pace, with no stretching, no skewing, no sharpening or dulling. Hopefully, these facts can shake a person out of his or her dull hypnotic stupor regarding the moon's true topology. These three factors are more than sufficient enough for us to see that the moon is not a sphere. Nevertheless, yet another factor exists to confirm the true topology of the moon. This fourth factor is needed to realize the moon's surroundings. That fourth factor is reflected light. The reflected light factor concerns the way in which light reflects off of adjacent bodies. When two objects are under the same light source in close proximity, both objects should exhibit reflection artifacts and light distortion waves mutually. If the moon is said to be composed of a gray, dusty epidermis, which is sufficient to reach the Earth with its reflected sunlight, then the Earth, with its highly reflective sheath of water, nitrogen and hydron-laden atmosphere would be far more reflective of the sun's rays than the moon. Such being the case, we would expect to see the sun's reflected light coming from the Earth to the moon. The moon, it should exhibit light bouncing off from the Earth and reflecting onto the moon. However, we do not see this. Just think about it. The Earth is far larger than Moon with a far larger rejective surface, and yet we do not see any sunlight reflected from it on the Moon, ever. In the heliocentric lie they tell us that the Moon is reflecting sunlight to the Earth, but what about the bigger object, the Earth reflecting light to the Moon? It should, but it doesn't, because if it did, we would then have no clear-cut new moon phase, but instead, we'd have a dull, nebulous, hazy moon phase, or a dim moon phase, meaning as the moon wanes to darkness it should then be illuminated by the Earth, because in that phase, the sun is facing the Earth and therefore, the sunlight should be reflecting upon the darkened moon. This is child-level optics. Anyone can comprehend this. We should still be able to see the same face of the moon that we see every day, yet we do? It should never be totally dark, yet it is? Especially when the moon is further and closer to the Earth on its supposed elliptical path, it should brighten and dim. I repeat, speaking exclusively from new moon to new moon, the moon should still be visible on that new moon phase transitioning from dim to slightly brighter. Also, as the moon moves in its alleged elliptical orbit, it should reflect its surface color. Any object reflects the color of its surface and the color of its light source. A gold chain will reflect gold, a green ball will bounce green light, and its reflection on the object will be green. The sun's light is yellow and warm, while the moon's light is blue and cool. Astronauts report the moon is black and white, whatever that means. But if that means it's a scale of grays running from white to black, then it is impossible for the moon to convert the sun's light from a warm temperature and yellow color to a cool temperature and blue color. Additionally, the moon's light is colder than the moon's shade. In other words, when the moon is full, with the alleged full reflection of sunlight upon the Earth, that light is cooler than the shade under the trees of a full moon. Let that sink in. The moon casts a cooler light than the temperature of the Earth with no moon. This is very significant. This reveals how the moon may very well be its own light source, and that it actually does not reflect the sun's light, after all. Rather, it may be a transducer of sorts, a kind of electrical negative pole with the sun acting as an electronic positive pole. In this model, the moon is simply a transducer of the conductive energy of the sun, in the same way your car battery does not reflect the positive pole of your car battery, but rather it simply conducts from it negatively. We can understand the moon cooling down the sun's rays, because of the alleged distance between these two bodies and making it less hot, but in no way is it possible for it to actually make the sun's rays colder than the shade at night. Additional commentary, asterisk, it must be added that the light source size, distance, and angle used in this experiment needs to be further addressed. Asterisk, when we view a lunar eclipse, we are viewing it from the night side of Earth, standing between the object casting the shadow, Earth, and the object receiving the shadow, the moon. To model this, the camera should be placed directly between the two spheres, facing toward the sphere onto which the shadow is cast. If the video maker did that, we would see the shadow looks just like a lunar eclipse. Rahu and Ketu, possibly these two bodies may be responsible for both lunar and solar eclipses. The full lunar eclipse may come from something as simple as the periodic and perennial reoccurrence of Rahu and or Ketu, two celestial bodies not talked about in Greek/Roman pantheon of planets. Rahu, Sanskrit, U+260A.SVG, is one of the 9 major astronomical bodies, Navagraha, in Indian texts. Unlike the other 8, Rahu is a shadow entity, one that causes eclipses and is the king of meteors. Rahu represents the ascension of the moon in its precessional orbit around the Earth. Rahu is usually paired with Ketu. The time of day considered to be under the influence of Rahu is called Rahu Kala, and is considered inauspicious. As per Vedic astrology, Rahu and Ketu have an orbital cycle of 18 years, and are always 180 degrees from each other orbitally, as well as in the birth charts. This coincides with the precessional orbit of Moon, or the 18-year rotational cycle of the lunar ascending and descending nodes on the Earth's ecliptic plane. This also corresponds to a Saras, a period of approximately 223 synodic months, approximately 6,585.3211 days, or 18 years, 11 days, 8 hours, that can be used to predict eclipses of the Sun and Moon. Rahu rules the zodiac sign of Aquarius together with Shani. Astronomically, Rahu and Ketu denote the points of intersection of the paths of the Sun and the Moon as they move on the celestial sphere. Therefore, Rahu and Ketu are respectively called the north and the south lunar nodes. The fact that eclipses occur when the Sun and the Moon are at one of these points gives rise to the understanding of swallowing of the Sun and the Moon by the snake. Rahu is responsible for causing the eclipse of the Sun. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Rahu north to south shadow path during lunar eclipse. When the Moon enters Earth's umbra, shadow, during a full lunar eclipse, the darkening of the Moon's progresses from left to right. On any given day, you see the Moon rise in the east and, apparently, travel across the sky from your left to the right. Therefore, you would assume, incorrectly, that the leading edge of the Moon's movement must be to the right. That is not correct. The apparent motion you are seeing is predominantly from the Earth's 24-hour rotation. But the orbit of the Moon is actually from west to east as it revolves around the Earth every 29.5 days. If you were looking down at the Earth-Moon-Sun system far above the ecliptic over the North Pole, you would see the Earth spinning in a counterclockwise direction, and the Moon is also revolving around the Earth in a counterclockwise direction. So forget about the Earth's rotation for a moment. It has nothing to do with the Moon passing into the Earth's shadow, i.e. the eclipse. Look at the diagram below, and place yourself on that little ball labeled Earth, and look into the night sky. Which side of the Moon is covered first as it passes behind the Earth's umbra during full lunar eclipse shadow cast by the Earth? What do you see? The Moon travels left to right. Oh, so, Houston, we have a problem. There are numerous videos of the alleged Earth's shadow passing northwest to southeast during a full lunar eclipse. This could not happen if it was actually the Earth's shadow passing over the Moon. According to the heliocentric theory, the Earth is not in the correct position to create such a trajectory. Hence, something else must be at play here. Whether we know what it is, exactly, is not the point. We simply know something else must be at play during a full lunar eclipse than merely the Earth's umbra causing the shadow across the Moon. Selenelian, proof of what? A selenelian occurs when both the Sun and an eclipsed Moon can be observed at the same time. This can occur only just before sunset or just after sunrise, when both bodies will appear just above the horizon at nearly opposite points in the sky. This arrangement has led to the phenomenon being also called a horizontal eclipse. Theoretically, in the heliocentric model this event should be impossible. From the heliocentric perspective, during a total lunar eclipse, the position of the Sun, Earth, and Moon is in a straight line. In this configuration, both the Sun and Moon should not be visible at the same time during a lunar eclipse. But it turns out the atmosphere of the Earth refracts light. As a result, the actual position of the Moon is about 0.5 degrees lower than where it appears. And the same thing happens with the Sun at the opposite point in the sky. If you are in a particularly ideal time zone where the eclipse is in progress at moonrise or moonset, you have the peculiar chance to be able to see both the sun and the eclipsed moon in the sky at the same time. This is how it is possible to observe both objects in the sky at the same time during a total lunar eclipse. While certainly not impossible, it is a very rare and unique phenomenon, and can only happen at specific place in time during the progression of a total lunar eclipse. Okay, the problem with the heliocentric explanation. The problem with this refractory explanation is that both the sun and the moon have been sighted far above the 0.5 degrees, sometime 10 to 18 degrees higher, of refractory angle allowed by natural physics. It could not have been refraction. The sun and the moon are actually, not just apparently, in clear view during a selenian total lunar eclipse, which completely destroys the heliocentric explanation of Earth's umbra as the cause of lunar eclipses. It doesn't happen every time during a lunar eclipse. But if it even happened once, it would debunk the standard explanation of eclipses. The refraction hypothesis would destroy much of mainstream astronomy, even if there was 30 degrees of refraction in the atmosphere at the time of a total lunar eclipse, accounting for the appearance of both the sun and the moon in the sky. That would mean that the position of all celestial bodies anywhere near the horizon is unpredictable in the heliocentric model, which would discredit hundreds of thousands of observations about the stars, sun, and moon's position over thousands of years. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot have the selenian attributed to refraction, therefore calling in the Earth as the reason for a total lunar eclipse, and also say that any data can be trusted from mainstream astronomy below that same 30-degree angle. This refraction theory destroys over 50% of all astronomical observational data in one fell swoop. Refraction is the new gravity. I will not settle for refraction as the reason the selenian occurs. This is the bogus go-to answer, like gravity, for those without one. If it were refraction, then sometimes the sun would rise earlier or later, and never be predictable to astronomers. A sunrise scheduled for 6:30 a.m. is now coming up at 6:45 a.m. and nobody notices. The actual versus apparent location of the sun would never be clear, ever. Oh, I got it. Refraction is only a variable when there is a total lunar eclipse, or curvature on the Earth cannot be observed or measured. Yeah, right. Reflection has become the new gravity for heliocentrists, and people need to think for themselves about this one-size-fits-all excuse. Things are deemed impossible until you spin it with refraction or gravity. Both ideas are used to maintain that something that is impossible is possible. That way, you don't have to figure out what is really going on. You just rubber stamp it with refraction or gravity. Moon is projection with an object passing behind it. What if the moon was actually a projection from an atmospheric layer beyond the firmament? If heliocentrism assumed their model. Let us now assume the flat Earth model to be true and view the moon as a projection, where some celestial body passes behind it, beyond the firmament to create the total lunar eclipse we observe. It is not provable, but neither is the heliocentric explanation, so it is just as good as any. And as the shadowy body passes behind the moon, it would finally turn the moon red as the watery blue light above the firmament would scatter more, due to its shorter wavelengths, allowing the longer wavelength red light to create the reddish moon we see during a lunar eclipse. Rayleigh scattering, stars passing behind the moon? So, there have been many sightings of stars passing behind the moon during full lunar eclipses. Many people try to deny it, but hundreds of films from hundreds of different sources do not lie. The moon may be a non-solid, translucent body, or even a projection for all we know. We just do not know. Quick and dirty heliocentrism debunked. Number 1. A total lunar eclipse occurred at the Moon's descending node on Friday, July 27, 2018. The Moon passed through the center of Earth's shadow in what was the first central lunar eclipse since June 15, 2011. This lunar eclipse was photographed from all over the world, from the USA, Australia, Asia, and Africa at the same time. This would be physically impossible on a globe. These are land masses that are on the opposite sides of the alleged globe. You would have to see the Earth with an X-ray vision to accomplish this. The proof is in hundreds of cases of uploaded footage, posted on YouTube, worldwide, for anyone to see at any time, posted directly after of the lunar eclipse, making the proof undeniable. Quick and dirty heliocentrism debunked. Number 2. Hundreds of telescopic camera pictures have been taken of the Moon with stars clearly present behind it, suggesting that the Moon is translucent, and nothing NASA could land upon. With the increase in personal ownership of advanced telescopic camera technology, now thousands are exploring the Moon and realizing it is nothing like NASA portrayed her. Again, the proof is in numerous of cases of uploaded footage, posted on YouTube, worldwide, for anyone to see at any time. Super blood moon total lunar eclipse. Super blood moon total lunar eclipses will give an apparent reddish color to the lunar surface, theoretically from the sun's light refracting around the Earth and hitting the Moon from 294,000 miles away. Allegedly, what a lunar eclipse displays is the color of all of Earth's sunrises and sunsets reaching the Moon, NASA scientist Noah Petro told Space.com. If someone stood on the Moon during a total lunar eclipse, the Earth would appear to have a reddish ring all around it, as the person would gaze at the 360-degree sunrise and sunset they'd perceive at that particular intersection of Earth and lunar orbits. When the lunar eclipse begins, the bright Moon dims as it enters the outer part of Earth's shadow, called the penumbra. The deep tint of a full lunar eclipse is visible once the Moon enters the deepest part of Earth's shadow, or umbra. The bright red color appears once the Moon is fully engulfed in the shadows, and it's the reason blood moon is a popular moniker for lunar eclipses. As the theory goes, during a lunar eclipse, a full moon's bright facade will change. As the Moon enters Earth's shadow, all of the will turn a rusty color. Sunlight scatters to produce the red colors of sunset and sunrise when it enters Earth's atmosphere at a particular angle. Theoretically, the Earth's umbra causes lunar eclipses. In the heliocentric model, the Earth always casts an umbra. In fact, we travel through it quite regularly in terms of this model. It is called night. Every time the sun goes down, we allegedly delve into the darkness created by Earth's umbra. However, as with total solar eclipses, total lunar eclipses only occur every so often because they require the Moon to entirely enter the Earth's umbra, blocking out all direct vision of the face of the Moon from the Earth. Okay, so let us grant, as far-fetched as it is in the physics of optics, that the sun's light refracting around the Earth and hitting the Moon from 294,000 miles away causes the blood-red color of the super blood moon total lunar eclipse. Okay, fine, let's indulge that theory. Nevertheless, if the Earth is a solid spherical body, directly in between the Sun and the Moon, causing a total lunar eclipse, then why do we still clearly see, in NASA images of the super blood moon total lunar eclipse, craters on the Moon? It could be blood red, but no visible surface aberrations or craters of the Moon's surface should be visible if an opaque solid spherical Earth is in between the Sun and the Moon, in so direct a line as to cause a super blood moon total lunar eclipse. We should just see the blood red color on the Moon. If the Earth was translucent or transparent, then yes, we might see the Moon's craters during a total lunar eclipse, but this is not the case in the heliocentric model. The Earth is supposed to be 26,000 miles in circumference, a solid sphere. The main point is that a supermoon total lunar eclipse should leave the moon completely darkened if the Earth is supposed to be a solid sphere. We should not see the surface features of the moon bathed in red during a total lunar eclipse, if indeed the Earth is responsible for blocking the moon. The intensity of the blood moon's red color coming from sunlight refracting off the Earth's atmosphere, and then traveling 294,000 miles to bathe the moon in blood red light seems so implausible to me as to be absurd. This absurdity, alone, destroys the entire theory that the Earth is the cause of the super blood moon total lunar eclipse. I don't care how much people believe in refracted light concentrating like a laser to bathe a moon in red light 294,000 miles away. It's ridiculous, and the moon should be black with shadow, and no surface features of the moon should be visible in a total lunar eclipse, period. We are forced to entertain some translucent or transparent body other than the Copernican opaque solid Earth as responsible for the super blood moon total lunar eclipse. This needs to be said again. It is of utmost importance. It completely destroys the idea of the Earth is in between the Sun and the Moon during a total lunar eclipse, which means the entire argument that the Earth must be spherical because of the curved shadow it casts upon the Moon during a total lunar eclipse collapses forever. Just so there is no doubt, the image of the super blood moon exists, which verifies the visibility of the Moon's surface features during the super blood moon and can be found at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory California Institute of Technology NASA government website. It is NASA's picture, so they cannot deny the conclusion here. Lunar eclipse color change from EMF alteration. Lunar eclipses may occur while both Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. Eclipse is a misnomer. When the EM field of the firmament's core cone alters the conductive potential of the Moon, the latter appears orange. It happens when Sun and Moon are opposing each other while having the same altitude. Jake Wilson, what would cause us to see the Moon's craters during a super blood moon total lunar eclipse? So then, what would kind of celestial body would be translucent or transparent enough to make the Moon red, but not completely block out the aberrations and craters of the Moon during a super blood moon total lunar eclipse? The heliocentric story is that the Sun radiates out into space and hits the Moon, lighting it up enough to see the craters as the Earth passes in between the Sun and the Moon. Even though there is supposed to be no air molecules in the alleged vacuum of outer space to cause this radiant refraction of light to bend around the Earth, thereby hitting the Moon, this is the story NASA is sticking with. Hilarious nonsense. A better alternative explanation is that the lunar eclipse is red because the light of the Sun is actually shining through, not around, some celestial shadow-causing object, which passes between the Sun and Moon during a super blood moon total lunar eclipse. The red tint occurs because the shadow object is not sufficiently dense, and simply does not filter out red light. The Sun's light is powerful enough to shine through the shadow object, just as a flashlight is powerful enough to shine through an opaque sheet of glass. What the shadow object might be is up for grabs. It could be an aberration in the firmament lens construction playing optical tricks. It could be a pillar of energy extending from the North Pole to the firmament at certain times. Think aurora borealis. Of course, these alternative explanations only work if the Sun is in transit above the Earth, instead of at the center of an imaginary lunar orbit. The Moon and the lunar eclipse. A lunar eclipse occurs about twice a year when a satellite of the Sun passes between the Sun and Moon. This satellite is called the shadow object, or anti-moon. Its orbital plane is tilted at an angle to the Sun's orbital plane, making eclipses possible only when the three bodies, Sun, object, and Moon, are aligned. Within a given year, a maximum of 3 lunar eclipses can occur. Despite the fact that there are more solar than lunar eclipses each year, over time many more lunar eclipses are seen at any single location on Earth than solar eclipses. This occurs because a lunar eclipse can be seen from the entire half of the Earth beneath the Moon at that time, while a solar eclipse is visible only along a narrow path on the Earth's surface. Total lunar eclipses come in clusters. There can be 2 or 3 during a period of a year or a year and a half, followed by a lull of 2 or 3 years before another round begins. When you add partial eclipses, there can be 3 in a calendar year, and again, it's quite possible to have none at all. The shadow object is never seen in the sky, because it orbits the Sun on the day side of the Earth, in the large vicinity where celestial bodies are invisible. As the Sun's powerful vertical rays hit the atmosphere during the day, they will scatter and blot out nearly every single star and celestial body in the daytime sky. We are never given a glimpse of the celestial bodies which appear near the Sun during the day. They are completely washed out by the Sun's light. In fact, when the daytime moon gets too close to the Sun's vicinity, it will completely disappear from sight. Except for during the time of solar eclipse, the moon is only seen during the day at a far opposite side of the sky from the Sun. Dr. Samuel Burley Rowbottom has provided equations for finding the time, magnitude, and duration of a lunar eclipse at the end of Chapter 11 of Earth Not a Globe. There is also a possibility that the shadow object is a known celestial body which orbits the Sun, and which projects its shadow upon the Moon, but more study would be needed to track the positions of Mercury, Venus and the Sun's asteroid satellites and correlate them with the equations for the lunar eclipse, before any conclusion could be drawn. Celestial bodies not visible during the day. The celestial bodies near the Sun are invisible. An example of this is seen in the appearance of the Moon during the solar eclipse. The Moon seems to appear out of nowhere to intersect the Sun. Ancient and modern astronomers. The reason the ancient societies, such as the Greeks and Babylonians, were able to predict the lunar eclipses was because the predictions are based on recurring charts and tables of past eclipses. Modern astronomers still use the same pattern prediction methods. It had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, or the actual geometry of the system. The lunar eclipse is a phenomenon which comes in patterns. By studying these patterns, it is possible to predict when the next transit or eclipse will occur. The astronomer can use historic charts and tables with a few equations to predict the time, magnitude, and duration of a future eclipse. This does not apply only to the eclipse, either. All recurring phenomena such as the transits of planets, occultations of bodies, and precision of paths across the sky are predicable only because they are phenomena which come in patterns. Astronomers predict celestial events by studying the patterns and predicting when the next occurrence will occur. Modern eclipse models Q. But what about NASA's yearly lunar eclipse predictions? They must be based on a geometric model, and not simply cycles in the sky, surely? A. NASA freely admits that they use ancient cycle charts for their eclipse predictions. The Saros cycle and those ancient methods which simply look at past patterns in the sky to predict the next one is precisely how modern theorists predict the lunar eclipse today. Each Saros series starts with a partial eclipse. Sun first enters the end of the node. And each successive Saros, the path of the Moon is shifted either northward, when near the descending node, or southward, when near the ascending node, due to the fact that the Saros is not an exact integer of draconic months. https://wiki.tviz.org/the_lunar_eclipse. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom on the Selenelian refraction angle. A solar eclipse is the result simply of the Moon passing between the Sun and the observer on Earth. But that an eclipse of the Moon arises from a shadow of the Earth is a statement in every respect, because unproved, unsatisfactory. The Earth has been proved to be without orbital or axial motion, and, therefore, it could never come between the Sun and the Moon. The Earth is also proved to be a plane, always underneath the Sun and Moon, and, therefore, to speak of its intercepting the light of the sun, and thus casting its own shadow on the moon, is to say that which is physically impossible. Besides the above difficulties or incompatibilities, many cases are on record of the sun and moon being eclipsed when both were high above the horizon. Called the selenelion, the sun, the earth, and the moon, not in a straight line, but the earth below the sun, and moon out of the reach or direction of both, and yet a lunar eclipse has occurred. Is it possible that a shadow of the earth could be thrown upon the moon when sun, earth, and moon were not in the same line? The difficulty has been met by assuming the influence of refraction, as in the following quotations. On some occasions the horizontal refraction amounts to 36 or 37 minutes, and generally to about 33 minutes, which is equal to the diameter of the sun or moon, and, therefore, the whole disk of the sun or moon will appear above the horizon, both at rising and setting, although actually below. This is the reason that the full moon has sometimes been seen above the horizon before the sun was set. A remarkable instance of this kind was observed at Paris, on the 19th of July 1750, when the moon appeared visibly eclipsed, while the sun was distinctly to be seen above the horizon. On the 20th of April 1837, the moon appeared to rise eclipsed before the sun had set. The same phenomenon was observed on the 20th of September 1717. In the lunar eclipses of July 17, 1590, November 3, 1648, June 16, 1666, and May 26, 1668, the moon rose eclipsed whilst the sun was still apparently above the horizon. Those horizontal eclipses were noticed as early as the time of Pliny. The only explanation which has been given of this phenomenon is the refraction caused by the Earth's atmosphere. This, at first sight, is a plausible and fairly satisfactory solution, but on carefully examining the subject, it is found to be utterly inadequate, and those who have recourse to it cannot be aware that the refraction of an object and that of a shadow are in opposite directions. An object by refraction is bent upwards, but the shadow of any object is bent downwards, as will be seen by the following very simple experiment. Take a plain white shallow basin, and place it 10 or 12 inches from a light in such a position that the shadow of the edge of the basin touches the center of the bottom. Hold a rod vertically over and on the edge of the shadow, to denote its true position. Now let water be gradually poured into the basin, and the shadow will be seen to recede or shorten inwards and downwards, but if a rod or a spoon is allowed to rest, with its upper end towards the light, and the lower end in the bottom of the vessel, it will be seen, as the water is poured in, to bend upwards, thus proving that if refraction operated at all, it would do so by elevating the moon above its true position, and throwing the Earth's shadow downwards, or directly away from the moon's surface. Hence it is clear that a lunar eclipse by a shadow of the Earth is an utter impossibility. The moon's craters can be seen during a total lunar eclipse. The moon's entire surface, or that portion of it which is presented to the Earth, has also been distinctly seen during the whole time of a total lunar eclipse. This also is entirely incompatible with the doctrine that an eclipse of the moon is the result of a shadow of the Earth passing over its surface. Mr. Walker, who observed the lunar eclipse of March 19, 1848, near Columpton, says, "The appearances were as usual till 20 minutes past 9, at that period, and for the space of the next hour, instead of an eclipse, or the shadow, umbra, of the Earth being the cause of the total obscurity of the moon, the whole phase of that body became very quickly and most beautifully illuminated, and assumed the appearance of the glowing heat of fire from the furnace, rather tinged with a deep red. The whole disk of the moon being as perfect with light as if there had been no eclipse whatever. The moon positively gave good light from its disk during the total eclipse." The following case, although not exactly similar to the last, is worth recording here, as showing that some other cause existed than the Earth's shadow to produce a lunar eclipse. Extraordinary phenomena attending the eclipse. On Saturday evening, February 27, 1858, at Brussels. The eclipse was seen by several English philosophers who happened to be present. It was attended by a very remarkable appearance, which Dr. Forster said was wholly inexplicable on any laws of natural philosophy with which he was acquainted. The moment before contact, a small dusky spot appeared on the moon's surface, and during the whole of the eclipse, a reddish-brown fringe, or penumbra, projected above the shadow of the earth. Another thing still more remarkable was the apparent irregularity of the edge of the shadow. 3 persons, one of them an astronomer, were witnesses of these curious phenomena, which no law of refraction can in any way explain. Lunar eclipse of February 6, 1860. The only remarkable feature in this eclipse was the visibility. It might almost be termed the brilliancy of Aristarchus. Kepler and other spots were comparatively lost, or at most, barely discernible, as soon as they became enveloped in the shadow, but not so Aristarchus, which evidently shone either by intrinsic or retained illumination. The moon has sometimes shone during a total eclipse with an almost unaccountable distinctness. On December 22, 1703, the moon, when totally immersed in the earth's shadow, was visible at Avignon by a ruddy light of such brilliancy that one might have imagined her body to be transparent, and to be enlightened from behind, and on March 19, 1848. It is stated that so bright was the moon's surface during its total immersion, that many persons could not be persuaded that it was eclipsed. Mr. Forster of Bruges states, in an account of that eclipse, that the light and dark places on the moon's surface could be almost as well made out as in an ordinary dull moonlight night. Sometimes, in a total lunar eclipse, the moon will appear quite obscure in some parts of its surface, and in other parts will exhibit a high degree of illumination. To a certain extent I witnessed some of these phenomena during the merely partial eclipse of February 7, 1860. I prepared, during the afternoon of February 6, for witnessing the eclipse, without any distinct expectation of seeing much worthy of note. I knew, however, that upwards of 8/10 of the disk would be covered, and I was anxious to observe with what degree of distinctness the eclipsed portion could be viewed, partly as an interesting fact, and partly with a view of verifying or discovering the weak points of an engraving, in which I am concerned, of a lunar eclipse. After seeing the increasing darkness of the penumbra softly merging into the true shadow, at the commencement of the eclipse, about 1:00 a.m., Greenwich time, I proceeded with pencil and paper, dimly lighted by a distant lamp, to note by name the different lunar mountains and plains, the so-called seas, over which the shadow passed. During the first hour and 10 minutes I had seen nothing unexpected. I had repeatedly written down my observations of the remarkable clearness with which the moon's eclipsed outline could be seen, both with the naked eye and with the telescope. At 1 hour 58 minutes, however, I suddenly noted the ruddy color of a portion of the moon. I may as well give my notes in the original words, as copied next day in a more connected form. 1 hour 58 minutes, Greenwich time. I am suddenly struck by the fact that the whole of the western seas of the moon are showing through the shadow with singular sharpness, and that the whole region where they lie has assumed a decidedly reddish tinge, attaining its greatest brightness at a sort of temporary polar region, having Endymion about the position of its imaginary pole. I particularly notice that the lake of sleep has disappeared in this brightness, instead of standing out in a darker shade. And I notice that this so-called polar region is not parallel with the rim of the shadow, but rather west of it. William Carpenter, author of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. The Newtonian hypothesis involves the necessity of the Sun, in the case of a lunar eclipse, being on the opposite side of a globular Earth, to cast its shadow on the moon, but, since eclipses of the moon have taken place with both the Sun and the moon above the horizon, it follows that it cannot be the shadow of the Earth that eclipses the moon, that the theory is a blunder, and that it is nothing less than a proof that the Earth is not a globe. The moon cannot be sphere if it reflects a spherical form. The facts now placed in contrast make it impossible to conclude otherwise than that the moon does not shine by reflection, but by a light peculiar to herself, that she is in short self-luminous. This conclusion is confirmed by the following consideration. The moon is said by the Newtonian philosophers to be a sphere. If so, its surface could not possibly reflect. A reflector must be concave or plane, so that the rays of light may have an angle of incidence. If the surface is convex, every ray of light falls upon it in a line direct with radius, or perpendicular to the surface. Hence there cannot be an angle of incidence, and therefore none of reflection. If the moon's surface were a mass of highly polished silver, it could not reflect for more than a mere point. Let a silvered glass ball of considerable size be held before a lamp or fire of any magnitude, and it will be seen that instead of the whole surface reflecting light, there will only be a very small portion illuminated. But during full moon the whole disk shines intensely, an effect which from a spherical surface is impossible. Zetetic Astronomy, by Parallax, Sued. Samuel Burley Rowbottom. 1881. Dark bodies in the firmament. We have now seen that the existence of dark bodies revolving about the luminous objects in the firmament has been admitted by practical observers from the earliest ages, and that in our own day such a mass of evidence has accumulated on the subject, that astronomers are compelled to admit that not only dark bodies which occasionally obscure the luminous stars when in conjunction, but that cosmical bodies of large size exist, and that one at least is attached as a satellite to this Earth. It is this dark or non-luminous satellite, which when in conjunction or in a line with the moon and an observer on Earth, is the immediate cause of a lunar eclipse. The moon shining brightly during the whole time of eclipse, and with a light of different hue to that of the sun, and the light of the moon having, as previously shown, a different character to that of the sun, the Earth not a globe, and not in motion round the sun, but sun and moon always over the Earth's plane surface, render the proposition unavoidable, as it is clearly undeniable that a lunar eclipse does not and could not in the nature of things arise from a shadow of the Earth, but must of sheer logical necessity be referred to some other cause. In the report of the Academy of Sciences for October 12, 1846, and again for August 1847, the director of one of the French observatories gives a number of observations and calculations which have led him to conclude that there is at least one non-luminous body of considerable magnitude which is attached as a satellite to this Earth. Sir John Herschel admits that invisible moons exist in the firmament. Sir John Lubbock is of the same opinion, and gives rules and formula for calculating their distances and periods. At the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, in 1850, the President stated that the opinion was gaining ground, that many of the fixed stars were accompanied by companions emitting no light. At the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, in 1850, the President stated that the opinion was gaining ground, that many of the fixed stars were accompanied by companions emitting no light. Vedic mythology, Rahu and Ketu. In Vedic mythology, the total lunar eclipse is the result of the celestial bodies Rahu and Ketu taking their revenge by gobbling up the moon. Well, that was their way of describing what modern astronomers call dark stars orbiting above. Column of etheric energy from the aurora borealis up into Polaris. Another more speculative theory of why the moon turns blood red during the total lunar eclipse is that a column of etheric energy from the aurora borealis up into Polaris has come in between the circling sun and moon, above the flat Earth. That column would act as a filter to create the blood red color, and the curved shadow seen on the moon would be the result of the way light bends the column to cast a curved shadow, as the sun and moon transit around the column in a rare alignment. I'll see you on the dark side of the moon if you were on the light side of the moon, which the astronauts claim they were, not on Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, then the Earth would be above you, and not on the moon's horizon, as it is in any alleged moon picture from NASA. Also, the Earth should be 4 times larger than it is in any NASA picture from the moon. The lies just keep piling up. Focal length clarity inconsistencies of the moon. Remember how those old star-gazing binoculars say in the specifications that the maximum focal length for clarity and definition is approximately 1,000 miles. And yet, with these same binoculars you can see any crater on the moon with perfect clarity? But the moon is supposed to be 294,000 miles away? Somebody is not telling the truth. Meteoroids, asteroids, and comet hoaxes. These are bits of the sun, and/or tiny chunks from the firmament, ejected by electrical surges. Therefore, they consist of the same elements as iron meteorites. Asteroid terror. The entire extinction level event narrative that comes from the outer space propaganda about huge asteroids coming to hit the Earth is nothing more than propaganda. The worst an asteroid could do is make a tree fall, at the very worst. The terror is all hype, invented to create yet another leveraging tool to keep the masses under the gun of terror for social control reasons, in much the same way the fake nuclear arms arsenal was created. Terrorism against the population has always been the default weapon to keep everyone dependent upon the protection and direction of governmental powers. Controlling the narrative. The asteroid-caused extinction-level event concerning those reports about huge asteroids wandering in space, and which can strike the Earth by crossing its trajectory, predictive programming. Here, the primary motivation of the propaganda is not the meteor itself, but its location of interest. It came from outer space. Thus, reinforcing the globe deception in people's minds, as well as controlling the narrative. They use classical philosophic fallacies, appealing to fear, to control the narrative. 1. Argumentum ad metum, fear. 2. Argumentum in terrorem, terror. 3. Argumentum from adverse consequences, or scare tactics. These are basic fallacies in which a person attempts to create support for an idea by attempting to increase fear towards an alternative narrative. In addition, this procedure appeals to authority, aka argumentum ad verecundium. It uses appeals to false authority, of course. In other words, it places the mighty government in the foreground. Result: thanks to their alleged powers and abilities, the government can monitor and track space rocks that are potentially dangerous for the Earth and humanity. Because of their unparalleled qualifications, which you do not have, they say, you'll know when it will happen, when they say, if it will happen or not, and what to do if this is the case. That is the main objective of this type of propaganda, to control the narrative and level of fear you have. Whether the information is true or not, this is really secondary. We can see that strategy, scare tactic, being used by governments and the media right now in our everyday life of COVID-19 terrorism. It's MK Ultra trauma-based mind control. It's more about controlling the mindset of the masses than anything. There is a huge difference on the subconscious level of an individual between 1. If it happens, I cannot do much about it. 2. It will not happen, ever, because it is a hoax. Government is derived from the Latin verb governo, governare, meaning to control. And the Latin noun mens, or mentis, meaning mind. Government equals to control the mind. The asteroid-caused extinction-level event narrative could also be their ultimate scapegoat. All this could be designed for the biggest false flag that humanity has ever known. It is a well-known fact that the Jesuit Illuminati always puts some hidden truth, or their intentions out in plain sight for all to see. But only those with eyes will see it. It's most likely that there could be a huge deadly catastrophe in the near future hidden behind a smoke screen. e.g. an asteroid impact from mythical outer space. The problem is that any truth seekers knows outer space is fake. So another false flag could be on the way to bury that fact. On the portal of paradise on the western facade of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in Manhattan, there are sculptures of the end of modern New York. The Brooklyn Bridge is breaking in two, a bus is plummeting from it into the water, while waves rise up over the toppling skyline. People run in a panic below the stock exchange, and next to them a scorpion, snake, and other signs of pestilence swarm a skeleton. Wait and watch. Their big show is yet to come. Their alibi and mantra: it happened once with dinosaurs. Remember how we brainwashed you about ancient dinosaurs in all those Hollywood movies and elementary school story books? Evolution must be true because of dinosaurs, right? We told you this. We knew it would happen again, but we just didn't know exactly when. But we programmed you to believe it, so now it is here, and you believe it's a natural event, and not out weather modification weapons and holographic light show we created for you. Welcome to the Holy Vatican Jesuit terror of our will. Olivier Gautier and Gregory L. Garrett. The Jesuit Illuminati hiding their real intentions out in plain sight. It is a well-known fact that the Jesuit Illuminati always puts their real intentions out in plain sight for all to see. But only those with eyes to see will. Not all codes are alphanumeric. Some are visual, intended to be hidden in plain sight, predictive programming. All over the world, there are hidden messages in city streets, banks, cathedral, airport, movies, and even on currencies in circulation. We all know, we can easily find on internet descriptive videos about the 9/11 plot theories. One of them is about the American currency. Apparently, once correctly folded, the U.S. currency would reveal hidden images of the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And as we can surprisingly see here, when properly folded, they reveal indeed this strange hidden sequences, one on the $5. The untouched Twin Towers. 2 on the $10, one of the towers had been hit. 3 on the $20, the second tower is hit as well. 4 on $50, the towers started to collapse. 5 on the $100 dollar bill, the two towers are reduced to ashes. What are the odds? Coincidence or prophecy? Wait, the sequence is not complete, which increases the suspicions about a mere strange coincidence. Once again, correctly folded, one can see, 1 on the back of the $10, the undamaged Pentagon. 2 on the back of the $20, it is hit by a missile and burning. 3 on the back of the $100, the Pentagon is demolished. I am no detective, but had I been one at the U.S. Department of Defense, I would have strongly suspected the Treasury Department and the Bureau of Engraving and Printing (BEP) of foreknowledge. In short, all those related to the manufacture of the American mint would be called into suspicion. Furthermore, George Bush Sr. announced for the first time the upcoming arrival of a new world order in his speech toward a new world order on September 11, 1990, exactly 11 years before the attacks of September 11, 2001. What are the odds? Coincidence or prophecy? And these currencies were manufactured and printed from 1996 until 2000, prior to the attacks. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Do you think it was, indeed, a scripted coincidental prophecy? Hardly. Some would say that there's a key difference between being trusting and being gullible. Problem solving is the essence of what leaders exist to do, right? Why not create them, then? This is classic Hegelian dialectic. they create the problem, wait for the fear-based reaction, then step in to provide the pre-planned solution. Infrared photography and atmospheric refraction and distortion reduction. Did you ever wonder why infrared photographed landscape photos look so crispy sharp? It may not be obvious, but photographing in the near-infrared part of the spectrum has some definite benefits over photographing visible light, especially for landscape photography. You might have noticed that infrared light has some ability to penetrate the haze in the air. Why is that? Haze is caused by light scattering off particles in the air. One of the fascinating features of IR photography is its ability to penetrate haze and light fog. Infrared radiation has a longer wavelength than visible light and can penetrate haze more easily. What does this mean for flat Earth proof? Well, with infrared photography, you eliminate the excuse of missing curvature as being the result of leaping images jumping up because of refraction. Infrared does not operate using the visible light spectrum, and so the refraction that might be caused by water droplets or pollution in the atmosphere is easily ruled out. Celestial spheres cosmology. The celestial spheres, or celestial orbs, were the fundamental entities of the cosmological models developed by Plato, Eudoxus, Aristotle, Ptolemy, Copernicus, and others. In these celestial models, the apparent motions of the fixed stars and planets are accounted for by treating them as embedded in rotating spheres made of an ethereal, transparent fifth element, quintessence, like jewels set in orbs. Since it was believed that the fixed stars did not change their positions relative to one another, it was argued that they must be on the surface of a single starry sphere. In modern thought, the orbits of the planets are viewed as the paths of those planets through mostly empty space. Ancient and medieval thinkers, however, considered the celestial orbs to be thick spheres of rarefied matter nested one within the other, each one in complete contact with the sphere above it and the sphere below. When scholars applied Ptolemy's epicycles, they presumed that each planetary sphere was exactly thick enough to accommodate them. By combining this nested sphere model with astronomical observations, scholars calculated what became generally accepted values at the time for the distances to the Sun, about 4 million miles, to the other planets, and to the edge of the universe, about 73 million miles. The nested sphere model's distances to the Sun and planets differ significantly from modern measurements of the distances, and the size of the universe is now known to be inconceivably large and continuously expanding. Albert van Helden has suggested that from about 1250 until the 17th century, virtually all educated Europeans were familiar with the Ptolemaic model of nesting spheres and the cosmic dimensions derived from it. Even following the adoption of Copernicus's heliocentric model of the universe, new versions of the celestial sphere model were introduced, with the planetary spheres following this sequence from the central Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn. Mainstream belief in the theory of celestial spheres did not survive the scientific revolution. In the early 1600s, Kepler continued to discuss celestial spheres, although he did not consider that the planets were carried by the spheres, but held that they moved in elliptical paths described by Kepler's laws of planetary motion. In the late 1600s, Greek and medieval theories concerning the motion of terrestrial and celestial objects were replaced by Newton's law of universal gravitation and Newtonian mechanics, which explain how Kepler's laws arise from the gravitational attraction between bodies. Early ideas of spheres and circles in Greek antiquity. The ideas of celestial spheres and rings first appeared in the cosmology of Anaximander in the early 6th century BC. In his cosmology, both the Sun and Moon are circular open vents in tubular rings of fire enclosed in tubes of condensed air. These rings constitute the rims of rotating chariot-like wheels pivoting on the Earth at their center. The fixed stars are also open vents in such wheel rims, but there are so many such wheels for the stars that their contiguous rims all together form a continuous spherical shell encompassing the Earth. All these wheel rims had originally been formed out of an original sphere of fire wholly encompassing the Earth, which had disintegrated into many individual rings. Hence, in Anaximander's cosmogony, in the beginning was the sphere, out of which celestial rings were formed, from some of which the stellar sphere was in turn composed. As viewed from the Earth, the ring of the Sun was highest, that of the Moon was lower, and the sphere of the stars was lowest. Following Anaximander, his pupil Anaximenes c. 585-528/4 held that the stars, sun, moon, and planets are all made of fire. But whilst the stars are fastened on a revolving crystal sphere like nails or studs, the sun, moon, and planets, and also the Earth, all just ride on air like leaves because of their breadth. And whilst the fixed stars are carried around in a complete circle by the stellar sphere, the sun, moon, and planets do not revolve under the Earth between setting and rising again like the stars do. But rather on setting they go laterally around the Earth like a cap turning halfway around the head until they rise again. And unlike Anaximander, he relegated the fixed stars to the region most distant from the Earth. The most enduring feature of Anaximenes' cosmos was its conception of the stars being fixed on a crystal sphere as in a rigid frame, which became a fundamental principle of cosmology down to Copernicus and Kepler. After Anaximenes, Pythagoras, Xenophanes, and Parmenides all held that the universe was spherical. And much later in the 4th century BC, Plato's Timaeus proposed that the body of the cosmos was made in the most perfect and uniform shape, that of a sphere containing the fixed stars. But it posited that the planets were spherical bodies set in rotating bands or rings rather than wheel rims as in Anaximander's cosmology. Emergence of the planetary spheres instead of bands. Plato's student Eudoxus developed a planetary model using concentric spheres for all the planets, with 3 spheres each for his models of the Moon and the Sun and 4 each for the models of the other 5 planets, thus making 26 spheres in all. Callippus modified this system, using 5 spheres for his models of the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars and retaining 4 spheres for the models of Jupiter and Saturn, thus making 33 spheres in all. Each planet is attached to the innermost of its own particular set of spheres. Although the models of Eudoxus and Callippus qualitatively describe the major features of the motion of the planets, they fail to account exactly for these motions and therefore cannot provide quantitative predictions. Although historians of Greek science have traditionally considered these models to be merely geometrical representations, recent studies have proposed that they were also intended to be physically real, or have withheld judgment, noting the limited evidence to resolve the question. In his Metaphysics, Aristotle developed a physical cosmology of spheres, based on the mathematical models of Eudoxus. In Aristotle's fully developed celestial model, the spherical Earth is at the center of the universe and the planets are moved by either 47 or 55 interconnected spheres that form a unified planetary system. Whereas in the models of Eudoxus and Callippus each planet's individual set of spheres were not connected to those of the next planet. Aristotle says the exact number of spheres, and hence the number of movers, is to be determined by astronomical investigation, but he added additional spheres to those proposed by Eudoxus and Callippus, to counteract the motion of the outer spheres. Aristotle considers that these spheres are made of an unchanging fifth element, the ether. Each of these concentric spheres is moved by its own God, an unchanging divine unmoved mover, and who moves its sphere simply by virtue of being loved by it. Ptolemaic model of the spheres for Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn with epicycle, eccentric deferent and equipoint. George von Feuerbach, Theoricae Novae Planetarium, 1474. In his Almagest, the astronomer Ptolemy F.L. ca. 150 AD, developed geometrical predictive models of the motions of the stars and planets, and extended them to a unified physical model of the cosmos in his planetary hypotheses. By using eccentrics and epicycles, his geometrical model achieved greater mathematical detail and predictive accuracy than had been exhibited by earlier concentric spherical models of the cosmos. In Ptolemy's physical model, each planet is contained in 2 or more spheres, but in Book 2 of his planetary hypotheses Ptolemy depicted thick circular slices rather than spheres as in its Book 1. One sphere/slice is the deferent, with a center offset somewhat from the Earth. The other sphere/slice is an epicycle embedded in the deferent, with the planet embedded in the epicyclical sphere/slice. Ptolemy's model of nesting spheres provided the general dimensions of the cosmos, the greatest distance of Saturn being 19,865 times the radius of the Earth, and the distance of the fixed stars being at least 20,000 Earth radii. The planetary spheres were arranged outwards from the spherical, stationary Earth at the center of the universe in this order: the spheres of the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. In more detailed models, the 7 planetary spheres contained other secondary spheres within them. The planetary spheres were followed by the stellar sphere containing the fixed stars. Other scholars added a 9th sphere to account for the precession of the equinoxes, a 10th to account for the supposed trepidation of the equinoxes, and even an 11th to account for the changing obliquity of the ecliptic. In antiquity, the order of the lower planets was not universally agreed. Plato and his followers ordered them Moon, Sun, Mercury, Venus, and then followed the standard model for the upper spheres. Others disagreed about the relative place of the spheres of Mercury and Venus. Ptolemy placed both of them beneath the Sun with Venus above Mercury, but noted others placed them both above the Sun. Some medieval thinkers, such as Albitrucci, placed the sphere of Venus above the Sun, and that of Mercury below it. The 2 celestial poles debate, red herring in the heliocentric model. The north and south celestial poles are the 2 imaginary points in the sky where the Earth's axis of rotation, indefinitely extended, intersects the celestial sphere. The north and south celestial poles appear permanently directly overhead to observers at the Earth's north pole and south pole, respectively. As the Earth spins on its axis, the 2 celestial poles remain fixed in the sky, and all other points appear to rotate around them, completing 1 circuit per day, strictly, per sidereal day. However, the concept of a southern celestial pole is a misnomer, an inaccurate designation. It does not exist, and so the entire dual pole concept of the globe is irrelevant. To wit, if you go to the South Pole, you find out it is not a pole at all. It is a circular ice wall that stretches nearly 65,000 miles. That being the case, the whole 2 celestial pole argument is a red herring distraction away from the actual observable topography of the Earth. A red herring is something intended to distract you or throw you off the track from the truth. If there is no South Pole, then there is no celestial South Pole to even debate about. The universe of Aristotle and Ptolemy, and the role of Eratosthenes. Aristotle and Eratosthenes. Although Aristotle was not a scientist, it is important to note that he did point out that the Earth had to be sphere since its shadow was always circular. This was in fact a key scientific insight. It allowed Eratosthenes around 200 BC to calculate the circumference of the Earth. The method was very clever for the time. The southern Egyptian city of Syene had a well in which sunrays fell directly vertical during the summer solstice. The sun was therefore at the zenith there during this time. However, during the same time in Alexandria, the sun was 7 degrees south of the zenith, 1/50th of the circumference of the sky. Now, since the Earth was spherical, from Aristotle, The 7-degree angle subtended at the Earth's surface divided by 360 degrees equaled the distance between Alexandria and Syene divided by the Earth's circumference. That is, by using 7/360 equals distance/circumference, he could measure the distance in units of stadia, and then infer the circumference in stadia, about 40,000. Hard to infer the actual distance in standard modern units since stadia are of varying sizes, but the technique was clever at the time, and if one uses typical stadium lengths of the time, the estimate was only off by a number between 4 and 14%. Aristotle's spheres. The celestial sphere that we introduced previously is a convenient fiction to locate objects in the sky. However, the Greek philosopher Aristotle, many of Aristotle's works are available at the Internet Classics Archive, proposed that the heavens were literally composed of 55 concentric crystalline spheres to which the celestial objects were attached and which rotated at different velocities, but the angular velocity was constant for a given sphere, with the Earth at the center. The following figure illustrates the ordering of the spheres to which the Sun, Moon, and visible planets were attached. The diagram is not to scale, and the planets are aligned for convenience in illustration. Generally, they were distributed around the spheres. There were additional buffering spheres that lay between the spheres illustrated. The sphere of the stars lay beyond the one shown here for the planets. Finally, in the Aristotelian conception, there was an outermost sphere that was the domain of the prime mover. The prime mover caused the outermost sphere to rotate at constant angular velocity, and this motion was imparted from sphere to sphere, thus causing the whole thing to rotate. By adjusting the velocities of these concentric spheres, many features of planetary motion could be explained. However, the troubling observations of varying planetary brightness and retrograde motion could not be accommodated. The spheres moved with constant angular velocity, and the objects attached to them were always the same distance from the Earth, because they moved on spheres with the Earth at the center. Epicycles and planetary motion. The solution to these problems came in the form of a clever proposal. Planets were attached, not to the concentric spheres themselves, but to circles attached to the concentric spheres, as illustrated in the adjacent diagram. These circles were called epicycles, and the concentric spheres to which they were attached were termed the deferents. Then, the centers of the epicycles executed uniform circular motion, as they went around the deferent at uniform angular velocity, and at the same time the epicycles, to which the planets were attached, executed their own uniform circular motion. The net effect was as illustrated in the following animation. As the center of the epicycle moves around the deferent at constant angular velocity, the planet moves around the epicycle, also at constant angular velocity. The apparent position of the planet on the celestial sphere at each time is indicated by the line drawn from the Earth through the planet and projected onto the celestial sphere. The resulting apparent path against the background stars is indicated by the blue line. Now, in this tortured model, one sees that it is possible to have retrograde motion and varying brightness, since at times as viewed from the Earth the planet can appear to move backward on the celestial sphere. Obviously, the distance of the planet from the Earth also varies with time, which leads to variations in brightness. Thus, the idea of uniform circular motion is saved, at least in some sense, by this scheme, and it allows a description of retrograde motion and varying planetary brightness. More sophisticated epicycles, the Ptolemaic universe. In practice, even this was not enough to account for the detailed motion of the planets on the celestial sphere. In more sophisticated epicycle models, further refinements were introduced. In some cases, epicycles were themselves placed on epicycles, as illustrated in the adjacent figure. In actual models, the center of the epicycle moved with uniform circular motion, not around the center of the deferent, but around a point that was displaced by some distance from the center of the deferent. That ancient astronomers could convince themselves that this elaborate scheme still corresponded to uniform circular motion is testament to the power of three ideas that we now know to be completely wrong, but that were so ingrained in the astronomers of an earlier age that they were essentially never questioned. All motion in the heavens is uniform circular motion. The objects in the heavens are made from perfect material and cannot change their intrinsic properties, example, their brightness. The Earth is at the center of the universe. These ideas concerning uniform circular motion and epicycles were catalogued by Ptolemy in 150 AD. His book was called the Almagest, literally, the greatest, and this picture of the structure of the solar system has come to be called the Ptolemaic universe. Medieval Aristotelian astronomy. By the Middle Ages, such ideas took on a new power as the philosophy of Aristotle, newly rediscovered in Europe, was wedded to medieval theology in the great synthesis of Christianity and reason undertaken by philosopher-theologians such as Thomas Aquinas. The prime mover of Aristotle's universe became the god of Christian theology. The outermost sphere of the prime mover became identified with the Christian heaven, and the position of the earth at the center of it all was understood in terms of the concern that the Christian God had for the affairs of mankind. Thus, the ideas largely originating with pagan Greek philosophers were baptized into the Catholic Church, and eventually assumed the power of religious dogma. To challenge this view of the universe was not merely a scientific issue, it became a theological one as well, and subjected dissenters to the considerable, and not always benevolent power of the Church. Chapter 4. Letter to a Heliocentrist. Dear Heliocentrist, absolutely everything you said was wrong. I know where you are getting it from, of course, Discovery Channel, Carl Sagan's Cosmos, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, the higher educational universities, elementary school textbooks, magazines, Hollywood science fiction films, YouTube videos, Star Trek, Star Wars, film production company NASA, and the list goes on and on. I studied advanced astrophysics at UCSC under Frank Drake, so I know all about what you know and why you know it. I had many private conversations with Professor Drake, and he told me multiple times that all of astrophysics is actually a hoax. Yes, the famous Frank Drake even knew about it. He quite directly told me there is no outer space. All of NASA is CGI film, and we never went to the moon, the etc. The whole game was revealed. This was later in his life, and all his ET research was well behind him, and so he spoke freely about the joke of it all. This got me to investigating on my own to see what he was talking about. In case you do not know who Frank Drake is, because I know how much you delight in citations, from Wikipedia, Frank Donald Drake, born May 28, 1930, is an American astronomer and astrophysicist. He is involved in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, including the founding of SETI, mounting the first observational attempts at detecting extraterrestrial communications in 1960 in Project Ozma, developing the Drake equation, and as the creator of the Arecibo message, a digital encoding of an astronomical and biological description of the Earth and its life forms for transmission into the cosmos. So, starting here, most everything in the universe is falling around something else. You just operate on one false assumption after another. Gravity is an unproven Kabbalistic-based occult fantasy. 4-1. Secondly, you assume outer space even exists, which is laughable, Mr. Secret NASA fanboy. Further, you construct fantasy notions about gravity and celestial bodies in a Star Trek science fiction outer space, and it just gets worse and worse with each word you write, like you are purposely brainwashing yourself and refusing to comprehend that. You keep asking for citation and references, and you are feeding me to most science fiction-based nonsense, known to man? Scientism 1010, and then all the assumptions about the sun being some massive object with Walt Disney magic gravity that the Earth is in free fall marriage with? LOL, it just gets so bad I literally cringed. Did you ever stop to think just why the Freemasons regard gravity as a god, their god? It was a fantasy they made up to connect all their fantasies for you to ingest since kindergarten. It's like you actually went through all the Freemasonic brainwashing in our Freemasonic educational system, without ever questioning anything. Like, are you for real? You seem to only believe in fantasies and science fiction fairy tales? Like with a kind of Santa Claus is real childlike wonder in you. I can hear it through your words. You actually are convinced you are in outer space on a spinning ball in a magic gravity fairy tale told by Hermetic occultists, and then to you through the conduit of the Jesuit sun-worshipping religion called HELIOSINTRICKERY. Ancient Hermetic occult doctrine was repackaged by Vatican Jesuits and the web of secret societies to effectually create a new religion called astrophysics, so they could infiltrate all religions, governments, educational systems, businesses, etc. under the guise of science. Astrophysics is nothing but repackaged Hermetic occult fantasy, which was used as a Trojan horse to advance the Freemasonic Helios religion into the world. Dude, you are not living on a spinning ball in space. LOL, you have been brainwashed. There is only so much I can do. I show people exactly how it was done in my book, The Scientism Delusion. The Hermetic occult was introduced into mainstream science in the 15th century by the occult Vatican Jesuits, how Jesuit affiliate Copernicus was used, and Freemason Sir Isaac Newton. This is open domain knowledge. It's not a secret or conspiracy. Anyone can find this out. How NASA was created by a team of science fiction writers, movie makers, Operation Paperclip Nazi scientists, etc. And occultist Jack Parson. Again, this is all open domain knowledge, not a conspiracy. And then there is the physical science that reveals zero curvature. I mean zero curvature anywhere. Every measurement, every non-doctored photograph from up high, every scientific data point proves you live on a stable, unmoving plane. And then there is the chronological lining up of very significant military operations, ensuing Admiral Byrd's exploring Antarctica. Even if I were to entirely disregard any possible inference and circumstantial evidence derived either correctly or incorrectly from the chronology of events below, the chronological logic of the following events defies all likelihood of statistical aberration. Formation of the United Nations. Operation Dominic, Operation Deep Freeze, formation of NASA, Operation Fishbowl, Operation High Jump, the Antarctic Treaty. Most people have never even heard of these events. These are historical events. Again, this is not a conspiracy. It is all open domain knowledge. Look up these operations. Start to think deeply about how all these thousands of variables line up into a massive agenda, a mosaic and constellation of events and situations to make you think you are living on a spinning ball in Star Trek outer space. Freemason, Gene Roddenberry created Star Trek to further reinforce the sun-worshipping Freemasonic heliocentric religion in your mind. I have never met a globe earther who has researched these things. That tells me a lot. They are not researching anything, but spurious tricks all day long to try to defend a losing Helios-worshipping battle that their Freemasonic Jesuit kindergarten set them up for. Jesuit Satanists were losing Catholic congregants after the 95 Theses, or Disputation on the Power of Indulgences, a list of propositions for an academic disputation written in 1517 by Martin Luther, professor of moral theology at the University of Wittenberg, Germany, was published. Starting the Reformation, a schism in the Catholic Church, which profoundly changed Europe. There was a little significant papal reaction to the Protestants, or to demands for reform from within the Roman Catholic Church before mid-century. Pope Paul III, reigned 1534–49, is considered to be the first pope of the Counter-Reformation. It was he who in 1545 convened the Council of Trent, and the Jesuits got the official authority to win back those wayward Catholic apostates, using any nefarious strategy they could. The Jesuits infiltrated Protestant churches and corrupted Christianity from within, worldwide, but they quickly realized that it would be far more effective to create a religion. In the 1500s, the Vatican Catholic Church was losing congregates because of the Protestant Reformation, 1517 to 1648, so working with occultists Galileo, Kepler, and Copernicus, they invented a heliocentric globe model deception to capture that apostasy back to the Church. Later, alchemical occultists, Sir Isaac Newton was enlisted to further the deception. What had happened is that the Vatican Jesuits had eventually and effectively injected heliocentrism and Big Bang cosmology into all religions to infiltrate them from within, and thereby, they circumvented the necessity of overthrowing other religions with violence. They simply hijacked all religions with fake astronomical science. It should come as no surprise that Vatican Catholic, George Henry Joseph Edouard Lemaitre, a Belgian Catholic priest, astronomer and professor of physics at the Catholic University of Leuven, first invented the Big Bang astrophysical idea. And that the Catholic Church owns the largest telescopes in the world, dwarfing any university telescopes by comparison. The Vatican Church is supposedly supposed to be against science when all along, going back to Copernicus and Sir Isaac Newton, they were spearheading all the modern scientific findings, but moreover, they were in control of the interpretation of those findings. After all, they had all the data. It was their data, and their interpretation of the data that eventually became what is known today as modern science, and all those interpretations were merely fantasies created from alchemical Kabbalistic Hermeticism, and not rooted in actual empirical science. Today this assumptive, false empiricism is known as scientism, and it includes heliocentrism, Big Bang cosmology, evolutionary theory, and the idea that outer space is a real thing, other than the Kabbalistic Jesuit fantasy that is always was. Eventually, the Jesuits were forced to go underground from espionage intrigues on their part in over 86 countries, and so they morphed into what is known as the Illuminati, which was, in turn, fingered for their subversive deeds and forced to conceal themselves by infiltrating Freemasonry. Freemasonry had become a nursery for ancient Babylonian mystery school teachings. It was through the infiltration of Freemasonry that the Jesuits were able to co-opt Freemasonry to resurrect ancient Egyptian Babylonian occult teachings for a new occult false doctrine called evolution, as the next step in their heliocentric globe model deception. To perpetuate the fantasy belief in outer space and ultimately, alien life. They used Freemasonic agent and alchemical occultists, Sir Isaac Newton, to fabricate the gravity myth to make the Big Bang and evolutionary theory all work. Gravity became the god of the Freemasons, and the occult religion called heliocentrism. From Freemason, Erasmus Darwin, the Jesuits eventually received their evolutionary theory, which was necessary to keep the heliocentric globe model going, as well as to aid in social Darwinian eugenics, genocide, programs worldwide. If the universe came from a Big Bang, then it needed to evolve, and eventually evolve to a point where man came from alien life. That was the Jesuit alien deception agenda all along. In effect then, it was through the infiltration of Freemasonry that the Jesuits were able to perpetuate ancient Egyptian Babylonian occult teachings for a new occult false doctrine called evolution, as the next step in their heliocentric globe model deception. To perpetuate the fantasy belief in outer space and ultimately, alien life. And how to perpetuate the sun-worshipping Helios religion of Freemasonry, all astronauts were Freemasons or affiliates. Fact. Do you not even ever question anything when all this information? I mean thousands of data points of information line up to scream in your ear, you do not live on science fiction spinning ball. Research these. 1. Horizon always rises to eye level 2. Water always finds its level 3. Gyroscopes always remaining level throughout worldwide airplane flight travel 4. Polaris never moves from its position despite Earth's travel through space 5. No measurable curvature 6. Terminator line on. The moon during daytime often does not coincide with sun's directional light 7. Gravity is simply buoyancy and density 8. No photographic evidence of satellites 9. Questionable flight paths in southern hemisphere 10. Antarctic Treaty forbids freedom of movement in the Antarctic 11. Van Allen radiation belt makes space travel impossible 12. Water bubbles on ISS film footage 13. The moon landing 14. The sun and globe Earth model contradictions. Psalm 82, a psalm of Asaph. They do not know or understand, they wander in the darkness, all the foundations of the earth are shaken. 6. I have said, you are gods, you are all sons of the Most High. 7. But like mortals, you will die, and like rulers, you will fall. Psalm 82:6. Jesus was saying this to Jewish Pharisees who pretend to be gods in their judgment of others, but they will die like any mortal. 1. God presides in the great assembly, he renders judgment among the gods. 2. How long will you defend the unjust and show partiality to the wicked? 3. Defend the weak and the fatherless, uphold the cause of the poor and the oppressed. 4. Rescue the weak and the needy, deliver them from the hand of the wicked. 5. The gods know nothing, they understand nothing. They walk about in darkness, all the foundations of the earth are shaken. 6. I said, you are gods, you are all sons of the Most High. 7. But you will die like mere mortals, you will fall like every other ruler. 8. Rise up, O God, judge the earth, for all the nations are your inheritance. They may think they are gods. They might be children of God, but they'll die like any other man, which is what I am saying constantly to all those seeking apotheosis through esoteric secret knowledge. It is a trap. List of great YouTube Flat Earth channels. 1. Rob Skiba 2. Celebrate Truth 3. Crow 777 4, ODD Reality 5, Richie from Boston 6, Scrawny 2 Braun 7, We Are Change 8, The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction 9, Jeranism 10, Nicholson 1968 11, Kafka Winston World 12, DITRH 13, Mark Sargent 14, Eric Dubé 15, Glowbuster 16, The Morgul 17, Migmag 18, Johnny Sirachi 19, WLC Videos 20, Now You See TV 21, The Way Biblical Fellowship 22, Torah Family 23, Walter Veith 24, Trey Smith 25, 119 Ministries 26, Endeavor Freedom 27, FOJC Radio 28, Authentic Intent 29, Dean Odell 30, Face Like the Sun 31, The Potter's Clay 32, A Plain Truth.info 33, Madison Star Moon 34, Seventh Day Truth Seeker 35, Feed Your Mind 36, Paul on the Plain 37, D. Marble 38, The Flat Earth Podcast 39, Flat Earth Smarts with a JC 1884-40, Stinky CASH 41, TET's Truth Tube 42, The Constable 43, Captain Obvious 54, Flat Earth Bible Verses 1, Earth created before the sun, Genesis 1:1-19:2, universe is complete, not ever expanding. Genesis 2:1-3, earth measurements unknown. Job 38:4-5, Job 38:18, Jeremiah 31:37, Proverbs 25:3-4, earth is a disc/circle, not a ball. Isaiah 40:22. Proverbs 8:27, Job 38:13-14:5, earth measured with a line, not a curve. Job 38:4-5-6, extremely large area of land is flat, no curvature. Ezekiel 45:17, note, Ezekiel 45:1 represents a length of approximately 52 miles and a width of approximately 20 miles without any curvature, only flat. 8. A plane can't exist on a ball, only a flat/level surface of which Yeshua, aka Jesus, stood upon. Luke 6:17-9, paths are straight, not curved. 1 Samuel 6:12, Psalm 5:8, Psalm 27:11, Isaiah 40:3, Jeremiah 31:9, Matthew 3:3, Mark 1:3, Luke 3:4, John 1:23, Acts 16:11, Acts 21:1. Hebrews 12:13-10, waters are straight, not curved. Job 37:10-11, earthquakes shake earth, and does not move. 2 Samuel 22:8, Isaiah 13:13, Revelation 6:12-13. 12. Earth is fixed and immovable. 1 Chronicles 16:30, Psalm 33:9, Psalm 93:1, Psalm 96:10, Psalm 104:5, Psalm 119:89-90, Isaiah 14:7, Isaiah 45:18, Zechariah 1:11, Hebrews 11:10, 2 Peter 3:5-13, be still and know that I am God, Psalm 46:10. To understand why this scripture was added to this page, click here. 14. Earth has pillars and hangs on nothing. 1 Samuel 2:8, Job 9:6, Job 26:7, Psalm 75:3-15. Earth has a face, a geometrical flat surface. Genesis 1:29, Genesis 4:14, Genesis 6:1, Genesis 6:7, Genesis 7:3, Genesis 7:4, Genesis 8:9, Genesis 11:8. Genesis 11:9, Genesis 41:56, Exodus 32:12, Exodus 33:16, Numbers 12:3, Deuteronomy 6:15, Deuteronomy 7:6, 1 Samuel 20:15, 1 Kings 13:34, Job 37:12, Psalm 104:30, Jeremiah 25:26, Jeremiah 28:16, Ezekiel 34:6, Ezekiel 38:20, Ezekiel 39:14, Amos 9:6, Amos 9:8, Zechariah 5:3, Luke 12:56. Luke 21:35-16, waters have a face, a geometrical flat surface. Genesis 1:2, Genesis 7:18, Job 38:30-17. In reference to Genesis 1:2, have you ever heard of the abyssal plains? Abyssal plains cover more than 50% of Earth. Also, they are some of the flattest, smoothest areas on Earth. It is impossible for the abyssal plains to cover more than 50% of the Earth and for the Earth to be a sphere. Perhaps the Earth is flat? 18. Sky has a face, a geometrical flat surface. Matthew 16:3, Luke 12:56-19. Earth has ends. Deuteronomy 28:49, Deuteronomy 28:64, Deuteronomy 33:17, 1 Samuel 2:10, Job 37:3, Job 38:13, Psalm 46:9, Psalm 48:10, Psalm 59:13, Psalm 61:2, Psalm 65:5. Psalm 67:7, Psalm 72:8, Psalm 98:3, Psalm 135:7, Proverbs 8:29, Proverbs 17:24, Proverbs 30:4, Isaiah 5:26, Isaiah 26:15, Isaiah 40:28, Isaiah 41:5, Isaiah 41:9, Isaiah 42:10, Isaiah 43:6, Isaiah 45:22, Isaiah 48:20, Isaiah 49:6, Isaiah 52:10, Jeremiah 10:13, Jeremiah 16:19, Jeremiah 25:31. Jeremiah 25:33, Jeremiah 51:16, Daniel 4:22, Micah 5:4, Zechariah 9:10, Matthew 12:42, Luke 11:31, Acts 13:47-20, Earth has four corners/quarters, Jeremiah 9:26, Jeremiah 25:23, Isaiah 11:12, Ezekiel 7:2, Ecclesiastes 1:6, Revelation 7:1. Revelation 20:8-21, the 1, firmament/dome/vaulted dome. An expanse created thereby and upon where God's throne exists. Genesis 1:6-8, Genesis 1:14-18, Genesis 1:20, Genesis 7:11, Genesis 8:2, Job 9:8, Job 26:7, Job 28:24, Job 37:3, Job 37:18, Psalm 19:1, Psalm 148:4, Psalm 150:1, Proverbs 8:28, Isaiah 40:22, Isaiah 42:5, Isaiah 44:24, Isaiah 45:12. Isaiah 48:13, Ezekiel 1:22-26, Ezekiel 10:1, Daniel 12:3, Amos 9:6, Acts 7:56, Revelation 4:6, Revelation 6:14-22, for we are told in Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. A man who is determined to undermine the scriptural proof of the firmament, undermines the handiwork of God. 23. For those who believe the firmament to have disappeared after the flood, why is it that King David wrote the following in Psalm 148:4, Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. You see, the same waters that were held back by the firmament in Genesis 1:6-8 continue to hold back the waters after the great flood even till this very moment. 24. The following notes are a response to those who deny that a physical firmament/dome structure is being stretched above our heads. 25. Genesis 1:6-8. With understanding the properties of water, it requires a physically hardened substance to keep it contained. Thus, a dome/firmament is not only logical, but is within the proper context of Scripture. 26. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. Job 26:7, KJV, from the north is being stretched over what empty place? 27. Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong, and as a molten-looking glass? Job 37:18. The premise of this verse is a question being posed, in order to put man in perspective to the Creator. In that teaching moment God reveals a truth about the expanse, that it is strong just like a molten-looking glass. 28. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Isaiah 40:22, KJV. This verse shares the same language Job 26:7. What in the heavens is being stretched out as a curtain? What in the heavens are spread out that would allow us to live under it as a tent? 29. Thus saith the Lord, thy Redeemer, and he that formed thee from the womb, I am the Lord that maketh all things, that stretcheth forth the heavens alone, that spreadeth abroad the earth by myself. Isaiah 44:24, KJV again. What is being stretched in the heavens? 30. I have made the earth, and created man upon it, I even my hands, have stretched out the heavens, and all their host have I commanded. Isaiah 45:12 KVJ. This verse, Isaiah 45:12, is in agreement with Job 26:7 and Job 37:18. As well as there is no contradiction within the inspired words of God. Only a fool is willing to declare God a liar by stating that his hands have not stretched out the heavens. Let God be true and every man a liar. Romans 3:4-31, Mine hand also hath laid the foundation of the earth. And my right hand hath spanned the heavens, when I call unto them, they stand up together. Isaiah 48:13, KJV. What is being spanned by God in the heavens? 32. Ezekiel 1:22-26. Ezekiel 10:1. The analogies of the firmament make no sense without a literal firmament. 33. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Daniel 12:3, KJV. Just as the firmament is described as firm like a molten looking glass, it has a hardened surface from which a shine can occur. 34. Who builds his upper chambers in the heavens and founds his vault upon the earth. Amos 9:6a, ESV. Vaults are sealed to a surface to contain the contents within, maybe even a firmament. 35. And he said, Behold, I see the heavens opened, and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. Acts 7:56, KJV. If the heavens are only the open expanse/sky, why would it have to be reopened? What is being opened? Perhaps the firmament? 36. And before the throne there was as it were a sea of glass, like crystal. Revelation 4:6a, KJV. See also Job 37:18. 37. The sky vanished like a scroll that is being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Revelation 6:14, KJV. What is being departed as a scroll when it is rolled together? 38. If anyone is causing a divide/wedge over the true existence of the dome/firmament, it is the obstinance of the man to reject God's word for his descriptions of his firmament. 39. Sun moves, not the earth. Genesis 15:12, Genesis 15:17, Genesis 19:23, Genesis 32:31, Exodus 17:12, Exodus 22:3, Exodus 22:26, Leviticus 22:7, Numbers 2:3, Numbers 21:11, Numbers 34:15, Deuteronomy 4:41, Deuteronomy 4:47, Deuteronomy 11:30, Deuteronomy 16:6. Deuteronomy 23:11, Deuteronomy 24:13, Deuteronomy 24:15, Joshua 1:15, Joshua 8:29, Joshua 10:27, Joshua 12:1, Joshua 13:5, Joshua 19:12, Joshua 19:27, Joshua 19:34, Judges 8:13, Judges 9:33, Judges 14:18, Judges 19:14, Judges 20:43, 2 Samuel 2:24, 2 Samuel 3:35, 2 Samuel 23:4, 1 Kings 22:36. 2 Chronicles 18:34, Psalm 50:1, Psalm 113:3, Ecclesiastes 1:5, Isaiah 41:25, Isaiah 45:6, Isaiah 59:19, Jeremiah 15:9, Daniel 6:14, Amos 8:9, Jonah 4:8, Micah 3:6, Nahum 3:17, Malachi 1:11, Matthew 5:45, Mark 16:2, Ephesians 4:26. James 1:11-40, note, the Bible uses words that describe the sun, with only a few known exceptions, as moving, though some believe that words like rising and down imply the sun is moving up and down over the alleged curvature of the earth. In addition to spinning globe earth believing Christians completely missing the fact that the Bible uses words which describe the sun as moving, they also fail to analyze the original Hebrew and Greek meaning of those same words. The original Hebrew and Greek words have meanings, such as, to come, to go, to irradiate, or shoot forth beams, to appear, as soon as it appears, east side, eastward, and entrance, the west, by which came, as cometh, in coming, entering, entrance into, entry, or goeth, westward. And, these words are relating to the placement, direction, of the sun in relation to the context of the particular biblical account. Unless one is willing to depart from the true meanings of these words, and cause contradictions with other verses that state the earth as being flat, there is no case to be made for the sun to be rising, or going down over the alleged curvature of the imaginary, and unprovable ball/sphere-shaped earth. To research the original Hebrew and Greek of the words in any of the verses referenced on this webpage, there are many good online resources, including Bible Hub and Restoration Study Bible. 41. Sun stops moving. Isaiah 60:20, Job 9:7, Joshua 10:12-14, Habakkuk 3:11-42. Sun moves backwards. 2 Kings 20:8-11-43. Moon has its own light. Genesis 1:16, Isaiah 13:10, Isaiah 30:26, Isaiah 60:19-20, Jeremiah 31:35, Ezekiel 32:7. Matthew 24:29, Mark 13:24, Revelation 21:23. 44. High-altitude perspectives. Daniel 4:11, Daniel 4:20, Matthew 4:8-45. Hell is a bottomless pit at the heart of the flat disk, earth. Revelation 9:1-2, 11, Revelation 11:7, Revelation 17:8, Revelation 20:1. Revelation 20:3-46, everyone sees Jesus. Revelation 1:7-47, New Jerusalem, the huge cube. Revelation 21:15-17-48, breadth, spread out flat, of the earth. Genesis 13:17, Job 38:18, Isaiah 8:8, Isaiah 42:5, spread out the earth. Revelation 20:9-49. Voice of creation goes out in a line through all the earth. Psalm 19:450. Matthew's Bible from 1537 says flat earth. 2 Samuel 11:51, flat earth prophecy. Isaiah 40:4-5 correlates with Revelation 1:752, creation worshippers, heliocentric sun god worshippers. Deuteronomy 4:19, Deuteronomy 17:3, 2 Kings 23:5. Jeremiah 8:2, Acts 7:42-43. Acts 14:820. 53. Lucifer/Satan's conspiracy to unite the world against Yahweh's God, throne which is above the firmament. Genesis 11:1-9, Psalm 2, Isaiah 14:12-15. Revelation 12:7-9-54, God's word is always faithful and true. Jeremiah 42:5, Revelation 3:14, Revelation 19:11, Revelation 21:5, Revelation 22:6. We are the center of the universe. Biblical references to the New World religion of astrophysics. Deuteronomy 4:19, and take heed, lest you lift your eyes to heaven, and when you see the sun, the moon, and the stars, all the host of heaven, you feel driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord your God has given to all the peoples under the whole heaven as a heritage. Jeremiah 8:2 They shall spread them before the sun and the moon and all the host of heaven, which they have loved and which they have served and after which they have walked, which they have sought and which they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered nor buried, they shall be like refuse on the face of the earth. 2 Kings 23:4-5 And the king commanded Hilkiah the high priest, the priests of the second order, and the doorkeepers, to bring out of the temple of the Lord all the articles that were made for Baal, for Asherah, and for all the host of heaven, and he burned them outside Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron, and carried their ashes to Bethel. Then he removed the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense on the high places in the cities of Judah and in the places all around Jerusalem, and those who burned incense to Baal, to the sun, to the moon, to the constellations, and to all the host of heaven. Writings from enclosed cosmology authors Lady Blunt, Clarion Science vs. God's Truth Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony Samuel Rowbottom, Zetetic Astronomy William Carpenter, 100 Proofs the Earth is not a Globe Dr. Samuel Rowbottom, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth not a Globe. Gabrielle Henriette, Heaven and Earth David Wardlaw Scott, Terra Firma Marshall Hall, A Small, Young Universe After All. Eric Dubé, The Atlantean Conspiracy Over the Course of 500 Years, Using Everything from Books, Magazines, and Television to Computer-Generated Imaging, a multi-generational conspiracy has succeeded, in the minds of the masses, to pick up the fixed Earth, shape it into a ball, spin it in circles, and throw it around the sun. In schools where every professor's desk is adorned with a spinning Earth globe, we are lectured on the heliocentric theory of the universe, shown images of ball planets and videos of men suspended in space. The illusion created has entered the world's population into blindly believing a maleficent myth. The greatest cover-up of all time, NASA and Freemasonry's biggest secret, is that we are living on a plane, not a planet, that Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. We are told that though the Earth has the appearance of being a vast plane, with the sun moving high above and over the Earth, that what we see is a deception. It is an optical illusion, for it is not the sun that moves, but the Earth, with the sea and all that in them is. In the form of a globe, whizzing with terrific rapidity round the sun, located millions of miles away, its mean distance being assumed to be 91 millions of miles, and that the Earth travels at the rate of 68,000 miles an hour, or 19 miles every second. Lady Blunt. Clarion Science vs. God's Truth. If the government or NASA had said to you that the Earth is stationary, imagine that. And then imagine we are trying to convince people that no, it's not stationary. It's moving forward at 32 times rifle bullet speed and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. We would be laughed at. We would have so many people telling us you are crazy, the Earth is not moving. We would be ridiculed for having no scientific backing for this convoluted moving Earth theory. And not only that, but then people would say, oh, then how do you explain a fixed, calm atmosphere and the sun's observable movement? How do you explain that? Imagine saying to people, no, the atmosphere is moving also, but is somehow magically velcroed to the moving Earth. The reason is not simply because the Earth is stationary. So what we are actually doing is what makes sense. We are saying that the moving Earth theory is nonsense. The stationary Earth theory makes sense, and we are being ridiculed. You've got to picture it being the other way around to realize just how ridiculous this situation is. This theory from the government and NASA that the Earth is rotating and orbiting and leaning over and wobbling is absolute nonsense, and yet people are clinging to it, tightly, like a teddy bear. They just can't bring themselves to face the possibility that the Earth is stationary though all the evidence shows it. We feel no movement, the atmosphere hasn't been blown away, we see the sun move from east to west. Everything can be explained by a motionless Earth without bringing in all these assumptions to cover up previous assumptions gone bad. Alan Daves, if the Earth truly were a spinning ball orbiting the Sun, there are several tests and experiments which could be, and have been, conducted to prove or disprove the veracity of such a claim. For example, Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit round the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, after almost 200 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars. If the Earth is at a given point in space on, say, January 1st, and according to present-day science, at a distance of 190 million miles from that point 6 months afterwards, it follows that the relative position and directions of the stars will have greatly changed. However small the angle of parallax may be. That this great change is nowhere apparent, and has never been observed, incontestably proves that the Earth is at rest, that it does not move in an orbit round the Sun. Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony. Take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder, on the opposite sides of a wooden frame, or a solid block of wood or stone, so adjust them that their centers or axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now, direct them to the plane of some notable fixed star, a few seconds previous to its meridian time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube, and the moment the star appears in the first tube, let a loud knock or other signal be given, to be repeated by the observer at the second tube when he first sees the same star. A distinct period of time will elapse between the signals given. The signals will follow each other in very rapid succession, but still, the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by 2 parallel lines of sight when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination of the second tube towards the first tube would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same instant. Let the tubes remain in their position for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time, without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slight inclination of the tube which the difference in position of 1 yard had previously required. But as no such difference in the direction of the tube is required, the conclusion is unavoidable, that in 6 months a given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore, that the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. Samuel Rowbottom. Zetetic Astronomy. When Tycho Brahe demonstrated that after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected, desperate heliocentrists, instead of conceding, doubled down, claiming the stars were all actually trillions upon trillions of miles away from us, so distant that no appreciable parallax could ever be detected. This convenient explanation, which heliocentrists have clung to for centuries, has proven satisfactory to silence the uninquisitive minds of the masses, but still fails to adequately address many observable phenomena such as our wildly implausible synchronization with Polaris and other improbabilities which will be addressed later. The idea that the Earth, if it were a globe, could possibly move in an orbit of hundreds of millions of miles with such exactitude that the crosshairs in a telescope fixed on its surface would appear to glide gently over a star millions of miles away is simply monstrous, whereas, with a fixed telescope, it matters not the distance of the stars, though we suppose them to be as far off as the astronomer supposes them to be, for, as Mr. Richard Proctor himself says, the further away they are, the less they will seem to shift. Why, in the name of common sense, should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases, so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second. Indeed, to believe that Mr. Proctor's mass of 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach. With such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the thousandth part of a hair's breadth is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Captain R. J. Morrison, the late compiler of Tsadkiel's Almanac, says, "We declare that this motion is all mere bosh, and that the arguments which uphold it are, when examined with an eye that seeks for truth, mere nonsense, and childish absurdity." William Carpenter. 100 Proofs the Earth is not a globe. Another experiment repeatedly performed to disprove Earth's supposed rotation under our feet is firing cannons vertically and horizontally in all cardinal directions. If the Earth were truly spinning eastwards underneath us as the heliocentric model suggests, then vertically fired cannonballs should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, though, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs, perfectly aimed with a plumb line, lit with a slow match, shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon. Sometimes directly back into the muzzle. If the Earth were actually spinning at the supposed rate of 600 to 700 miles per hour at the mid-latitudes of England and America where the tests have been performed, the cannonballs should fall a full 8,400 feet, or over a mile and a half behind the cannon. The following experiment has been tried many times, and the reasonable deductions from it are entirely against any theory of Earth's motion. A loaded cannon was set vertical by plumb line and spirit level and fired. The average time the ball was in the air was 28 seconds. On several occasions the ball returned to the mouth of the cannon, and never fell more than 2 feet from its base. Now, let us see what the result would be if the Earth were a rapidly rotating sphere. The ball would partake of 2 motions, the one from the cannon vertical and the other from the Earth, from west to east. While it had been ascending, the Earth, with the cannon, would have moved significantly. In descending it would have no impulse from the Earth's motion or from the cannon, and would fall in a straight line, but during the time it were falling the Earth, with the cannon, would have traveled on. And the ball would fall, allowing the world's rotation to be 600 miles per hour in England, more than a mile and a half behind the cannon. I.E. Skellum again, at this point, instead of conceding. Desperate heliocentrists triple down, claiming the reason cannonballs fall straight back is because the magical properties of gravity allow Earth to somehow drag the entire lower atmosphere in perfect synchronization with its axial spin, rendering even such breakneck speeds completely unnoticeable to the observer and unmeasurable by experimentation. This highly implausible, though clever and convenient explanation only holds for vertically fired cannons, however. If cannons are instead fired and measured in all cardinal directions, even the heliocentrist's atmospheric Velcro trump card becomes unplayable. North/south firing cannonballs establish a control, then the east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, and west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer due to the supposed 19 mile per second eastward rotation of the Earth. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, north, south, east, or west, the distance covered is always the same. When sitting in a rapidly moving railway carriage, let a spring gun be fired forward, or in the direction in which the train is moving. Again, let the same gun be fired, but in the opposite direction, and it will be found that the ball or other projectile will always go farther in the first case than in the latter. If a person leaps backwards from a horse in full gallop, he cannot jump so great a distance as he can by jumping forward. Leaping from a moving sledge, coach or other object, backwards or forwards, the same results are experienced. Many other practical cases could be cited to show that anybody projected from another body in motion does not exhibit the same behavior as it does when projected from a body at rest. Nor are the results the same when projected in the same direction as that in which the body moves, as when projected in the opposite direction, because, in the former case, the projected body receives its momentum from the projectile force, plus that given to it by the moving body, and in the latter case, this momentum, minus that of the moving body. Hence it would be found that if the Earth is moving rapidly from west to east, a cannon fired in a due easterly direction would send a ball to a greater distance than it would have fired in a due westerly direction. But the most experienced artillerymen, many of whom have had great practice, both at home and abroad, in almost every latitude have declared that no difference whatever is observable. That in charging and pointing their guns, no difference in the working is ever required. Gunners in warships have noticed a considerable difference in the results of their firing from guns at the bow, when sailing rapidly towards the object fired at, and when firing from guns placed at the stern while sailing away from the object, and in both cases the results are different to those observed when firing from a ship at perfect rest. These details of practical experience are utterly incompatible with the supposition of a revolving Earth. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe. It is in evidence that, if a projectile be fired from a rapidly moving body in an opposite direction to that in which the body is going, it will fall short of the distance at which it would reach the ground if fired in the direction of motion. Now, since the Earth is said to move at the rate of 19 miles in a second of time, from west to east, it would make all the difference imaginable if the gun were fired in an opposite direction. But as, in practice, there is not the slightest difference, whichever way the thing may be done, we have a forcible overthrow of all fancies relative to the motion of the Earth. William Carpenter, 100 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe, 44, during the Crimean War. The subject of artillery fire in connection with the Earth's rotation became a hotly discussed topic among military men, scientists, philosophers and statesmen. Around this time, on December 20, 1857, British Prime Minister Lord Palmerston wrote to the Secretary of War Lord Panmure, stating, "There is an investigation which it would be important, and at the same time easy to make, and that is, whether the rotation of the Earth on its axis has any effect on the curve of a cannonball in its flight. One should suppose that it has, and that while the cannonball is flying in the air, impelled by the gunpowder in a straight line from the cannon's mouth, the ball would not follow the rotation of the Earth in the same manner which it would do if lying at rest on the Earth's surface. If this be so, a ball fired in the meridional direction, that is to say, due south or due north, ought to deviate to the west of the object at which it was aimed, because during the time of flight, that object will have gone to the east somewhat faster than the cannonball will have done. The trial might be easily made in any place in which a free circle of a mile or more radius could be obtained, and a cannon placed in the center of that circle, and fired alternately north, south, east, and west, with equal charges, would afford the means of ascertaining whether each shot flew the same distance or not. Several such experiments have since been performed and shown that projectiles fired in various directions on Earth's surface always cover comparable distances with no appreciable difference whatsoever. These results are entirely against the theory of a rotating, revolving world and serve as direct empirical evidence for the stationary Earth. More evidence, similar to the cannonball experiment, is found in helicopters and airplanes. If the Earth were spinning several hundred miles per hour beneath our feet, helicopter pilots and hot air balloonists should be able to simply ascend straight up, hover, and wait for their lateral destinations to reach them. Since such a thing has never happened in the history of aeronautics, however, haughty heliocentrists must once again rely on Newton's magical atmospheric Velcro, claiming the lower atmosphere, up to an undetermined height, somewhere above the reach of helicopters, hot air balloons, and anything not built by NASA, is pulled perfectly along with the rotating Earth, rendering such experiments doubtful. Granting heliocentrists their atmospheric glue supposition helps them dismiss the results of vertically fired cannonball experiments, but does not and cannot help them explain away the results of horizontal cardinally fired cannonballs. Similarly, granting them their magic Velcro helps dismiss the results of hovering helicopter and hot air balloon experiments, but does not and cannot explain away the results of airplanes flying in cardinal directions. For instance, if both the Earth and its lower atmosphere are supposedly rotating together eastwards 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, then airplane pilots would need to make an extra 1,038 miles per hour compensation acceleration when flying westwards. North and southbound pilots would by necessity have to set diagonal courses to compensate. Since no such compensations are ever necessary except in the imaginations of astronomers, it follows that the Earth does not move. If flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. The distance covered by an aircraft would be reduced or increased by the speed of the rotation according to whether such aircraft traveled in the same direction or against it. Thus, if the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. There would, in addition, be no need to fly from one place to another situated on the same latitude. The aircraft could just rise and wait for the desired country to arrive in the ordinary course of the rotation, and then land. Gabriel Henriot, Heaven and Earth, the heliocentric theory, literally flying in the face of direct observation, experimental evidence, and common sense, maintains that the ball Earth is spinning around its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, revolving around the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the entire solar system rotates around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and the Milky Way speeds through the expanding universe at over 670,000 miles per hour, yet no one in history has ever felt a thing. We can feel the slightest breeze on a summer's day, but never one iota of air displacement from these incredible speeds. Heliocentrists claim with a straight face that their ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, dragging the atmosphere in such a manner as to perfectly cancel all centrifugal, gravitational, and inertial forces, so we do not feel the tiniest bit of motion, perturbation, wind or air resistance. Such backpedaling, damage control, reverse-engineered explanations certainly stretch the limits of credibility and the imagination, leaving much to be desired by discerning minds. Dear reader, do you feel the motion? I trust not, for if you did, you would not so quietly be reading my book. I doubt not you have been, like myself, on a railway platform, when an express train rushed wildly past at the rate of 65 miles per hour, when the concussion of the air almost knocked you down. But how much more terrible would be the shock of the Earth's calculated motion of 65,000 miles per hour, 1,000 times faster than the speed of the railway express. David Wardlaw Scott, terra firma. Let imagination picture to the mind what force air would have, which was set in motion by a spherical body of 8,000 miles in diameter, which in 1 hour was spinning round 1,000 miles per hour, rushing through space at 65,000 miles per hour and gyrating across the heavens 20,000 mph? Then let conjecture endeavor to discover whether the inhabitants on such a globe could keep their hair on? If the Earth globe rotates on its axis at the terrific rate of 1,000 miles an hour, such an immense mass would of necessity cause a tremendous rush of wind in the space it occupied. The wind would go all one way, and anything like clouds which got within the sphere of influence of the rotating sphere would have to go the same way. The fact that the Earth is at rest is proved by kite flying. Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony, 68-69. If the Earth and atmosphere are constantly revolving eastwards at 1,000 miles per hour, how is it that clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably go every which way, often traveling in opposing directions simultaneously? Why can we feel the slightest westward breeze, but not the Earth's incredible supposed 1,000 miles per hour eastward spin? And how is it that the magic velcro of gravity is strong enough to drag miles of Earth's atmosphere along, but weak enough to allow little bugs, birds, clouds and planes to travel freely unabated in any direction? What about the lark which, at early morn, soars aloft, trilling its lays of luscious melody? Why was it not swept away in the tumultuous atmosphere? But it still continues singing, in happy ignorance of any commotion in the heavens. Who has not noticed, on a calm summer day, the thistledown floating listlessly in the air, and the smoke ascending, straight as an arrow, from the peasant's cottage? Would not such light things as thistledown and smoke have to obey the impulse and go with the earth also? But they do not. David Wardlaw Scott, terra firma. If the atmosphere rushes forward from west to east continually, we are again obliged to conclude that whatever floats, or is suspended in it, at any altitude, must of necessity partake of its eastward motion. A piece of cork or any other body floating in still water will be motionless, but let the water be put in motion, in any direction whatever, and the floating bodies will move with it, in the same direction, and with the same velocity. Let the experiment be tried in every possible way, and these results will invariably follow. Hence, if the Earth's atmosphere is in constant motion from west to east, all the different strata which are known to exist in it, and all the various kinds of clouds and vapors which float in it must of mechanical necessity move rapidly eastwards. But what is the fact? If we fix upon any star as a standard or datum outside the visible atmosphere, we may sometimes observe a stratum of clouds going for hours together in a direction the very opposite to that in which the Earth is supposed to be moving. Not only may a stratum of clouds be seen moving rapidly from east to west, but at the same moment other strata may often be seen moving from north to south, and from south to north. It is a fact well known to aeronauts, that several strata of atmospheric air are often moving in as many different directions at the same time. On almost any moonlight and cloudy night, different strata may be seen not only moving in different directions but, at the same time, moving with different velocities, some floating past the face of the moon rapidly and uniformly, and others passing gently along, sometimes becoming stationary, then starting fitfully into motion, and often standing still for minutes together. Samuel Rowbottom, Zetetic Astronomy. Earth not a globe. In his book South Sea Voyages, Arctic and Antarctic explorer Sir James Clark Ross described his experience on the night of November 27, 1839, and his conclusion that the Earth must be motionless. The sky being very clear, the planet Venus was seen near the zenith, notwithstanding the brightness of the meridian sun. It enabled us to observe the higher stratum of clouds to be moving in an exactly opposite direction to that of the wind, a circumstance which is frequently recorded in our meteorological journal both in the northeast and southeast trades, and has also often been observed by former voyagers. Captain Basil Hall witnessed it from the summit of the Peak of Tenerife, and Count Strzelecki, on ascending the volcanic mountain of Kyrenia, in Oahe, reached it 4,000 feet in elevation above that of the trade wind, and experienced the influence of an opposite current of air of a different hygrometric and thermometric condition. Count Strzelecki further informed me of the following seemingly anomalous circumstance: that at the height of 6,000 feet, he found the current of air blowing at right angles to both the lower strata, also of a different hygrometric and thermometric condition, but warmer than the interstratum. Such a state of the atmosphere is compatible only with the fact which other evidence has demonstrated, that the Earth is at rest. It is a well-known fact that clouds are continually seen moving in all manner of directions, yes, and frequently in different directions at the same time, from west to east being as frequent a direction as any other. Now, if the Earth were a globe, revolving through space from west to east at the rate of 19 miles in a second, the clouds appearing to us to move towards the east would have to move quicker than 19 miles in a second to be thus seen, whilst those which appear to be moving in the opposite direction would have no necessity to be moving at all, since the motion of the Earth would be more than sufficient to cause the appearance. But it only takes a little common sense to show us that it is the clouds that move just as they appear to do, and that, therefore, the Earth is motionless. William Carpenter, 100 Proofs the Earth is not a globe. Heliocentrists believe the world beneath their feet is spinning a mind-numbing 1.038 mph at the equator, while perfectly pulling the entire atmosphere along for the ride. Meanwhile, at the mid-latitudes of USA and Europe, they believe the world/atmosphere spin around 900 to 700 miles per hour, decreasing gradually all the way down to 0 miles per hour at the North and South Poles, where the stagnant atmosphere apparently never moves, completely escaping the grips of gravity's magic Velcro. This means at all latitudes, every inch of the way, the atmosphere manages to perfectly coincide with the supposed speed of the Earth, compensating from 0 miles per hour at the poles all the way up to 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, and every speed in between. These are all lofty assumptions heliocentrists make without any experimental evidence to back them up. In short, the sun, moon, and stars are actually doing precisely what everyone throughout all history has seen them do. We do not believe what our eyes tell us, because we have been taught a counterfeit system which demands that we believe what has never been confirmed by observation or experiment. That counterfeit system demands that the Earth rotate on an axis every 24 hours at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. No one has ever seen or felt such movement, nor seen or felt the 67,000 miles per hour speed of the Earth's alleged orbit around the Sun, or its 500,000 miles per hour alleged speed around a galaxy, or its retreat from an alleged Big Bang at over 670 million miles per hour. Remember, no experiment has ever shown the Earth to be moving. Add to that the fact that the alleged rotational speed we've all been taught as scientific fact must decrease every inch or mile one goes north or south of the equator, and it becomes readily apparent that such things as accurate aerial bombing in World War II, down a chimney from 25,000 feet with a plane going any direction at high speed, would have been impossible if calculated on an Earth moving below at several hundred mph and changing constantly with the latitude. Marshall Hall, A Small, Young Universe After All Before Heliocentric Indoctrination. Any child will look up to the sky and notice that the sun, moon, and stars all revolve around a stationary Earth. All evidence from our perspective clearly demonstrates that we are fixed, and the heavenly bodies circle around us. We feel the Earth as motionless and observe the sun, moon, stars and planets to be moving entities. To suspend this common-sense geocentric perspective, and assume that it is actually the Earth rotating beneath us daily while revolving around the Sun yearly is quite a theoretical leap to take without any empirical evidence to land on. Ignorant folk think that such minority opinions as geocentrism are the conspiracy theories. There is a real conspiracy for sure, but the sad thing is it is mostly a conspiracy of willful and apathetic ignorance for numerous reasons. The very people who would call geocentrists quack conspiracy theorists are either themselves completely ignorant of even modern cosmological axioms and principles of gravitation and mechanics, or they are just plain stupid, hoping that no one will notice or call their bluff. What's even more hilarious is the fact that even folk like Stephen Hawking, and a few intellectually honest physicists and cosmologists who would read what we are saying and are capable of understanding it, know that what we have been saying is absolutely true. Not only do they admit that, but even snicker about it to each other, but they won't dare to address that too openly with the dumb, ignorant masses. Best not to confuse the common folk with unnecessary information and facts. Even more sad are all the others out there who don't have a clue what I'm saying here and shake their heads thinking they know something about physics that tells them that the Earth moves. If only they studied the textbooks and peer-reviewed papers a little closer, they would realize just how absolutely ignorant with a capital I that argument really is. Alan Dave's https://www.stolenhistory.org/threads/geocentrism We are the center of the universe. 883. The logic behind the Earth's parabolic curvature equation. NASA states that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,963 miles. If you are at a point P on the Earth's surface and move tangent to the surface a distance of 1 mile, then you can form a right-angled triangle as in the diagram below. Using the theorem of Pythagoras, a squared equals 39,632 plus 12 equals 15705,370, and thus A equals 3,963.000126 miles. Thus your position is 3,963.000126. 3,963 is equal to 0.000126 miles, 12 inches, above the surface of the Earth. To convert miles to inches, 0.000126 miles equals 12 inches * 5,280 feet per mile * 0.000126 is equal to 7.98 inches. Hence, the Earth's surface curves approximately 8 inches in 1 mile. From this equation comes the historic miles squared times 8 inches equation for calculating the curvature of the Earth. Now let's use a more explicit approach. If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, then the curvature would be 8 inches per mile. Trigonometry is employed to calculate this curvature. One must know the basics of applying sine, cosine, and tangent to do this. The following is a refresher on that. Sine, cosine, and tangent. The right triangle sine, cosine and tangent are the main functions used in trigonometry and are based on a right-angled triangle. Before getting stuck into the functions, it helps to give a name to each side of a right triangle. Opposite is opposite to the angle theta, adjacent is adjacent, next to the angle theta, hypotenuse is the long one. Sine, cosine and tangent, often shortened to sin. Cos and tan are each a ratio of sides of a right-angled triangle. For a given angle theta, each ratio stays the same no matter how big or small the triangle is. To calculate them, divide the length of one side by another side. Example: what is the sine of 35 degrees? Using this triangle, lengths are only to one decimal place. Sin, 35 degrees, equals opposite hypotenuse equals 2.84.9 equals 0.57 cos 35 degrees equals adjacent hypotenuse equals 4.04.9 equals 0.82. Tan 35 degrees equals opposite adjacent equals 2.84.0 equals 0.70. The calculation. OK, now attempting to calculate the distance that the Earth drops down per mile, the equation would equal radius superscript 2 plus distance superscript 2 equals radius plus drop. In this example, R equals radius, D equals distance, H equals height/drop. The measure or rate of drop or curvature can be written in equation as square root R superscript 2 plus D superscript 2, R equals drop. Should the radius of the Earth be 3,963 miles, at 1 mile distance, the equation can be solved as square root 3963 superscript 2 plus 1 superscript 2, 3,963 equals drop. Putting that into a calculator, you get drop equals 0.000126 m. There are 5,280 feet in a mile and 12 inches in a foot. So, 0.000126 x 5,280 x 12 equals the rate of curvature should correspond to 7.98336 inches as calculated by this formula, or approximately 8 inches of curvature times miles squared, meaning that over a certain distance, one must simply square the root of the distance traveled in miles, and then multiply that figure by 8 inches. For example, traveling 1 mile, one would multiply 8x 1 mile squared, 8, 1 times 1, equals 8 inches of total curvature, determining curvature over the first 10 miles in inches. The rate would amount to 8, 1 times 1, equals 8 inches of total curvature. 8, 2 times 2, equals 32 inches of total curvature. 8, 3 times 3, equals 72 inches of total curvature. 8, 4 times 4, equals 128 inches of total curvature. 8, 5 times 5, equals 200 inches of total curvature. 8, 6 times 6, equals 288 inches of total curvature. 8, 7 times 7, equals 392 inches of total curvature. 8, 8 times 8, equals 512 inches of total curvature. 8, 9 times 9, equals 648 inches of total curvature. 8, 10 times 10, equals 800 inches of total curvature. Converting the total number of inches of curvature into feet, simply divide that number by 12, since there are 12 inches per feet, or 12 inches in 1 foot. The table below shows how much measurable curvature should exist in scale of miles according to the distances listed prior. 8, 1 times 1. 12 is equal to 0.666 feet of total curvature. 8, 2 times 2. 12 is equal to 2.666 feet of total curvature. 8, 3 times 3. 12 is equal to 6 feet of total curvature. 8, 4 times 4. 12 is equal to 10.666 feet of total curvature. 8, 5 times 5, / 12 equals 16.666 feet of total curvature. 8, 6 times 6, / 12 equals 24 feet of total curvature. 8, 7 times 7, / 12 equals 32.666 feet of total curvature. 8, 8 times 8, / 12 equals 42.666 feet of total curvature. 8, 9 times 9, / 12 equals 54 feet of total curvature. 8, 10 times 10, / 12 equals 66.666 feet of total curvature. Thus, if the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, then the curvature would be 8 inches per mile squared. To use his formula for calculation, just square the mileage and multiply by 8. So, if you use 3 miles, it is 3 squared, 9, and multiply by 8, 72, which is 6 feet. Therefore, the Earth's curvature at 3 miles should be a rate of 6 feet or 72 inches. Now the thing to remember is that this is a parabolic equation, but that does not mean it cannot predict curvature on a sphere. This equation accounts for approximately 1,000 miles of parabolic arcade segment from the Earth. And then, all one has to do is apply the next 1,000 miles of parabolic arcade segment from the Earth, using the same equation, etc., until a sphere is achieved. More things to consider. 1. All pictures of the Earth from space are admitted fake. 2. We're able to see objects such as land, buildings, boats that are supposed to be behind the curve. 3. NASA and Obama says we can't leave low Earth orbit. 4. The North Star never moves, and the constellations have never changed ever. 5. Weather balloon footage and footage from airplanes show the horizon to be flat and always at eye level. 6. All of the astronauts that supposedly landed on the moon would not swear on the Bible. 7. Water is always level, and it makes up 70% of our Earth. 8. NASA gets $50 million a day. 9. Operation Paperclip. Nazi Germany helped form NASA. 10. The heliocentric model was created by Freemasonic devil worshippers. 11. Air bubbles viewed in space. 12. Astronaut almost drowning in space. 13. Scuba tank viewed in space. 14. Density and buoyancy. No magic gravity. 15. Gravity strong enough to hold the oceans to the Earth, yet birds and planes fly with ease. 16. GoPro lenses used to fake the curve of Earth. 17. No observable proof of evolution. 18. Sun rays come down in angles and not parallel. 19. Moonlight is always colder than moonshade. 20. Super zoom cameras show that boats do not go over any curve. 21. Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Earth is pear-shaped. 22. NASA caught faking a photo of the Earth on the way to the moon. 23. More than one light source during the moon landings. 24. The UN flag is a flat Earth map. 25. It took Captain Cook 3 years and 60,000 miles to circumnavigate Antarctica. 26. Underground cables and ground-based towers used for our communication. 27. Flight paths only make sense on a flat Earth. 28. All but one Challenger passengers are still alive today. 29. NASA caught using green screens. 30. Number 24-hour live feed of the Earth from space. 31. No actual photos of satellites in space. 32. Lighthouses. 33. Sun dogs. 34. Antarctica Treaty. 35. Admiral Byrd said that there is more land. 36. The Michelson-Morley experiment proved the Earth is stationary. 37. Auguste Piccard, the first man to reach the stratosphere, said the Earth is a flat disk upturned at the edges. 38. The sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. 39. Rockets never go straight up. 40. Bedford level experiment. 41. Tesla's real scientific findings. 42. Our own senses tell us that the Earth is flat and stationary. 43. The Sun and Moon appear to be the same size. 44. The globe model was created 500 years before NASA. 45. No one has ever circumnavigated the Earth from north to south, only east and west. 46. Sundials. 47. All the space agencies across the land share the same vector logo. 48. Gyroscopes. 49. Astrolabes. 50. No parallax with the stars. 51. Time-lapse shows the stars making perfect circuits around the North Star. 52. Bolivian salt flats. 53. Sun appears smaller near the horizon. 54. We only see one side of the moon. 55. Railroads. 56. Airplanes fly level and don't account for the curve. 57. We've only been able to dig 8 miles into the Earth, yet they say we have a molten core. 58. The top of the moon being illuminated during an eclipse. 59. Stars visible through the moon. Unproven science myths. 1. Dark matter. 2. Dark energy. 3. Black holes. 4. Singularities. 5. Event horizons. 6. WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles. 7. MACHO, massive compact halo object. 8. MOND, massive Newtonian dynamics. 9. Neutron stars. 10. Gravitational collapse. 11. Gravitons. 12. Gravity waves. 13. Inward pulling gravity. 14. Gravitational lensing. 15. Gravitational constant. 16. Schwarzschild radius. 17. Gravitational radiation. 18. Frame dragging. 19. Anti-gravity. 20. Virtual gravity. 21. Quantum field theory. 22. General relativity. 23. Gravity. Flying against the spin. You should cover more ground and faster when you fly against Earth's alleged spin than when you fly with it, because the ground is moving towards you at 1,000 miles per hour. You are not locked in the Earth's atmosphere. You are flying independent of it and relative to the ground when you take flight. Otherwise you would never be able to get anywhere in the Earth's atmosphere had you been locked into it as the Earth spun. You need to act independent of the Earth's alleged spin to travel relative to this spin. But then you would take drastically different times to travel the same distance because of that 1,000 miles per hour spin acting beneath you. However, this is not the case. This is not what we observe from an external frame of reference. This is not what we observe, which supports the claim that the axial rotation of the Earth is fictitious. Science says the Earth and its attached atmospheric cocoon are spinning at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. If this were so, an airplane flying in the direction of the Earth's spin may fly 200 miles per hour and cover 200 miles in 1 hour. But that same airplane, if it were to fly against the spin of the Earth, would cover 200 miles plus the rate of the Earth's spin at 1,000 miles per hour, amounting to a whopping 1,200 miles of flight distance in 1 hour. Does this actually happen? Of course not. It takes 1 hour to fly an airplane at 200 miles per hour in either direction of Earth's spin, even when factoring in wind patterns, jet stream, headwind, tailwind, etc. Similarly, this is what is illustrated when you walk on an escalator against its direction versus with it. Same principle of motion. The escalator is moving, so you travel faster and a greater distance in a shorter amount of time if you walk with it than against it, because it is moving. This does not happen with flight in any direction on Earth, and hence why one reasons, among many, that we know the Earth is experiencing zero axial rotation. Simple as pie. Architects of Deception, 2004, a 600-page history of Freemasonry by Estonian writer Jüri Liina offers profound insight into the true character of modern history. Essentially, a dominant segment of Western society has joined the Jewish financial elite in embracing Freemasonry, a satanic philosophy that represents a death wish for civilization. They imagine somehow they will profit from the oppression, lies and suffering caused by their communist New World Order. Incredible, bizarre and depressing as it sounds, Liina writes that 300 mainly Jewish banking families had used Freemasonry as an instrument to subvert, control and degrade the Western world. This view is consistent with the 1938 NKVD interrogation of an Illuminati member who names many of these banking families and confirms that Freemasons are expendable tools. See my 3-part Rothschild Conducts Red Symphony, based on the archives of the powerful French Grand Orient Lodge, captured in June 1940 and later made public by the Russians. Liina details how Freemasonry has conspired for world domination and orchestrated all major revolutions and wars in the modern era. Liina, p. 332, Masons, often Jewish, are responsible for communism, Zionism, socialism, liberalism, and feminism. They love big government because it is the ultimate monopoly. World government dictatorship is the final trophy. This is the vision behind 9/11 and all wars. These world revolutionary progressive movements all mirror Lucifer's rebellion against the laws of God and nature, which is at the heart of Freemasonry. They ensnare millions of gullible idealists by promising a utopia based on materialism and reason and dedicated to liberty, equality and fraternity, public ownership, or some other idealistic-sounding claptrap. It's called bait and switch. According to Liina, the primary aim of modern Freemasonry is to build the New World Order, a spiritual temple of Solomon, where non-members are nothing but slaves, and where human beings would be sacrificed to Yahweh. 52. Liina cites numerous Jewish sources that claim Freemasonry is based on Judaism, and is the executive political organ of the Jewish financial elite. 81-83. The common goal of these Masonic-inspired movements is to undermine race, religion, nation and family, all collective forces except our own, by promoting social division, self-indulgence and tolerance, i.e. miscegenation, atheism, nihilism, globalism, sexual liberation and homosexuality, thereby reducing humanity to a uniform dysfunctional and malleable mush. Liina and others who attempt to alert humanity to its real condition are routinely slandered as anti-Semitic, fascist, and right-wing haters by people indirectly employed by the bankers. This tactic shields the conspirators from scrutiny and makes discussion of our grim predicament impossible. I am a Jew. I am not part of this banking monopoly, nor is the majority of Jews. By way of analogy, the mafia is considered mostly Italian, but most Italians do not belong to the mafia. On the other hand, Italians don't viciously attack opponents of organized crime and call them racists and hate mongers. That would look awfully suspicious. Jews compromise themselves by their defense of the Masonic Jewish bankers and their perverse vision for humanity. My 4 grandparents perished in the Jewish Holocaust. I demand to know the real reason they were murdered. London-based Masonic bankers and their cronies brought Hitler to power in order to provoke war, control Stalin, and justify the creation of Israel. They betrayed non-Zionist Jews and let them perish. They are using the Jewish people in the same way they used the Masons. The Illuminist conspiracy. We cannot understand the modern world unless we appreciate that it is the result of the Masonic conspiracy. People scoff, yet the evidence stares them in the face every day. The Great Seal of the United States on every dollar bill is a Masonic symbol. There are 33 steps on the side of the pyramid representing the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The Masons established the United States as a base to advance their goal of world supremacy. Similarly, the emblem of the United Nations is also a Masonic symbol. The world is caught in a grid consisting of 33 spaces surrounded by acacia leaves, which signifies intense activity in Masonry. 3/4 of U.S. presidents in the 20th century were high-level Masons. Both Trump and Clinton are Masons. FDR, Churchill, Lenin, Trotsky and Stalin were Masons. Most Zionist leaders were and are Masons. Gerhard Schroeder, Jacques Chirac and Tony Blair are Freemasons. There are over 6 million Masons in 32,000 lodges around the world, including 2.5 million in the U.S. In 1929, 67% of members of Congress were Masons. There are 360,000 Masons in England. More than 5% of British judges are Masons. Lena believes Freemasonry plays the same role in Western society as the Communist Party did in the Soviet Union. Without belonging to the Freemasonry, there is no chance of a fast career, regardless of how talented one is. Keep in mind that communism was a Masonic enterprise, and the puzzle starts to take shape. Lena says Freemasons not only control politics, but also virtually every sector of Western society, including science and culture. The present cultural life has become virtually unconscious, he writes. We have witnessed the beginning of cultural senility. 333, in his pamphlet The Open Conspiracy, Blueprint for a World Revolution, 1929, the Freemason H.G. Wells describes an open secret society consisting of society's leading men operating as a hidden force to secure world resources, reduce population through war and replace the nation-state with world dictatorship. 340, Masonic ideology. Human beings are naturally attracted to good and repulsed by evil. Thus evil always represents itself as good. To the public, and its own lower ranks, Freemasonry pretends to be dedicated to making good men better, humanism, tolerance, Christianity, and you name it. If this were true, would they have to extract vows of secrecy from members on pain of slitting their throat? Would they have been condemned by many popes and banned from numerous countries? 84. I do not wish to impugn the many good and decent men in the lower blue degrees who are unaware of Freemasonry's true function and character. But there is abundant evidence and testimony that Freemasonry is a satanic cult dedicated to the worship of death. 134 to 138, for example, when the Italian Grand Orient Lodge was evicted from the Palazzo Borghese in Rome in 1893, the owner found a shrine dedicated to Satan. The Italian Freemasons published a newspaper in the 1880s where they admitted time and again, "Our leader is Satan." 135. The Masons also admit to having a revolutionary political agenda. Typical of statements Lena cites from Masonic publications, is the following from a German magazine in 1910, "The driving thought is at all times focused on destruction and annihilation. Because the power of this great secret society can only rise from the ruins of the existing order of society." 272. Conclusion: the Illuminist conspiracy is the break responsible for humanity's arrested development. Mankind resembles a person suffering from a serious disease and sinking into a coma. Uri Lena, left, has written a courageous book to revive us. He says we face the largest spiritual crisis in the history of mankind. They have taken our history, our dignity, our wisdom and our honor, sense of responsibility, spiritual insights and our traditions. We are partly to blame. He says, we have failed to act against the Masonic madness due to our enormous gullibility. We have been totally fooled and ignored the warning signals. 274. He ends on a hopeful note, saying evil is dysfunctional and inevitably destroys itself. Freemasonry carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. 563. Wars. Revolutions and depressions are all part of a revolutionary process designed to frog-march humanity to world government under the rubric of Freemasonry, which may be a surrogate for an alliance of occult Jewish and Gentile financial elites. Their self-destruction seems to be our best hope since the public is too feckless and weak to resist. Science's repackaged occultism. Hermeticism is a metaphysical system forming the basis for many esoteric and occult schools of thought, reputed to date back to ancient Egypt. According to legend, the Hermetic ideas first originated with Hermes Trismegistus, or Hermes the Thrice Great, whom the Egyptians identified with their god of wisdom, Thoth, the Greeks with Hermes, and the Romans with Mercury. These ideas were said to have been written down in a vast body of literature, called the Corpus Hermeticum. Much was lost with the burning of the Library of Alexandria. However, 42 Hermetic texts survived through the Dark Ages and into modern times. A revival of Hermeticism took place during the Renaissance, when these old texts were re-examined again. At this time, it was believed that these originated in Egypt's ancient past, and that Hermes Trismegistus was a real historical personage. Then in 1614 they were re-examined by Swiss philologist Isaac Casaubon. Casaubon's conclusion was that the texts dated to the 2nd century AD based on their linguistic style, which was compatible with Greek style of that era rather than that of an ancient Egyptian priest. It was not until later that the flaw in Casaubon's methodology was discovered by Ralph Cudworth. Just because the writing style was Greek did not mean the ideas originated from Greek thinkers, and in fact it was likely that they merely wrote down earlier Egyptian thought. Additionally, the ancients had a different conception of authorship than we do in the modern era. In the ancient world, authorship was thought to concern the origination of the ideas put down in the text rather than the writer of the particular manuscript. Additionally, Egyptian elements have since been demonstrated to exist in the Hermetic texts, to a greater degree than previously thought. Given the parallels drawn between Hermetic philosophy and the religious concepts of ancient Egypt, a more plausible hypothesis presents itself. It is entirely likely that with the Hellenization of Egypt following the time of Alexander the Great, wisdom teachings passed down from the Egyptian mystery schools were studied and rewritten in newer texts by Greek scholars. With the burning of the Library of Alexandria around the same time, and much of the written knowledge of Egypt being stored there, the idea that the current Hermetic texts are Greek copies of the original material seems to have merit. This being the case, it is indeed possible that the Hermetic teachings were passed down from deep antiquity as legend would have it. And if so, who can tell how much legend surrounding the Hermetica blurs into fact? Perhaps we may never know the full story. Hermetic teachings are more than just a repackaging of Greek philosophy. A newer Hermetic document was published in 1908 by the Masonic Lodge of Chicago called the Kybalion. The origins of some of the ideas contained in it of course remain mysterious, as it was produced by a secret society to which public access is restricted. However, it faithfully summarized the ancient Hermetic philosophy in terms of 7 fundamental principles in a more compact form. The remarkable part is that the concepts contained therein have precise parallels to modern and in some cases cutting-edge physics. The caveat is that many of these parallels will only become apparent when the physics is cast within an ontology of mind rather than that of the materialism naively assumed throughout much of modern science. The occult science behind modern science, many Hermetic and occult principles and doctrines can be shown to operate as the underlying principles of modern science, and at work behind modern quantum theory. Sometimes the parallels between occultism and science are so explicit as to be easily recognized as causal. In other words, much of modern science is merely repackaged occultism. Given the reality of these occult sciences, one may ask why they are hidden or occulted as they are. The second question this raises is, what might the consequences of such knowledge being hidden be? What would be gained by concealing such knowledge, and how would those who do conceal it benefit from its concealment? By answering the second question first, the answer to the first becomes apparent. The influence of occulted knowledge. The answer to this question is obvious when one thinks about it. Knowledge is power. This means that if some knowledge is hidden, the power it enables its owners is power that those who do not know do not possess. The disproportion of knowledge gained by hiding or occulting some knowledge then translates into a disproportion of power. This disproportion of power between the few and the many is called leverage, and gives the few an unfair advantage over the many. The knowledge of occult science is especially powerful and deals with the deepest forces in nature, forces which due to their profound nature are even dismissed as a possibility by the ignorant many. If the degree of leverage is proportional to the power differential, then the power differential produced by concealing this knowledge must be vast. This being the case, one would expect those who wield such a power differential to be in a position of inordinate power. When this is examined, it is again found to be the case. Evidence of the rich and powerful being connected to occult practices can be found online by even the most causal of researchers. In recent years, these rumors have been confirmed to be factual, despite being dismissed as conspiracy theories for many years before. Authorities such as WikiLeaks have documented satanic and occult practices among prominent political figures and celebrities. This evidence is a matter of open record, and is readily accessible on the public domain. Without prior knowledge of the reality behind this occult science, one may be prone to dismiss such things as superstitions among the Luciferian elite. Given the power we see in modern science, and knowing its direct connection to occult principles, it would be unwise to dismiss the ubiquitous presence and influence of occult power in the world today. Likewise, it would be unwise to underestimate those who wield such power behind closed doors. Adapted from A Documenting of the Parallels Between Hermetic Occult Science and Modern Physics by Olivia and Ethan Palmer. The Coriolis Effect. Fantasy helicopters. Helicopters remain stationary over the Earth as they hover, providing objective proof of the absolute lack of Coriolis in that the Earth does not rotate out from under them. Flight's additional proof of lack of Coriolis is the fact that all flights take off and land at planned points without having to plan for future rotation of the Earth, and all aircraft land to stationary airstrips. Otherwise, the 1,000 miles per hour rotation of the Earth would cause damage to landing gear from skewed landings. Clouds. The typical counter-argument of the atmosphere rotating simultaneously with the Earth's alleged rotation is an absurdity. If the atmosphere were moving with the Earth's alleged rotation, we would never see clouds advance across the sky and out of sight. You would see the same clouds above you, locked with the Earth that you are supposedly rotating with all the time. This is not what we see because the Earth is motionless and the clouds are moving, obviously. Why can one see clouds moving in multiple directions on any given day? Some days have no breeze whatsoever, other days have light breeze, others are windy, and others have windstorms and tornadoes. If the atmosphere rotated in unison, one would never observe local wind conditions. Rob Taylor and Gregory Garrett. Chapter 5. Reconfiguring reality to achieve the heliocentric fantasy. Michelson and Morley destroys relativity, time dilation, and the GPS hoax in his 1881 and 1887 experiments. Michelson and Morley's discovered, beyond any scientific doubt, that the Earth was not moving around the Sun. All scientists, worldwide, backed him up. As Michelson himself described the results of his own experiment, this conclusion directly contradicts the explanation which presupposes that the Earth moves. But his confused colleagues, including Albert Einstein, were die-hard Copernicans who didn't want to believe that Michelson had discovered a motionless Earth, and so, they proposed his experimental apparatus was distorted by the Earth's motion through space, and thus Michelson's apparatus only made it appear as if it wasn't moving. It was a feeble attempt to escape the obvious empirical conclusion of Michelson's world-famous and historic experiment. Petitio principii. In scientific parlance, we call this the fallacy of petitio principii, a fallacy in which a conclusion is taken for granted in the premises, begging the question, that is, using as proof, a moving Earth, the very thing one is trying to prove, a moving Earth. Let me explain. Michelson found the Earth wasn't moving by using the speed of two light beams against one another. The first light beam was pointed westward because it was the presumed direction of the Earth's movement around the Sun by Einstein and company. The second light beam was pointed northward and thus away from the direction of the presumed moving Earth. The first light beam should have been affected by the Earth's movement through space if the Earth is moving around the Sun at the accepted speed of 66,600 miles per hour. If so, the first beam would have traveled slower than the second light beam, if relativity were a factor. But that didn't happen. Both light beams traveled at the same speed, proving Einstein wrong, and the complete motionlessness of the Earth. According to Michelson, the first beam traveled only about 1/6 of the retarded speed needed if the Earth was moving around the Sun. The conclusion, as Michelson notes, was that the Earth isn't moving around the Sun. As was noted in the experiment in 1887, the desired result, the Earth is moving around the Sun, was not found. The actual results, found were that the Earth isn't moving around the Sun. The equation used in the calculation is as follows: delta T equals L1 plus L2, V asterisk 2/C3 asterisk given V equals 3.0 times 104 m/s as the speed of the Earth in its orbit around the Sun. In Michelson and Morley's experiment, the arms L1 and L2 were about 11 m long. The time difference would then be about 22 m, 3.0 times 104 m/s, 2/3.0 times 108 m/s, 37.0 times 10 to 16 s. For visible light of wavelength lambda equals 5.5 times 10 to 7 m, say, the frequency would be f equals c/lambda equals 3.0 times 108 m/s, 5.5 times 10 to 7 m, equals 5.5 times 1014 Hz, which means that wave crests pass by a point every 1/5.5 times 1014 Hz, equals 1.8 times 10 to 15 s. Thus, with a time difference of 7.0 times 10 to 16 s, Michelson and Morley should have noted a movement in the interference pattern of 7.0 times 10 to 16 s / 1.8 times 10 to 15 s equals 0.4 fringe. They could easily have detected this, since their apparatus was capable of observing a fringe shift as small as 0.01 fringe. 3 other prominent physicists have noted the same truth. There was just one alternative: the Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil. Famous physicist Arthur Eddington stated, "The data of Michelson-Morley is almost unbelievable. There is only one possible conclusion to draw, and that is that the Earth is at perfect rest." Eminent physicist Bernard Jaffe stated, "Thus, the failure of Michelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of the year suggested that the Earth must be at rest." GPS again destroys special relativity and time dilation in a nutshell. General relativity predicts that clocks go slower in a higher gravitational field. That is, the clock aboard the GPS satellites clicks faster than the clock down on Earth. Also, special relativity predicts that a moving clock is slower than the stationary one. So this effect will slow the clock compared to the one down on Earth. As you see, in this case the two effects are acting in opposite direction and, therefore, they cancel each other out. This reveals the hoax of the GPS differential story, just another hoax from modern scientism. Time dilation and special relativity in the context of Lorentz transformations and coordinate system variance in relativistic physics, Lorentz symmetry, named for Hendrik Lorentz, is an equivalence of observation or observational symmetry due to special relativity, implying that the laws of physics stay the same for all observers that are moving with respect to one another within an inertial frame. The time lapse between two events is not invariant from one observer to another, but is allegedly dependent on the relative speeds of the observer's reference frames. Example: the twin paradox, which concerns a twin who flies off in a spaceship traveling near the speed of light and returns to discover that the non-traveling twin sibling has aged much more. The paradox being that at constant velocity we are unable to discern which twin is non-traveling and which twin travels. The inertial frames of reference are dependent upon mathematical model of quantization or ticking of a clock. No person has ever seen or experienced this conclusion, but theoretical physics assumes it to be true, on solely philosophic grounds, because they built a mathematical model around and, like a rabid dog, will not let it go. Nevertheless, special relativity is not used, per se, in calculations for GPS systems. Rather, a nice little trick sidestepping special relativity, applying a series of Lorentz transformations in infinitesimal steps, is what it does. This turns out to be sufficiently accurate and a lot easier computationally. Because there are often many different possible coordinate systems for describing geometrical figures, it is important to understand how they are related. Such relations are described by coordinate transformations, which give formulas for the coordinates in one system in terms of the coordinates in another system. The wide variance of coordinate systems possible to explain the inertial frames of reference, positions, and velocities of objects clearly illustrates the mathematical nature of any conclusions arrived at. The entire game depends upon computational and mathematical adjustments which have nothing to do with any objective reality at all. Relativity, by its own definition, is merely a play of covariance in transformations, with equational mathematical adjustments to posit indefinite explanations to an assumed absolute reality. The obvious and glaring paradoxes and nonsense of Albert Einstein's special relativity are patently clear to anyone who breaks through the mystical spell of Einstein's wild, unproven, mathematical assumptions and thinks through the topic with a sober and sound mind. Clocks exhibit temporal variance because they are in different frames of reference, with each frame weighing in with a prosaic and ordinary variance of factors acting upon each system: 1. Pressure. 2. Altitude. 3. Varying internal degradation. 4. Temperature. 5. Motion. 6. Position. All these variables affect quantization variance, with time dilation being completely extraneous and unnecessary as a theory. The idea of time dilation from varying frames of reference in an equation, with twice the speed of light is necessary to normalize the equation's variables, is such a science fiction mess as to be laughable and indistinguishable from Star Trek science, and is nothing but a theoretical fetish. Physicists are easily led astray to wander in a wilderness of theoretical equations if you throw them a few GPS story crumbs of temporal variance from a distance induced by velocity frames. It all becomes a sprint to support the authenticity of story, whoever reports it. Even though no human has ever experienced time dilation, nor anything like the Earth orbiting or moving, these theoretical assumptions are the food of the gods for armchair theoretical physicists, mired in mathematical models that work on a blackboard, but never in real nature. Time dilation is a great science fiction principle when you are making science fiction films like Christopher Nolan's Interstellar. But we must remember how to separate science fiction, which is based upon unproven theoretical models, from actual empirical science, which is based upon data that anyone can corroborate. And not just based upon some Discovery magazine time dilation GPS story that came from some scientism priest trying to get tenure. The Michelson-Morley experiment. The Michelson-Morley experiment was an experiment designed to test the velocity of light that was first performed in 1887 by Albert A. Michelson and Edward W. Morley. Unfortunately, a number of writers on this topic tend to gloss over, or sometimes mischaracterize, what this experiment demonstrated, its significance, and how it was a turning point in science which necessitated the adoption of a radically different and alternative model of space. At the time it was held that in order for light to travel through space it was necessary that there was a medium filling the void through which it could propagate, much like how sound waves travel through the air or ripples through water. This background medium of space was colloquially known as ether. The goal of the Michelson-Morley experiment was to compare the speed of light in perpendicular horizontal directions at various times of the day. In an attempt to detect the relative motion of matter through the stationary luminiferous ether by using the rotation of the Earth and its motion around the Sun to create interference bands of light for the study. Morley wrote to his father that the purpose of the experiment was to see if light travels with the same velocity in all directions. The shocking result of this experiment is that light did travel with the same velocity in the various horizontal directions tested. The Earth did not measurably move around the Sun at all, in contradiction to all expectations and the accepted astronomical model. Michelson and Morley found that a light beam discharged horizontally in the direction of the Earth's assumed motion showed virtually no difference in speed from a light beam discharged north to south or south to north. In other words, the experiment failed to detect the Earth moving in or against space, of whatever space was understood to consist. After the famous Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, one of Albert Einstein's biographers, Ronald W. Clark, describes what came next. The problem which now faced science was considerable. For there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory, and was unthinkable. Michelson and Morley and later scientists repeated the experiment many times, and in many different horizontal axial positions and configurations, at different times of the day, all with a null result. the Earth was seen to be motionless. The experiment has been referred to as the moving-off point for the theoretical aspects of the Second Scientific Revolution III and directly influenced the creation of Albert Einstein's theory of special relativity. The theory of special relativity subsequently found favor among scientific circles because the second postulate of special relativity provided an illusion where the velocity of light is constant to all observers regardless of motion, and seemingly explained the motionless Earth result of the Michelson-Morley experiment. This fundamental change to the nature of space and time allowed the theory of the Earth's motion around the Sun to survive direct contradicting experimental evidence and encouraged, perhaps forced, its adoption as the accepted model of space for heliocentrism. G. J. Whitrow, a British mathematician, cosmologist, and science historian, characterized the Michelson-Morley experiment from a historical perspective. If such an experiment could have been performed in the 16th or 17th centuries, when men were debating the rival merits of the Copernican and Ptolemaic systems, the result would surely have been interpreted as conclusive evidence for the immobility of the Earth, and therefore as a triumphant vindication of the Ptolemaic system and irrefutable falsification of the Copernican hypothesis. Although repeated over the next 40 years with ever greater precision, and the same negative result, this 1887 experiment is pointed to as one of the experimental foundations of relativity, and earned Michelson the Nobel Prize in 1907. Description and result material from a York University course by Prof. Byron E. Wall provides a good summary of the Michelson-Morley experiment and its result. Below are slides that tell the story. Interested readers should feel free to go through the entire slide deck. Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction. The Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction, also known as the Lorentz contraction, was supported by Einstein and became a part of special relativity. Although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small, Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference in which this difference should have been clearly detectable. But the experiment gave a negative result, a fact very perplexing to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from this difficulty by assuming that the motion of the body relative to the ether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of motion, the amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in time mentioned above. Albert Einstein, 1916. Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction, also called space contraction, in relativity physics, the shortening of an object along the direction of its motion relative to an observer. Dimensions in other directions are not contracted. Encyclopaedia Britannica. One of the peculiar aspects of Einstein's theory of special relativity is that the length of objects moving at relativistic speeds undergoes a contraction along the dimension of motion. An observer at rest, relative to the moving object, would observe the moving object to be shorter in length. PhysicsClassroom.com. The ether drift experiment was expected to show a displacement of about 0.4 fringe when the interferometer was rotated through 90 degrees, but the displacements were certainly not more than 0.01 of a fringe. As is well known, the negative character of their results was largely responsible for the development of the theory of relativity by Lorentz, Fitzgerald, Einstein, and others. Albert A. Michelson, The Astrophysical Journal, July 1931, p.4. Peer reviews and repetitions. Since 1887 the Michelson-Morley experiment has been repeated and verified on many occasions, with several different methodologies. The Michelson-Morley Wikipedia article, archive, maintains a list of subsequent experiments. 2009 repetition in Germany. Physicists in Germany have performed the most precise Michelson-Morley experiment to date, confirming that the speed of light is the same in all directions. The experiment, which involves rotating two optical cavities, is about 10 times more precise than previous experiments, and 100 million times more precise than Michelson and Morley's 1887 measurement. Influence of the MIMO experiment on relativity in a lecture titled How I Created the Theory of Relativity, archive. Albert Einstein points this experiment out as a basis on developing special relativity. I was familiar with the strange results of Michelson's experiment while I was still a student pondering these problems, and instinctively realized that, if we accepted his result as a fact, it would be wrong to think of the motion of the Earth with respect to the ether. This insight actually provided the first route that led me to what we now call the principle of special relativity. I have since come to believe that, although the Earth revolves around the Sun, its motion cannot be ascertained through experiments using light. Einstein also mentions in regards to SR, I also started to work on the problem of Fizeau's experiment and tried to account for it, which is another light velocity experiment. Michelson-Morley historical marker. The Michelson-Morley experiment, conducted at the Western Reserve University in July 1887, provides the earliest direct evidence that would later support Albert Einstein's theory of relativity. Albert A. Michelson, professor of physics at the Case School of Applied Sciences, and Edward Morley, professor of chemistry at Western Reserve University, tested the prevailing scientific theory that light waves travel faster downwind and slower against an upwind as they travel faster through a substance once thought to permeate space called ether. Finding no differences in the velocity of light waves traveling in different directions with respect to Earth's motion around the Sun, the experiment's results baffled a generation of scientists until Einstein solved the riddle by formulating a new understanding of time and space. In 1907, Michelson, then head of the physics department at the University of Chicago, became the first American scientist to earn the Nobel Prize. He did so in physics. The marker describes that, when science was confronted with direct evidence of an Earth without motion around the Sun, an entirely new model of space and time was required to explain it. Why relativity was accepted. An interesting analysis on why relativity was accepted in science. The author concludes that much of why it was accepted is because it was a world model which purported to explain the Michelson-Morley experimental result of a motionless Earth. Another top reason was because of an underlying desire for a unified, elegant physical theory. The author provides quotes by the scientists of the day, identifying the Michelson-Morley null result as a primary factor. Remarks by prominent physicists. José Sánchez-Ron, a prominent Spanish physicist, suggests that G. A. Schott and other British physicists were interested in relativity because it offered a way to deal with problems arising from the new atomic physics, in which the magnetic interactions of electrons and their behavior at very high speeds needed to be better understood. Sánchez-Ron also points to the interest of these physicists in symmetry considerations. But the most explicit statement he quotes about the reason for accepting relativity is that of an anonymous reviewer of Ludwig Silberstein's 1914 book. Without the result of Michelson and Morley's experiment, there would be no justification for the theory at all. It will only be when further experimental data of a crucial kind are obtained that the theory will run much chance of becoming definitely accepted as scientific knowledge. In 1907, K. Baumgart supported the Lorentz-Einstein theory because it was compatible with the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment. Dirac, a famous English theoretical physicist, stated that he first learned about relativity theory when it was widely publicized in England after World War I by Eddington. His initial interest in the theory was captured by the experimental evidence, Michelson-Morley experiment, Mercury's orbit, and light bending. Langevin, a famous French physicist, tried to persuade the Collège de France to invite Einstein to lecture in Paris, and finally succeeded in 1922. The result was a flurry of popular interest in relativity. After Einstein's visit, Langevin decided that relativity is supported by experiments such as that of Michelson and Morley. The reader should note that the Michelson-Morley experiments are a subset of the failure of the ether drift experiments, which are a larger collection of experiments which have failed to detect Earth's motion through space. The Michelson-Morley experiment is the most known and famous experiment of the collection. Below are miscellaneous quotes from various physicists and authors on the topic of the Michelson-Morley experiment. If you haven't given much thought to the implications of 20th century science, you may be chagrined to realize that because of the concept of relative motion, no one can prove that the Earth moves. Kitty Ferguson, Measuring the Universe, 1999, p. 106, 107. We might hope therefore that the Einstein theory, which is well suited to such problems, would throw more light on the matter. But instead of adding further support to the heliocentric picture of the planetary motions, the Einstein theory goes in the opposite direction, giving increased respectability to the geocentric picture. Sir Fred Hoyle, Nicolaus Copernicus, an essay on his life and work, p. 87. Sir Fred Hoyle FRS was an English astronomer who formulated the theory of stellar nucleosynthesis. No physical experiment ever proved that the Earth actually is in motion. Lincoln Barnett, The Universe and Dr. Einstein, 2nd Rev. Edition, 1957 p. 73. In the effort to explain the Michelson-Morley experiment, the thought was advanced that the Earth might be stationary. Creator of the first IQ test, Arthur S. Otis. The experiment was tried again by Morley and by others, with the same conclusion: the apparent velocity of the Earth through the ether was zero. Historian Lincoln Barnett, The Universe and Dr. Einstein, p. 44. The easiest explanation was that the Earth was fixed in the ether, and that everything else in the universe moved with respect to the Earth and the ether. Such an idea was not considered seriously. James A. Coleman, Relativity for the Layman, p. 37. The Michelson-Morley experiment confronted scientists with an embarrassing alternative. On the one hand, they could scrap the ether theory, which had explained so many things about electricity, magnetism, and light. Or if they insisted on retaining the ether, they had to abandon the still more venerable Copernican theory that the Earth is in motion. To many physicists it seemed almost easier to believe that the Earth stood still than that waves, light waves, electromagnetic waves, could exist without a medium to sustain them. It was a serious dilemma, and one that split scientific thought for a quarter century. Many new hypotheses were advanced and rejected. The experiment was tried again by Morley and by others, with the same conclusion: the apparent velocity of the Earth was zero. The conclusion was inescapable. The Earth was absolutely motionless. Historian Lincoln Barnett, forward by Albert Einstein: the Michelson-Morley experiment could have detected speeds as low as 2 miles a second instead of the known 20 mph that the Earth is said to be at in its orbital motion around the Sun. It didn't detect it. What's the conclusion from the Michelson-Morley experiment? The implication is that the Earth is not moving. Even Einstein had to admit it. The next step was to erase the findings by fabricating the relativity fantasy to explain away the zero-motion findings. Professor of Physics Richard Wolfson, The Teaching Company, episode taught at Middlebury College. There was just one alternative: the Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil. Arthur Eddington, The Nature of the Physical World, 1929, pp. 11:8. Briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest, and the relative rays were the absolute rays. Hendrik Lorentz, 1886. The data were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. This, of course, was preposterous. Bernard Jaffe, Michelson, and the Speed of Light, 1960 p. 76. Always the speed of light was precisely the same, thus, failure of Michelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of the year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space? Adolph Baker, Modern Physics and Anti-Physics, pp. 53-54, Addison Wesley, 1972. The Michelson-Morley experiment has thus failed to detect our motion through the ether, because the effect looked for, the delay of one of the light waves, is exactly compensated by an automatic contraction of the matter forming the apparatus. Sir Arthur Eddington, Space, Time and Gravitation, p. 20. But no one wanted to go back to before Copernicus, to a geocentric view, or conclude from the Michelson-Morley experiment that the Earth was resting motionless in the ether. Instead, brilliant theories were designed to prove that it was impossible to observe a movement relative to the ether. In these endeavors, the theory of Hendrik Antoon Lorentz offered the most valuable insights. Albrecht Falsing, Albert Einstein, A Biography. p.160. The explanation which had the most appeal in accounting for the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment was one that was literally dreamed up for the purpose. It is the so-called Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. In 1893, Fitzgerald suggested that all objects contracted in the direction of their motion through the ether. He reasoned that if ordinary objects flattened out upon impact with other objects, a rubber ball hitting a wall, or a ripe tomato dropped on the floor, for example, then why would it not be possible for objects that move through the ether to have the force of the ether push them in, or contract them? This would adequately explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The arm of the interferometer moving against the ether would be shortened so that, even though the light wave traveling in that particular arm might be slowed down by the ether wind, this would be compensated for by having its path shortened. Objections to the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction hypothesis were rampant, as was to be expected, not only because there was no evidence to prove that such an effect took place, but particularly because Fitzgerald could not explain why objects would contract due to motion through the ether. The contraction hypothesis was originally advanced only as a possible explanation for Michelson and Morley's results, providing such an effect existed. Then too, the theory said that all materials traveling with the same velocity with respect to the ether would contract the same fractional amount. Since iron is much heavier and stronger than wood, for example, one would expect a greater contraction for wood than for iron, but this too went unanswered. James A. Coleman, professor of physics and chairman of the Department of Physics at the American International College, Springfield, Massachusetts, Relativity for the Layman, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments. We have already remarked in section V that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Relativity, the special and general theory, cited in Stephen Hawking's A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, 2007 p. 169. This null result was one of the great puzzles of physics at the end of the 19th century. One possibility was that v would be zero and no fringe shift would be expected. But this implies that the Earth is somehow a preferred object. Only with respect to the Earth would the speed of light be c as predicted by Maxwell's equations. This is tantamount to assuming that the Earth is the central body of the universe. Physicist Douglas C. John Coley, Physics, Principles with Applications, 1985, pp. 613 to 614 and 1980 p. 625. Experiments which demonstrate the Earth is motionless and non-rotating. 1. Michelson-Morley experiment, light velocity experiment which suggests a lack of Earth's motion around the Sun. 2. Sagnac experiment, experiments which show that light's velocity is indeed affected by detector motion, showing zero axial-rotation of the Earth. 3. Airy's failure, an experiment which proved that the stars are in motion, rather than the Earth. 4. Time dilation by latitude, the predicted time dilation caused by Earth's rotation does not occur. 5. Aviation, exercises all military and NASA mechanical air flight assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. 6. Foucault pendulum device which is alleged to detect the rotation of Earth's spin in a random fashion, depending upon where they are situated, and how they are initiated into motion. 7. Coriolis effect, eastwards deflection of bodies caused by Earth's rotation not observed in real life. 8. Coriolis effect. Weather, hurricanes and other effects do not reflect Earth's rotation. 9. Ring laser gyroscope, ring laser experiment alleged to observe the rotation of Earth actually do not. The Michelson-Morley experiment explains a motionless Earth. The story of relativity did not begin in 1905. It started in 1881 with an experiment that yielded very surprising results that helped lead Einstein to his theory. The experiment was inspired by a proposal made by James Maxwell to determine the Earth's motion through the ether, which was still believed in at the time, by measuring the speed of light in two directions, one parallel to the Earth's motion and the other perpendicular to that motion. By comparing these two measurements, one should be able to calculate the speed of the Earth as it passes through the ether. However, the measurement accuracy that would be needed, 1 part in 200 million, was well beyond the capability of the time, so Maxwell concluded that the experiment was impossible. It took a young American physicist to make it possible, and the result that he found caused a revolution in physics unlike any seen before. Albert Michelson came to the United States at the age of 2, the son of Jewish German parents. After serving in the U.S. Navy, which he rejoined at the age of 62 to serve in World War I, he pursued a career in physics. In 1881, while studying in Europe, he came across Maxwell's challenge and conceived the idea of the interferometer, an instrument that can measure exceedingly small distances by observing optical interference patterns. Using this sensitive instrument, Michelson was able to perform Maxwell's experiment. The central part of the apparatus is a thinly silvered mirror that splits a light beam into two parts, with one beam traveling through the mirror and the other reflected upward. The two beams are then reflected back to the central mirror, which sends them to a detector. The light paths are equal in length, so that if the apparatus is stationary the light beams would take equal times to reach the detector. However, if the apparatus is moving, the beam traveling in the direction of motion would have to cover a greater distance because the mirrors and detector move during the time of travel. The transverse beam would also be affected by motion, but not as much. You can either take my word for this or work it out with some high school algebra. The resulting difference in travel times would put the beams out of phase, and would create an interference pattern when they combine at the detector. When the experiment was performed, much to Michelson's surprise there was no difference between the two directions. The two light beams took the same time to reach the detector despite the extra distance created by the Earth's motion. More accurate experiments were performed later in collaboration with Edward Morley, using more mirrors to extend the path lengths. This improvement in accuracy turned out to be critical, as Michelson had made an error in his first measurement that was pointed out by Hendrik Lorentz. The experiment, now called the Michelson-Morley experiment, was repeated many times, at different times of day, as the Earth's surface moves in different directions because of its rotation, and at different seasons of the year, when the Earth moves in different directions as it orbits the Sun. The answer remained the same. The two light beams took equal times to traverse their paths, regardless of the Earth's motion. That the speed of light should be independent of motion was most surprising. It makes no sense for a light beam, or anything, for that matter, to travel at the same speed regardless of the motion of the observer. Suppose, for example, that you are observing a very fast train from another train. The apparent speed of the fast train would clearly depend on its direction relative to yours. If the other train is moving in the opposite direction, it would go whooshing by, but if it is moving in the same direction as you, it would pass very slowly. Yet Michelson, a passenger on a train called Earth, found that another train called Light always moves at the same speed no matter which way it is moving relative to the Earth. If the experiment had been performed only once, there would have been no problem. We could have simply said this is the frame of reference in which the laws of physics hold, in which Maxwell's equations apply and light travels with velocity c. But the experiment was repeated with the Earth moving in different, and even opposite, directions, and the result was always the same. It is not possible for light to travel with the same velocity in all of these frames of reference unless something funny is going on. The something funny turned out to be even more surprising than the result itself. In a nutshell, the Earth was proven to be absolutely motionless. Remember that time when science fiction became modern science? To begin with, what were the scientific credentials and background of Michelson, Morley, and Einstein? 1. Edward Williams Morley, January 29, 1838 to February 24, 1923, was an American scientist famous for his extremely precise and accurate measurement of the atomic weight of oxygen. 2. Albert Abraham Michelson, December 19, 1852 to May 9, 1931, was an American physicist known for his work on measuring the speed of light and especially for the Michelson-Morley experiment. In 1907 he received the Nobel Prize in Physics, becoming the first American to win the Nobel Prize in a science. He was the founder and the first head of the physics department of the University of Chicago. 3. Albert Einstein, March 14, 1879 to April 18, 1955, was a patent clerk, flunked math, and had a fetish for wearing women's shoes. Okay, so we have the first American to win the Nobel Prize in a science up against a patent clerk who flunked math, with a fetish for wearing women's shoes. Let us begin. The Michelson-Morley experiment was an experiment that was first performed in 1887 by Albert A. Michelson and Edward W. Morley. Unfortunately, a number of writers on this topic tend to gloss over, or sometimes mischaracterize, what this experiment actually demonstrated, its significance, and how it was a turning point in science which necessitated the adoption of a radically different and alternative model of space. At the time, it was held that in order for light to travel through space it was necessary that there was a medium filling the void through which it could propagate, much like how sound waves travel through the air or ripples through water. This background medium of space was colloquially known as ether, which in modern parlance could be renamed the medium in which light propagates. Albert Einstein used the word ether for his idea of a gravitational field. The goal of the Michelson-Morley experiment was to compare the speed of light in perpendicular horizontal directions at various times of the day. In an attempt to detect the relative motion of matter through the stationary space, by using the assumed hypothesis of the rotation of the Earth, and its motion around the Sun to create interference bands of light for the study. Morley wrote to his father that the purpose of the experiment was to see if light travels with the same velocity in all directions. The shockingly groundbreaking result of this experiment is that light, indeed, did travel with the same velocity in the various horizontal directions tested, proving that the Earth did not measurably move around the Sun at all, in contradiction to all expectations and the accepted astronomical model. Michelson and Morley found that a light beam discharged horizontally in the direction of the Earth's assumed motion showed no difference in speed from a light beam discharged north to south or south to north. Obviously, if the Earth were spinning at a dizzying velocity and hurling through space, the interferometer readings would show this motion and the time it takes light to travel against the direction of this assumed motion. In other words, the experiment failed to detect the Earth moving in or against space, of whatever space was understood to consist. After the famous Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, one of Albert Einstein's biographers, Ronald W. Clark, describes what came next. The problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only one alternative. The Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling and rejecting the whole Copernican theory, and was unthinkable. Einstein then desperately tried to conceal the findings in nebulous theoretical nonsense. He confessed that Michelson-Morley experiment proved that the Earth was motionless, and so he inserted the idea that matter, itself, the luminiferous ether, and the experimental apparatus was stretching in some magical way, and that is why the findings proved that the Earth was motionless. An obvious artifice from a desperately wild imagination. Einstein, an analysis of the fundamental concepts of space and time has shown us that the principle of the constant velocity of light in empty space, which emerges from the optics of bodies in motion, by no means forces us to accept the theory of a stationary luminiferous ether. On the contrary, it has been possible to frame a general theory which takes account of why experiments carried out on Earth never reveal any translatory motion of the Earth. Albert Einstein, 1914. And so, there was a great divide and contradiction between Einstein's highly unproven and entirely unempirical fantasy of relativity theory and the hard, cold empirical experimental data coming from tried and true scientists like Michelson and Morley. This signified a landmark division between real empirical physics and what was to become theoretical fantasy, and the spurious mathematical whimsy of relativistic theory, with Einstein at the helm of the sinking theoretical ship. Michelson and Morley and later scientists repeated the experiment many times, and in many different horizontal axial positions and configurations, at different times of the day, all with the same null result. The Earth was seen to be motionless. The experiment has been referred to as the moving-off point for the theoretical aspects of the second scientific revolution and directly influenced the creation of Albert Einstein's theory of special relativity. The magic show an illusion of the theory of special relativity. The theory of special relativity subsequently found favor among scientific circles because the second postulate of special relativity provided an illusion where the velocity of light is constant to all observers, and seemingly explained the motionless Earth result of the Michelson-Morley experiment. Einstein's relativity fantasy was like a drowning man's last gasp of air to explain away the ocean taking him down. Relativity sunk to the bottom of the ocean and the still and motionless Earth remained. But heliocentrists, hell-bent on holding on to their magic spinning ball spaceship theory, clung to this artificial and unproven change to the fundamental nature of space and time, which in turn allowed Michelson and Morley's findings to happen. The results of the Michelson and Morley experiment were not argued by Einstein. He was forced to conclude that the experiment had proven that the Earth is absolutely motional, zero rotation or movement. What was, however, up for debate was why the results came out that way. For Michelson and Morley, and every truly empirical scientist of the day, it was clear that the Earth was motionless. But for the fringe theoretical mathematicians, determined to reject a motionless Earth, the experiment's findings were reinterpreted through the unproven assumption of a moving Earth, with zero empirical data to support such a claim. It was as if Einstein had said, "I believe the Earth is moving, and so based upon my belief, I will assert that the Earth is moving with zero evidence." He literally did that. It was the opposite of empirical science, which is all relativistic theory is, anyway. And so, in this way, the theory of the Earth's motion around the Sun survived in direct contradiction of all experimental evidence, and further, was encouraged, perhaps forced, in its adoption, as the accepted model of space for heliocentrism. Ad hoc relativity theory, although the estimated difference between two light path times was exceedingly small, Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference in which this difference should have been clearly detectable. But the experiment gave a negative result, a fact very perplexing to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from this difficulty by assuming that the motion of the body relative to the Einstein's ether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of motion. The amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in time mentioned above. From the standpoint of the theory of relativity, this solution of the difficulty was the right one. The only problem was that there was zero proof of the theory, and in fact, all the data disproved relativity. It was an ad hoc theory, created for a particular purpose, but supported by zero data. Special relativity is a special kind of stupid. Einstein then develops this idea into a more general principle, that is, the principle of special relativity. On the basis of special relativity, the method of interpretation is incomparably more satisfactory than general relativity. According to this theory, there is no such thing as a specially favored, unique, coordinate system to occasion the introduction of Einstein's ether idea, and hence there can be no ether drift, nor any experiment with which to demonstrate it. To explain away the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment, we need simply say that there is no absolute space, and no absolute reference frame, thus there is no difference between the velocity of the light source, and the velocity of the observer. Therefore, there will be no observed interference effect. It is like walking on a sidewalk and saying, "There is no way to determine whether I am walking on this sidewalk, or the Earth is moving my direction, and I am walking in the same place while the Earth does the moving." Sure, it is a fun mind game, but the reality is that you are walking and the Earth is motionless, as anyone can clearly observe from any frame of reference. Einstein simply destroyed empirical logic and replaced it with whimsy and science fiction fantasy. The point is that Einstein does not give any logical argument as to the non-existence of a fundamental space ether. He simply said that it is irrelevant when determining the behavior of moving bodies using Lorentz's mathematical transformation. This is the power of mathematics as a logical relationship language. You can warp reality with mathematics and make anything seem tenable, no matter how wrong the conclusion is within the domain of real, temporal empirical observation. And so, what Einstein realized is that it is only the relative difference in velocity between the two referential frames which determines the solution to any equation. Hence, the existence or non-existence of a fundamental absolute space is irrelevant to the development of his mathematical logic. In other words, he imagined a fantasy world where there are no absolute and objective frames of inertial reference, so that any mathematical data could be ignored since nothing made mathematical sense in such a fantasy world of relativity. It made sense that a patent clerk who flunked math would want a mathematical system where there is no right answer. After all, it's all relative, and so nothing is empirically verifiable in such a delusionary model. Meanwhile, relativity became the new drug of choice for math nerds with time to kill, a game of mathematical sleight of hand for idiot savant math heads who could play around with equations for months on end, equations which only applied to science fiction models. but had no bearing in actual reality. This is a fundamental point. Einstein argues that the beauty of the special theory of relativity is that we need make no assumptions about the structure of the electron itself, nor the nature of space. As he said, the theory of relativity leads to the same law of motion without requiring any special hypothesis whatsoever as to the structure and behavior of the electron. And so, the Einstein did away with the necessity for a field medium altogether by saying, "We can never even know because it's all relative anyway." The nonsense of this idea is blatantly obvious. It is like saying we can never know if sound travels through air, because we really do not know that air exists, because air could just be an extension of the air. It's a huge mess of circular absurdity. Relativity is a special kind of stupid. Relativity, feet planted firmly in midair. Is there an ether which carries the light, the ether being considered in the undulatory state, for example, when it carries light waves? The question has a natural answer. Because one cannot dispense with the field concept of ether, in that sound travels through the medium of air, and vibrations travel through the medium of water, it makes sense that light would travel through a medium as well. Now there is a beautiful simplicity to this general principle of relativity. To explain the Michelson-Morley experiment, we need simply say that there is no absolute space/absolute reference frame, thus there is no difference between the velocity of the light source and the velocity of the observer. Therefore, there will be no observed interference effect. Mathematicians would love the simplicity. The point is that Einstein does not give any logical argument as to the non-existence of a fundamental space/ether. He simply says that it is irrelevant when determining the behavior of moving bodies using Lorenz's mathematical transformation, which is of course true. This is the power of mathematics as a logical relationship language. Lucifer's high card. There is a Jesuit shark poker game known as Lucifer's high card. This high card is the top card played on top of a house of cards, otherwise known as the New World Order. The New World Order is a house of cards because it relies upon the mass of humanity to prop it up. If humanity refuses to play the game, the entire house of cards plummets to the ground. In this game, various cards are played by the Gnostic Luciferian cabal that has governed the world since time immemorial through a network of secret societies and mystery schools. In this game, many cards are dealt, many cards are played, many cards are bluffed, many cards are folded, many cards are called, many cards are won, many cards are lost, many cards hold rank, and many cards go bust. Nevertheless, in this game of their creation, the dice are loaded in favor of the house, and as the world ontes up to create a massive center pot, it is winner takes all. The world looks on as the heliocentric full house, which forced the hand of the populace to cold call, hovers in play. It was intended to be the Luciferian ace in the hole. And this heliocentric card was played as the high card in a house of cards, constructed over hundreds and hundreds of years of Jesuit shark poker. The entire game was intended to be a cutthroat bluff in order to maximize the pot. That pot was filled with a world where sin ruled in the hearts of every human heart, and the blasphemy of satanic lust, pride, and greed indwelled in the soul of every dealer. The house dealt the hand with utmost finesse like the Babylonian snake charmer from ancient Hermetic Egypt. The heliocentric flute, which seduced a world eager to trust in the heliocentric house, and eager to lust in the carnality of self-worship, self-exhalation, and all things, material, fallen, and graven, played its seductive song of celestial semantics and pantheistic externalities. The song was sweet to all those greedy for eternal life. The song was the music of spheres, and all who followed its sinuous and tantalizing tune became transfixed, seduced, and intoxicated by its promise of oneness, unity, and apotheosis. As this heliocentric song played sonorously and rapturously in the ears of all those who partook of this propagating game of cosmological uncertainty, the satanic lust that existed in Babylon would revisit and enter into a modern world through the conduit of astrotheology and astronomy. Gnostic Luciferian tales of celestial realms, light years away, and infinite magnitudes of majesty and peril washed over the minds and hearts of the accepting multitudes, eager for truth about their origins, and where they are destined to go. A Gnostic pleroma was laid out before them with a message of salvation through secret knowledge and cosmic ascension into the new sphere of New Age infinite nothingness. Interstellar space swept through the minds of humanity, and was firmly set in motion as the Earth was chained to the Sun in heliocentric slavery. Eventually, it was discovered that the heliocentric card was their penultimate card, and played face-up compared to the final card. The final card was the Alien Contact Ace of Space card. The entire game was created in preparation for this final card. Though the heliocentric card's effects are still felt propagating throughout the kingdom of the Lord, this ultimate Ace of Space card was placed in the House of Cards as the final ploy in a much larger Game of Thrones. Now, the slightest upset in this fragile House of Cards, and the entire thing comes toppling down. And much to the chagrin and horror of the Gnostic Luciferian dealers of death and destruction, they missed a set on the flop with a pair of pocket sixes and ran amok as their heliocentric card went face up for all the table to see. How could they play their last Alien Contact Ace of Space card without their heliocentric card in place? They were jammed, and so they raised the ante to bluff for more time. And so, they pulled the Joker of NASA card from up their sleeves and bet hard, all or nothing. Meanwhile, those who saw the gambit coming wanted to call the hand because they had an even better empirical cosmological hand that the Luciferian cabal had not seen coming. These noble players at the table started calling the house's bluff in order to take the house. Suddenly, the Ace of Diamonds came into play. It was known as Enclosed Cosmology, an ancient card that had gotten lost in the shuffle for hundreds of years. It was the top card in the deck, and had fallen into the hands of the formidable players against the Luciferian house. Once again, it was announced, winner take pot. Who would win, Mystery Babylon, or the Lord God? The world looked on in transfixed anticipation. Just then, another player arrives at the table and takes a seat. Legend told of this player, but legends can be perverted and defiled, so nobody really knew what to expect. This new player announced himself with his indifference towards the game and the house, a conspicuous countenance of resolute victory. Then, this player lays out a royal flush. Waves of panic and terror reverberate throughout the chamber. The Gnostic house is mortified. After many hundreds and hundreds of years they could not face defeat. They would fight until the bitter end to win. Then all the players gazed down upon the royal flush and saw the words engraved there by a searing red-hot stylus, "It is finished." With this, the player stood up and pushed the table away, refusing to gamble further with this Luciferian evil. He had accomplished the impossible as the Gnostic house folded and the department was paid in full. This player who had effortlessly won the game for all the world walked towards the door and then turned to remind the players, "We play it face up, but the game is between invisible principalities. Not man. We ante up and the stakes are high, the very soul of mankind in fact." But Lucifer's high card was always a losing gambit. And as this satanic house of cards crashes to the ground, man awakens from his slumber to finally realize that the enclosed cosmology card was sufficient to the task of taking down the entire Gnostic house of cards. For the weight of truth will always reign triumphant over the bluff of wicked hearts. In this ends our tale of Lucifer's high card. All glory be to God. Guns and rockets with and without atmosphere. Rockets require external resistance, like an atmosphere, to push off of. The rocket does not give its exhaust momentum, the momentum is given by pressure gradient force. Just like when you drop an object from a height, your hand doesn't give the object momentum, gravity does. If the object falls fast enough and meets resistance, like the floor, it might bounce back and hit you. Conservation of momentum is a fundamental law of physics which states that the momentum of a system is constant if there are no external forces acting on the system. It is embodied in Newton's first law, the law of inertia. External force is pressure gradient force, not the rocket. There is no scientific explanation of rocket being able to thrust in a vacuum. Only edited and fake videos. F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. For an external applied force, the change in velocity depends on the mass of the object. An external force will cause a change in velocity, and likewise, a change in velocity will generate a force. 1. Newton's first law states that every object will remain at rest or in uniform motion in a straight line unless compelled to change its state by the action of an external force. 2. The second law explains how the velocity of an object changes when it is subjected to an external force. 3. The third law states that for every action, force, in nature there is an equal and opposite reaction. In other words, if object A exerts a force on object B, then object B also exerts an equal force on object A. Notice that the forces are exerted on TWO different objects. 1. Object A equals rocket 2. Object B equals external force. According to Newton's three laws of motion, the external force must be independent of the rocket. In other words, 1. Force 1 equals mass, the rocket thrust or exhaust 2. Force 2 equals external force, the rocket's de Laval nozzle must encounter an external force of resistance to propel forward. The atmosphere is that external force. In a vacuum there is no atmosphere to exist as the external force, and therefore no equal and opposite reaction can occur. Unless the rocket thrust encounters some atmospheric resistance, all the thrust in the world has nothing to push off of, and therefore nothing happens. A rocket is spinning its wheels, going nowhere in a vacuum. Newton's third law: a force is a push or a pull upon an object which results from its interaction with another external object. Forces result from interactions between two separate objects. Some forces result from contact interactions. Normal, frictional, tensional, and applied forces are examples of contact forces, and other forces are the result of action at a distance interactions, electrical and magnetic forces. According to Newton, whenever objects A and B interact with each other, they exert forces upon each other. When you sit in your chair, your body exerts a downward force on the chair, and the chair exerts an upward force on your body. There are two forces resulting from this interaction, a force on the chair and a force on your body. These two forces are called action and reaction forces, and are the subject of Newton's third law of motion. Formally stated, Newton's third law is, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. The statement means that in every interaction, there is a pair of forces acting on the two interacting objects. The size of the forces on the first object equals the size of the force on the second object. The direction of the force on the first object is opposite to the direction of the force on the second object. Forces always come in pairs, equal and opposite action-reaction force pairs. A variety of action-reaction force pairs are evident in nature. Consider the propulsion of a fish through the water. A fish uses its fins to push water backwards. But a push on the water will only serve to accelerate the water. In turn, the water reacts by pushing the fish forwards, propelling the fish through the water. The size of the force on the water equals the size of the force on the fish. The direction of the force on the water, backwards, is opposite the direction of the force on the fish, forwards. For every action, there is an equal, in size, and opposite, in direction, reaction force. Action-reaction force pairs make it possible for fish to swim. Consider the flying motion of birds. A bird flies by use of its wings. The wings of a bird push air downwards. In turn, the air reacts by pushing the bird upwards. The size of the force on the air equals the size of the force on the bird. The direction of the force on the air, downwards, is opposite the direction of the force on the bird, upwards. For every action, there is an equal, in size, and opposite, in direction, reaction. Action-reaction force pairs make it possible for birds to fly. Consider the motion of your automobile to school. An automobile is equipped with wheels which spin backwards. As the wheels spin backwards, they push the road backwards. In turn, the road reacts by pushing the wheels forward. The size of the force on the road equals the size of the force on the wheels, or automobile. The direction of the force on the road, downwards, is opposite the direction of the force on the wheels, upwards. For every action, there is an equal, in size, and opposite, in direction, reaction. Action-reaction force pairs make it possible for automobiles to move. All of this occurs because of the rich atmospheric density of the Earth. Take the Earth's atmosphere away, and you have no resistance for all these interactions to occur. You only have one force with no external force to cause a reaction. The reason space travel is not possible is because the systems we claim to use to propel a rocket through space operates on gas pressure, and there is no gas pressure in space. Gas pressure requires molecules to be in contact with each other, bouncing off each other, causing millions of collisions per second, etc. If you release gas into the vacuum of space, the first molecule that pops out will shoot off into the distance at a constant speed, so will the one behind that, never catching up with the first one. The third, fourth, etc., all fly off into the distance trying to fill the vacuum by finding their empty corner. So, no matter how much gas you produce, none of it will ever change. The pressure under a spaceship. None of it will ever push a spaceship. To push a spaceship, there must be some locally high pressure under it, which is impossible since the pressure in space is zero everywhere. The nozzle and the mass flow equation F equals ma on Earth. Think about a fire hose shooting water. A force comes directly back against the column of water shooting out. Why? Because the first drop of water has to pass through air, which is dense, causing many collisions, slowing down the drop of water. The second drop, directly behind the first, will not be slowed down by the air, so it will collide with the first drop. The third drop hits the second drop, and so on, the fast water coming through the hose pushing through the slower water outside causes Newton's third law to push back on the column of water. This is why you need people holding the hose to add an unbalanced force, otherwise the hose would not be able to push water through that column anymore. The water column would be diverted, and the hose would flop around. It is obvious that one drop of water does not push back on the hose. You need a fast-moving column. The nozzle and the mass flow equation F equals ma in outer space. Since the molecules leaving the combustion chamber and entering the vacuum never slow down, never collide with any outside objects, nor with each Their force is always moving forward, away from the ship. There is no way for that force to be returned to the ship. There is no way for the force of the moving molecules to be extracted and used for propulsion. Their force is carried off into the far corners of space. This is also known as joule expansion. Remember that as soon as the nozzle is opened, the combustion chamber becomes part of the vacuum of space as is subject to its laws. A closed chamber is under pressure, but not an open one. NASA is lying at the molecular level. But that's okay because most people don't usually look there. The awesome, spectacular and heroic nature of space exploration is enough to cloud the most logical minds. Most respectable engineering schools won't touch space flight, and those who do have tiny departments. If it was really a multi-billion-dollar government-funded operation, every school in America would have their hands out for government grants like they do with engineering, computer science, and biology. But why train thousands of the best minds of a generation in a field that doesn't exist? The external force is the atmosphere that the explosion hits. External means separate from the bullet and gun system. You cannot separate the explosion from the gun or rocket. The explosion of the gun or rocket is part of the gun or rocket. This is force 1. You need an external force to change velocity, something separate from the gun or rocket, not connected to it. The absurd explanation of rocket propulsion from NASA gives this absurd explanation for rocket propulsion in the vacuum of outer space. It turns out the gases escaping a rocket interact with the rocket itself. The gases exert a force forward on the rocket, and the rocket pushes back on the gases, causing the rocket to propel forward. Absurdity 1. Bootstrapping. The first absurdity of this explanation arises from one corollary of Newton's third law: for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, which states that an object cannot exert a force on itself. The whole notion of saying that the gases escaping a rocket interact with the rocket itself violates Newton's third law of motion, which clearly tells us that an object cannot exert a force on itself. Similarly, you cannot lift yourself up by pulling up on your own bootstraps. You and your boots are all part of the same system. You need the ground beneath your feet to serve as an external force to jump, thrust, off from, just like a rocket requires some external force in order to propel itself off from. Try lifting yourself up by your own bootstraps. Nothing happens. You go nowhere. Now push off the ground, atmospheric density, with your feet, thrust. Well, look how your body moves. In every interaction, there is a pair of forces acting on the two interacting objects. The size of the forces on the first object equals the size of the force on the second object. The direction of the force on the first object is opposite to the direction of the force on the second object. Forces always come in pairs, equal and opposite action-reaction force pairs. Nevertheless, we are talking about two separate forces or objects. One is external to the other, as a pair. In terms of physics jargon, the total momentum of any system is a conserved quantity, irrespective of the nature of the forces acting between the various components of the system. Newton's third law represents a certain symmetry in nature. Forces always occur in pairs, and one body cannot exert a force on another without experiencing a force itself. We sometimes refer to this law loosely as action-reaction, where one force exerted is the action, and the external force experienced as a consequence is the reaction. Newton's third law has practical uses in analyzing the origin of forces and understanding which forces are external to a system. Absurdity 2. Net force. Now let's just look at that explanation in terms of real physics, and the net force of the rocket, A, and its expelled gases, B. A net force is the sum of all forces acting on an object. A net force is capable of accelerating a mass. For instance, if the wheels of a car push it forward with 5 newtons, and the drag is 3 newtons, the net force is 2 newtons forward. In other words, if an object is heavier or offers more resistance than the another object, then motion happens in the direction of the weaker object. This involves Newton's second law of motion, which can be formally stated as follows. The acceleration of an object as produced by a net force is directly proportional to the magnitude of the net force, in the same direction as the net force, and inversely proportional to the mass of the object. Okay, that said, what is the summation of forces between a rocket and its expelled gases? Fully fueled, the Saturn V weighed 6.5 million pounds. It gobbled up 40,000 pounds of fuel per second. That's 40,000 pounds of fuel per second equates to the gases causing the rocket to propel forward that NASA is talking about in its explanation of rocket thrust. Therefore, the net force was 6.5 million minus 40,000, which equals 6,460,000 pounds pushing in the direction of the expelled gases, and not in the direction of the rocket. In other words, with the net force given by NASA's very own facts about the Saturn V, available to anyone who has a computer, the rocket would have needed at least 6,460,000 pounds plus a minimum of approximately 1 pound of expelled gases underneath it to actually move the rocket forward. In the battle between forces, the rocket would literally pushing against a pad of expelled gases so small, in comparison to the weight of the Saturn V, that zero forward motion could occur based upon that explanation of rocketry. Recall Newton's second law, which states that the direction of the acceleration of an object is dependent upon two variables, the force acting upon the object, the expelled gases, and the mass of the object, the rocket. So, what is actually moving the rocket? And so why do rockets actually move forward in the Earth's atmosphere if NASA's explanation is complete lunacy? What would provide enough resistance as an external force to move 6.5 million pounds of Saturn V rocket? Joule expansion. Part of the answer comes from the principle in physics known as Joule expansion, also called free expansion, is an irreversible process in thermodynamics in which a volume of gas is kept in one side of a thermally isolated container, via a small partition, with the other side of the container being evacuated. The partition between the two parts of the container is then opened, and the gas fills the whole container. And so think of a rocket's thrust encountering the atmospheric molecular density of the Earth's atmosphere as two separate chambers that have no partition between them. The first chamber, if you will, is the rocket with its thrusting gases, and the second chamber is the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is one entire homogeneous unit with a weight of its own. According to the Britannica Encyclopedia, the total mass of Earth's atmosphere is about 5.5 quadrillion tons, or roughly 1/1,000,000th of Earth's mass. Air is heavier at sea level, since the air molecules sit close together, compressed by the weight of air from above. As elevation increases, however, air molecules grow farther apart, and the air becomes lighter. And so, we have 5.5 quadrillion tons of Earth's atmosphere for a rocket to push against to propel it forward. Even though the atmospheric pressure at sea level is only 14.7 pounds per cubic inch, every cubic inch of atmosphere is connected at the molecular level to every other cubic inch of atmosphere, which amounts to thrusters pushing against an atmospheric pressure that literally has an homogeneously isotropic molecular density of 5.5 quadrillion tons of force to push back upon it. Think of this 5.5 quadrillion tons as the external force acting upon the rocket. This is what the thrusters are pushing against. And because of Newton's third law, where for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, the rocket propels forward because the net force between the rocket and the Earth's atmosphere is in favor of the rocket's propulsion. When you are pushing against 5.5 quadrillion tons of molecular density with ferocious rocket thrusters, each pound per cubic inch of atmosphere is providing interconnected molecular resistance, and connected molecule by molecule to the entire mass of the Earth's 5.5 quadrillion tons of atmosphere. As an equation: 1. 5.5 quadrillion tons of Earth's atmosphere, 6.5 million pounds of Saturn V rocket equals a net force sufficient enough to propel the rocket. Suddenly, rocket propulsion makes sense. And suddenly rocket propulsion in outer space becomes absurd. For in outer space, there is zero atmospheric molecular density, and therefore zero ability to provide any external force or resistance to a rocket's thrusting gases. No external force to the rocket means no forward propulsion to the rocket. Simple physics. The law of momentum conservation in a collision or interaction between two separate objects or forces, the momentum change of object 1 is equal to an opposite of the momentum change of object 2. That is, the momentum lost by object 1 is equal to the momentum gained by object 2. In most collisions between two objects, one object slows down and loses momentum while the other object speeds up and gains momentum. If object 1 loses 75 units of momentum, then object 2 gains 75 units of momentum. Yet, the total momentum of the TWO objects, object 1 plus object 2, is the same before the collision as it is after the collision. The total momentum of the system, the collection of two objects, is conserved. Nevertheless, according to Newton's third law of motion, an object cannot exert a force on itself. It requires an external force, independent of force 1, whenever one body exerts a force on a second body, external to itself. The first body experiences a force that is equal in magnitude and opposite in direction to the force that it exerts. Impulse during a collision. Two objects exert a force on one another. This force may be complicated and change with time. However, from Newton's third law, the two objects must exert an equal and opposite force on one another. The change in the momentum is defined as the impulse of the collision. Impulse is a vector quantity. A vector is a quantity that has magnitude and direction. Impulse, linear momentum, and conservation of linear momentum in a collision. The impulse on an object is equal to the change in momentum. In a system of two or more objects or forces that are colliding, the forces that these objects exert on one another are internal forces. These internal forces cannot change the momentum of the system. Only an external force can change the momentum. A rocket provides one inertial frame, and the atmospheric density surrounding the rocket provides the external force that collides, or interacts, with the rocket's thrust. Because for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, the Earth's atmospheric pressure, which includes billions of tightly packed atoms, pushes back and the rocket reacts by being propelled forward. Chapter 6. Bonus features: debunking the debunker, how Sean Carroll gets the fine-tuning argument wrong in a new 9-minute video. Physicist Sean Carroll eviscerates the fine-tuning argument for the existence of God. Or does he? Apart from its science of the gaps optimism, the video's main flaws are that it fails to state the fine-tuning hypothesis correctly, and employs poor Bayesian reasoning. The text of Dr. Sean Carroll's video can be found in the opening speech of his debate with Professor William Lane Craig on the topic, God and Cosmology, The Existence of God in Light of Contemporary Cosmology in March 2014. Professor Jerry Coyne has provided a handy summary of Dr. Carroll's 5 main points in a post over at Why Evolution is True, December 31, 2015. 1. We don't really know that the universe is tuned specifically for life, since we don't know the conditions under which life is possible. 2. Fine-tuning for life would only potentially be relevant if we already accepted naturalism. God could create life under arbitrary physical conditions. 3. Apparent fine-tunings may be explained by dynamical mechanisms or improved notions of probability. 4. The multiverse is a perfectly viable naturalistic explanation. 5. If God had finely tuned the universe for life, it would look very different indeed. Carroll considers this his most important point. Here he goes into not only the cosmos but the nature of human culture which, Carroll avers, comports much better with naturalism than with theism. I have to say that the new 9-minute video is quite a slick production. It's just the right length, and it sounds like a very convincing debunking to anyone who isn't familiar with the fine-tuning argument. I have previously critiqued a 53-minute video by Dr. Sean Carroll attacking the fine-tuning argument, but in my opinion, his new one is much better for a public audience. Viewers of Dr. Carroll's latest video were highly impressed. Wrote one, "Damn, this guy is well-spoken. And brilliant arguments as well. So, what's wrong with Sean Carroll's argument?" Quite a lot, actually. Dr. Carroll makes 5 points in his video, so I'll confine myself to just 5 points in my reply. 1. Misstatement of the fine-tuning hypothesis. In his 5th point, Dr. Carroll remarks, "If you played the game honestly, what you would say is, here is the universe that I expect to exist under theism. I will compare it to the data and see if it fits." Evidently Carroll thinks we should take 2 hypotheses, theism and naturalism, and compare their scientific predictions about the universe we observe. If theism makes superior predictions, it warrants acceptance, otherwise, it fails. But the fine-tuning hypothesis doesn't merely state that God exists, it states that the universe he made was fine-tuned for life, and especially intelligent life. Now, why would that be? After all, as Dr. Carroll points out in his video, God could have easily produced intelligent life in a universe that wasn't fine-tuned. If fine-tuning is not required in order to generate the desired product, intelligent life, and if it is no easier for the producer, God, to make the product in that way, then the only possible reason for fine-tuning must have to do with God wanting to be known by us. In other words, God fine-tuned the universe because he wants us to discover his existence through the fine-tuning of the cosmos. So the fine-tuning hypothesis should be stated as follows: FH, there exists a being who made the cosmos in order to produce intelligent beings who would discover scientific evidence of his existence in the cosmos. By contrast, the null hypothesis denies the existence of a God who wants to make himself known scientifically. Note, as philosophy professor John T. Roberts of the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, points out in an article, which I blogged about here, titled Fine-Tuning and the Infrared Bullseye, Philosophical Studies 160, 2287-303, 2012, the fact that our universe is life-sustaining is part of our background knowledge. B. The fact that the universe is fine-tuned for life is the evidence. E for the fine-tuning hypothesis. The reason why I mention these points is that in many standard formulations of the fine-tuning argument, fine-tuning is treated as part of our background knowledge, which makes no sense at all. Because the discovery of fine-tuning a few decades ago came as a surprise to scientists, while the existence of life is treated as part of the evidence for theism, despite the fact that it is old evidence, which we knew about all along. I find Robert's new presentation of the argument highly persuasive. The reader will also note that my formulation of the fine-tuning hypothesis, FH, above does not make any explicit reference to fine-tuning, otherwise, it would commit the fallacy of assuming the very evidence it is supposed to explain. However, the occurrence of fine-tuning would certainly be a very natural corollary of the fine-tuning hypothesis. If there is a creator who wants to make his existence known to us scientifically, then the fine-tuning of the cosmos would be about as clear a signal as you could possibly get. From a scientific standpoint, I'll say more about miracles and signs in the heavens below. As we'll see, they're more ambiguous than fine-tuning. Stated in this way, the fine-tuning hypothesis is opposed not only to atheism, which denies the existence of a cosmic creator, but also various versions of theism in which the creator either does not wish his existence to be discovered by us, i.e. a deity who wishes to remain hidden, or does not wish his existence to be discovered by us through fine-tuning, but in some other way, i.e. a deity who refuses to provide scientific evidence for his existence, preferring us to rely on philosophical arguments or evidence from miraculous signs instead. If confirmed, the fine-tuning hypothesis does not confirm theism as such, but a particular version of theism. This way of stating the fine-tuning hypothesis reveals the fallacy in Dr. Carroll's second point, where he states, God doesn't need to fine-tune anything. We talk about the parameters of physics and cosmology, the mass of the election, the strength of gravity. And we say if they weren't the numbers that they were, then life itself could not exist. That really underestimates God by a lot, which is surprising from theists, I think. In theism, life is not purely physical. It's not purely a collection of atoms doing things like it is in naturalism. I would think that no matter what the atoms were doing, God could still create life. God doesn't care what the mass of the electron is. He can do what he wants. The only framework in which you can honestly say that the physical parameters of the universe must take on certain values in order for life to exist is naturalism. Now, if God's aim were solely to create intelligent life, then Dr. Carroll would have a legitimate point. But if God's aim is to create intelligent beings who are capable of inferring his existence on scientific grounds, as the fine-tuning hypothesis listed above states, then it could be argued that he does need to create a fine-tuned cosmos, or some other cosmos with a fingerprint of the deity which is equally impressive. But why does God need to create intelligent beings with bodies? The reader might ask. Why couldn't he create disembodied intelligences? Well, the short answer is that he may very well have done so. After all, that's what angels are in Christian theology. But that in any case, there is an objectively good reason for God to create embodied moral agents. As cosmologist Luke Barnes puts it, Richard Swinburne and Robin Collins have argued that we expect that God would want to create a universe with moral value. Embodied moral agents are good things. In particular, embodied agents can influence their environment and each other for good or evil, granting them significant moral responsibilities. And so the theist, it is argued, has a ready explanation as to why we observe a universe that evolves and sustains embodied moral agents. I might add that Dr. Carroll is gratuitously assuming the possibility of finite, disembodied intelligences in his argument. We don't know that such intelligences are possible, even on the hypothesis that God exists. Theism does not imply the truth of dualism. It may be that while the notion of an infinite spirit makes sense, the notion of a finite spirit turns out to contain metaphysical and/or scientific contradictions. As a Christian who defends dualism, I certainly wouldn't argue that way myself, but Dr. Carroll has no right to assume that a deity should be capable of creating finite, disembodied intelligences. We don't know that. Finally, I should point out that the fine-tuning hypothesis does not require that the creator of the cosmos be identical with the God of classical theism, a God who is being itself, and who is omnipotent, omniscient and omnibenevolent. The God of the fine-tuning argument is an extra-cosmic intelligence who, having created its laws, is not bound by any of them. As such, this deity is transcendent, but that's about all we can say about him/it. If I use the pronoun he in this post, it is purely for the sake of convenience. 2. Poor Bayesian reasoning. In his fifth argument, Dr. Carroll contends that if the fine-tuning hypothesis were true, you would expect the following: A. Just the right amount of fine-tuning, but not too much, falsified by massive overtuning of the cosmological constant. B. The particles and parameters of particle physics should be just sufficient to allow life to exist, and they should have some structure that points to their having been designed, falsified by the existence of a particle zoo, and the apparent arbitrariness of many physical parameters. C. Life should play a special role in the universe, falsified by the relative insignificance of our Earth in the solar system, of our Sun in the Milky Way galaxy, and of our galaxy in the cosmos. D. The existence of a creator should be perfectly obvious, falsified by the fact that many rational people doubt or deny God's existence. E. Religious beliefs should be universal, falsified by the plethora of conflicting religious beliefs in the world today. F. Religious doctrines should remain stable over a long period of time, falsified by the observation that doctrines frequently adapt to meet the social needs of a community. G. Moral teachings of religion should be transcendent and progressive, falsified by the existence of many religious moral teachings which are backward in their thinking, e.g. teachings on sexism and slavery. H. Sacred texts should give us interesting as well as useful, life-saving information, e.g. diseases are spread through germs, falsified by the absence of such information in religious texts. I. Biological forms should be designed, falsified by the discovery that these forms are the product of historically contingent events in the evolution of life on Earth, e.g. the asteroid impact that occurred 66 million years ago, making the rise of the mammals, and our own existence, possible. J. Minds should be independent of bodies, falsified by the fact that brain injury can cause not only forgetfulness, but also complete personality change. K. Evil, where it exists, should be explicable, falsified by the occurrence of random suffering. L. Life should be essentially just, and the universe should be perfect, falsified by the fact that we live in a very messy, unfair universe. Clinching his argument, Dr. Carroll delivers his knockout blow. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but I can explain all of that. I know you can explain all of that, so can I. It's not hard to come up with ex post facto justifications for why God would have done it that way. Why is it not hard? Because theism is not well defined. That's what computer scientists call a bug, not a feature. Now let's concede for the sake of argument that Dr. Carroll is right here. My question is, where are the numbers in this argument? To see why the numbers matter, consider the following scenario. Let's suppose that the evidence for fine-tuning favors the hypothesis of a creator who designed the universe in order to make his existence known to us. And let's suppose that the evidence from fine-tuning favors this particular theistic hypothesis over the rival hypotheses of naturalism, a hidden deity and a science-spurning deity, by a factor of 10 to the power of 40th to 1. In particular, calculations by Brandon Carter show that the ratio of the electromagnetic force to gravity must be finely balanced to a degree of 1 part in 10 to the power of 40th. Because if its value were to be increased even slightly, stars would burn out too quickly to support complex life. While if it were decreased significantly, stars would be incapable of producing heavy elements. Note, in going with the figure of 10 to the power of 40th, I've chosen a very conservative estimate. Other estimates in the fine-tuning literature go far higher, with figures of 10 to the power of 60th, 10 to the power of 120th and even 10 carat, 10 to the power of 123rd, being commonly cited. Now let's generously suppose that the 12 pieces of contrary evidence cited by Carroll are all mutually independent of one another, which is clearly false, but let that pass. And that they all favor the null hypothesis, of either no deity, or an indifferent deity, over the fine-tuning hypothesis of a science-friendly deity, which is highly debatable, but we'll let that pass too. And that each piece of contrary evidence favors the null hypothesis over the fine-tuning hypothesis by a factor of 10 cubed to 1. Let me spell that last one out. What I'm granting, for argument's sake, is that the following 12 facts, overtuning of the cosmological constant, the particle zoo, the insignificance of Earth and the cosmos, the existence of religious skeptics, the existence of multiple competing religions, changes in religious doctrines, barbaric religious moral teachings, sacred texts devoid of useful information, biological forms whose designs are the product of historical accident, minds which can be radically altered by physical occurrences, the occurrence of inexplicable evils, and the essential injustice of life, are each 1,000 times more likely under the null hypothesis than under the hypothesis of a God who wants his existence to be scientifically knowable. Now, it should be apparent to the reader that the figure of 1,000 is likely to be a massive overestimate. After all, the fine-tuning hypothesis says nothing about whether the Creator is interested in revealing religious or moral truths to anyone. It only states that he wishes to reveal the fact of his existence, and nothing more. For instance, the American freethinker Tom Paine believed in such a deity. And I might add that one drawback of miracles, signs in the heavens, and revelations from on high is that they don't necessarily imply the existence of a transcendent creator who is outside the cosmos, even witnessing these spectacles. You might wonder whether you had been duped by technologically advanced aliens. The fine-tuning hypothesis also says nothing about whether the creator is just, unjust, or sublimely indifferent to earthly affairs. Perhaps the Creator simply wants to make his existence known, and leave the rest to us. Additionally, the fine-tuning hypothesis says nothing about which particular mechanism the Creator would favor in order to generate intelligent beings, special creation, intelligent designed evolution, or evolution without any scientifically detectable evidence for design. The last option doesn't square well with the hypothesis of a creator who wishes to make his existence known scientifically. However, the creator of the universe might reason that the existence of cosmic fine-tuning constitutes sufficient evidence for intelligent beings to infer his existence, without the need for additional, biological evidence. Nor does the fine-tuning hypothesis say anything about whether these intelligent beings would have spiritual souls, as dualists hold, or whether they would be purely physical entities, as the Christian apologist and discoverer of oxygen, Joseph Priestley, maintained. Nor does the fine-tuning hypothesis require life-friendly planets to be abundant throughout the cosmos. The Creator might reason that one such planet is enough, and that the discovery of other intelligent life forms might confuse us. Nor does the fine-tuning hypothesis require the fundamental particles and/or parameters of physics to form a nice, orderly family, indeed, that might work against the Creator's aims, as it might mislead his intelligent creatures into thinking that some sort of underlying mathematical symmetry explained the life-friendly features of the cosmos, without the need for a creator. Finally, while the overtuning of the cosmological constant is a puzzling feature of the cosmos, it's not hard, to cite Sean Carroll's own words, to think of a reason why a creator might want to do that. Perhaps he wanted to throw that in as an artistic flourish, just to show us what a skillful fine-tuner he really is. That's an ad hoc hypothesis, but it's quite plausible, and I'd be inclined to rank its likelihood as somewhat higher than 1 in 1,000. In short, the only two pieces of evidence cited by Dr. Carroll which create genuine difficulties for the fine-tuning hypothesis are I. The overtuning of the cosmological constant and 2. The observation that some biological forms are the product of what appear to be historical accidents in the evolution of life on Earth. Now I'm going to administer my own knockout blow against Carroll's argument. Multiply Carroll's 12 likelihoods together, and you get a collective set of evidence which favors the null hypothesis of naturalism, or an indifferent and/or science-spurning deity, over the fine-tuning hypothesis by a factor of 10 to the power of 36 to 1, since 10 cubed, caret 12, equals 10 caret 36. But by a very conservative estimate, the fine-tuning evidence favors the fine-tuning hypothesis over the null hypothesis by a factor of 10 to the power of 40th to 1. It therefore follows that even after we take all of the evidence together, in its totality, the fine-tuning hypothesis of a creator who wants his existence to be scientifically discoverable is still favored over the null hypothesis by 10 to the power of 4th to 1, or 10,000 to 1. 10 to the power of 40th, / 10 to the power of 36th, equals 10 caret 4. In plain English, even on a conservative estimate of the strength of the evidence for fine-tuning, and a ridiculously generous estimate of the strength of the evidence against fine-tuning, the fine-tuning hypothesis is still 10,000 times more reasonable than the null hypothesis, which denies the existence of a God who wants to make himself known scientifically. 3. Science of the gaps. Dr. Carroll confidently assumes that as more scientific discoveries are made, the evidence for the fine-tuning hypothesis of a science-friendly deity will gradually recede. He even cites his own favorite example. In his third point, there's a famous example theists like to give, or even cosmologists who haven't thought about it enough, that the expansion rate of the early universe is tuned to within 1 part in 10 to the power of 60th. That's the naive estimate, back of the envelope, pencil and paper you would do. But in this case you can do better. You can go into the equations of general relativity, and there is a correct rigorous derivation of the probability. If you ask the same question using the correct equations, you find that the probability is 1. All set of measures 0 of early universe cosmologies have the right expansion rate to live for a long time and allow life to exist. I can't say that all parameters fit into that paradigm, but until we know the answer we can't claim that they're definitely finely tuned. I should point out that Dr. Carroll is very much in a minority when he suggests that the fine-tuning of the universe may only be apparent, rather than real. In his rebuttal to Dr. Sean Carroll's opening speech, Professor William Lane Craig put up a slide listing some prominent top scientists who have defended the reality of fine-tuning. 1. Barrow 2. Carr 3. Carter 4. Davies 5. Hawkins 6. Deutsch 7. Ellis 8. Green 9. Guth, Harrison 10. Hawking 11. Linda 12. Page 13. Penrose 14. Polkinghorn 15. Rees 16. Sandage 17. Smolin 18. Susskind 19. Tegmark 20. Tipler 21. Valenkin 22. Weinberg 23. Wheeler 24. Wilczek 25. Planck. The list was supplied to Professor Craig by cosmologist Luke Barnes, who comments, "The references are all in the paper." These scientists all agree that there is enough evidence for fine-tuning that we should do something about it. The list is a roughly equal mix of theist, non-theist, and unknown. The non-theists often reach for the multiverse. The theists are divided between those who think that the multiverse is a good scientific solution, especially Page, and those who think that God is required. Note: putting Dawkins on that list is a bit cheeky on my part. He's not a cosmologist or a physicist. In an endnote to the God delusion, he mentions that there are objections to fine-tuning by Stenger. I think he's taking the advice of Martin Rees on these matters, and so takes fine-tuning seriously. I should add that if Dr. Carroll wishes to deny the reality of fine-tuning, he really should rebut the very detailed, scientific arguments contained in cosmologist Luke Barnes' Arxiv paper, The Fine-Tuning of the Universe for Intelligent Life, December 21, 2011. Dr. Barnes makes a very powerful case. In his fourth point in his 9-minute video, Dr. Carroll describes the multiverse as an obvious and easy naturalistic explanation of the phenomenon of fine-tuning. The multiverse, according to Carroll, is a prediction of physical theories that are themselves quite elegant, small, and self-contained that create universes after universes. What Dr. Carroll overlooks is that there are no less than 5 killer arguments against the multiverse. Dr. Carroll thinks he can answer one of these arguments, the Boltzmann-Brains argument, but that still leaves 4 arguments which he hasn't answered. However, the most telling argument, put forward by physicist Paul Davies in a recent interview with Robert Lawrence Kuhn, is that if the multiverse is real, then we probably live in a fake universe with fake physics. Davies warns that using multiple universes to explain all existence is a dangerous, slippery slope, leading to apparently absurd conclusions. Davies is not alone. Physicist Paul Steinhardt, who helped to create the theory of cosmic inflation, but now rejects it, writes, "The multiverse idea is baroque, unnatural, untestable, and, in the end, dangerous to science and society." Even MIT professor Alan Guth, a strong supporter of the theory of inflation, which he helped originate, and the multiverse, finds the notion of the multiverse troubling. He points out that in an infinitely branching multiverse, there are an infinite number of one-headed cows, and an infinite number of two-headed cows, which seems to imply, bizarrely, that one-headed cows and two-headed cows are equally common. What about Dr. Carroll's claim that the apparent fine-tuning, to 1 part in 10 to the power of 60th, of the expansion rate of the early universe can be explained away as a natural consequence of general relativity? Now, I've been in touch with a couple of physicists, and I happen to know that Dr. Carroll's claim is bogus. One of them told me that while he hadn't followed the issue very closely in the literature, he recalled reading that the measure defining the probabilities for the just right expansion rate is highly contentious. That fact alone should make us wary of Carroll's outlandish statement. The other physicist who contacted me stated that the figure of 10 to the power of 60th was cited by no less an authority than atheist Stephen Hawking, and that it is quoted by another general relativity theorist, whose credentials are superior to Carroll's. He adds that he would love to see a citation in the scientific literature for Dr. Carroll's claim that the probability of a just right expansion rate under general relativity equals 1, since such a claim would be rather famous if it were true. Finally, he suspects that Dr. Carroll's claim follows from inflation theory, a refinement of the Big Bang model, rather than general relativity. This suspicion appears to be confirmed by a 2002 Edge interview given by inflationary theorist Alan Guth, in which Guth declares that inflationary theory explains 2 puzzling features about the expansion rate of the early universe. However, Guth's interview was given 11 years before the publication of a 2013 paper by Anna Eges, Paul J. Steinhardt and Abraham Loeb, titled, Inflationary Paradigm in Trouble After Planck 2013, which I blogged about here. The authors of the paper question the cosmological theory of inflation, which postulates that the universe underwent a period of extremely rapid expansion shortly after the Big Bang, and that it has been expanding at a slower rate ever since. Briefly, they contend that inflation can smooth out the universe only if it's already very smooth to begin with. In other words, the initial conditions of the universe are not random, they have to be tweaked for inflation to work. A second oddity uncovered by the 2013 Planck satellite data is that the version of inflation they support is one that involves so-called plateau-like models, which themselves require a lot of fine-tuning in order to make them work. This is odd, because other things being equal, another version of inflation, called power law inflation, is exponentially more likely than plateau-like inflation. What's more, power law inflation doesn't require any fine-tuning to make it work. Finally, the whole logic of inflation theory is that it implies the existence of a multiverse, a vast, and perhaps infinite, ensemble of universes, including our own universe. But in a multiverse, where the parameters can vary in any possible way, you would never expect to find a universe whose parameters all had typical values. That would be just too much of a coincidence, like the discovery of a human face which is free from all traces of displeasing asymmetry, making it surprisingly beautiful, like the face of Grace Kelly pictured above. But the odd thing about the new satellite data is that all of the parameters measured for our universe agree with the values that one would naively expect them to have. None of them are odd or unusual. In the author's own words, in a multiverse, each measured cosmological parameter represents an independent test of the multiverse in the sense one could expect large deviations from any one of the naive predictions. The more observables one tests, the greater the chance of many sigma deviations from the naive predictions. Hence, it is surprising that the Planck 2013 data agrees so precisely with the naive predictions derived by totally ignoring the multiverse and assuming purely uniform slow roll down the potential. But if our universe was intelligently designed, instead of being just one of countless universes in an infinite multiverse, this agreement with naive predictions is precisely what we might expect to find. What it tells us is that the universe was designed to be beautiful. Nevertheless, the authors reject any attempt to explain the Planck 2013 satellite data appeal to the anthropic principle, which states that the laws, parameters and values of the physical constants of the universe must all be compatible with the existence of intelligent observers. Or else we would not be here. Their reason is that Planck 2013 disfavors the simplest inflationary potentials while there is nothing anthropically disadvantageous about those models or their predictions. In other words, the existence of intelligent life is perfectly compatible with the simplest versions of inflationary theory, which are inherently much more likely than the more complicated and exponentially less likely plateau models of inflation. However, it is only the latter models which are compatible with the Planck 2013 satellite data. However, as I pointed out in a previous post, the fine-tuning hypothesis goes far beyond the anthropic principle in its predictions. The fine-tuning hypothesis doesn't merely predict that the physical properties of the universe are compatible with intelligent life, what it says, at least, in the version which I am defending, is that these physical properties were designed in order to enable intelligent beings to infer the existence of a creator of the cosmos. In other words, life-friendly parameters are not good enough for fine-tuning. What it demands are parameters which are life-compatible, but also very fragile, so that even a tiny variation in these parameters would be fatal to life. That is why the fine-tuning hypothesis would predict a plateau model of inflation to hold, rather than the much simpler power law version of inflation, assuming, of course, that the inflationary theory is true, which some cosmologists deny. In short, Dr. Carroll's appeals to inflation theory, in an attempt to explain away the just right expansion rate of the early universe, which appears to be fine-tuned to 1 part in 10 to the power of 60th, backfire on him. As the only versions of inflation theory that are compatible with the Planck 2013 satellite data are themselves highly fine-tuned. 4. Carroll overlooks the fly-on-the-wall argument in his first point. Dr. Carroll speculates that for all we know, life of some sort could exist under a variety of conditions. Sadly, we just don't know whether life could exist if the conditions of our universe were very different because we only see the universe that we see. On this point, Carroll may very well be right. But even if he is correct, it is neither here nor there, as far as the fine-tuning argument is concerned. The argument does not focus on the unimaginably large totality of all possible universes. Instead, it is concerned only with those in our immediate neighborhood, which differ only slightly from our own. Perhaps 1 or 2 parameters are altered, while the other parameters continue to be held at the values which obtain in this universe. The point is that if we confine ourselves to the possible universes within our neighborhood, it turns out that the number of changes in physical parameters which are fatal to life vastly outnumbers the changes that can be made which are compatible with life. Or as the philosopher John Leslie put it, using his now famous fly-on-the-wall analogy, if a tiny group of flies is surrounded by a largish fly-free wall area, then whether a bullet hits a fly in the group will be very sensitive to the direction in which the firer's rifle points, even if other very different areas of the wall are thick with flies. So it is sufficient to consider a local area of possible universes, e.g. those produced by slight changes in gravity's strength, or in the early cosmic expansion speed which reflects that strength. It certainly needn't be claimed that life and intelligence could exist only if certain force strengths, particle masses, etc. fell within certain narrow ranges. All that need be claimed is that a lifeless universe would have resulted from fairly minor changes in the forces etc. with which we are familiar. Universes, Routledge, London and New York, 1989, paperback edition, 1996, Taylor and Francis E. Library edition, 2002, pp. 138 to 139, section 6.20. Dr. Carroll makes no attempt to engage the fly-on-the-wall argument. For that reason, his attempt to undercut the fine-tuning argument by appealing to the possibility of life existing in universes radically different from our own, simply misses the point. 5. Over-elastic definitions of life. In a blog post reviewing the first of Dr. Sean Carroll's 5 replies to the fine-tuning argument, cosmologist Luke Barnes accuses Dr. Sean Carroll of playing fast and loose with the definition of life when he states, "We just don't know whether life could exist if the conditions of our universe were very different because we only see the universe that we see." Dr. Barnes comments, "I don't know how a theoretical cosmologist can make a statement like that. Compare, we just don't know what the cosmic microwave background, CMB, would look like if the conditions of our universe were very different because we only see the universe that we see. We just don't know what Mercury would do if it obeyed Newton's law of gravity, because we only see the universe that we see." If Carroll's problem here is an in-principle problem, then his objection amounts to a denial that we can do theoretical physics. The job of the theoretical physicist is to take a given law of nature, and its constants, and predict its consequences. This usually involves solving the equation. Asking whether a given set of laws and constants would produce life is the same type of question as whether they would produce atoms, rainbows, galaxies, or a CMB. Granted, life is a more difficult task. But, as noted above, we can be conservative. Rather than identify every island that life may or may not inhabit in parameter space, we can just note the huge lifeless oceans. In his first point, Dr. Carroll suggests we can define life in very broad terms, as just information processing, thinking or something like that. I would put it to him that if we're talking about life existing in some universe, then at the very least, it would have to be material. Composed of atoms, complex and highly structured. It therefore follows that universes in which atoms are incapable of forming, or in which atoms decay very rapidly, cannot possibly support life. Well, that's 5 points, so I've said all that I promised I would say in this post. I'd now like to throw the discussion open to readers. What do you think of Dr. Carroll's debunking of the fine-tuning argument? With all respect and admiration for your detailed arguments, I will offer my short ones. 1. We don't really know that the universe is tuned specifically for life, since we don't know the conditions under which life is possible. Life as we know it has a lot of obvious constraints. And not only life, but practically every form on the universe, galaxies, planets, matter itself. That is the essence of the fine-tuning argument. There are infinite sets of the basic parameters of the universe, which would make any interesting form impossible, including life as we know it. Carroll's first argument is only bad philosophy, which denies all that we do know about the universe and physical reality. 2. Fine-tuning for life would only potentially be relevant if we already accepted naturalism. God could create life under arbitrary physical conditions. We only have to accept the existence of an ordered reality based on laws. That is not naturalism. Naturalism means to believe that an ordered reality based on laws is all that exists, and that the laws are more or less those that we understand. IOW's naturalism is simply an arrogant and unjustified assumption. If we accept that the reality we know is ordered and based on laws, even if we may not understand all of them, then it is no more true that God could create life under arbitrary physical conditions. If God has created reality and its laws, there is no reason why he should contradict those laws in the rest of his working. This second point is not only bad philosophy, but especially awful religion. 3. Apparent fine-tuning may be explained by dynamical mechanisms or improved notions of probability. Is that more wishful thinking? 4. The multiverse is a perfectly viable naturalistic explanation. The multiverse, if it exists, is no explanation of anything. First, let's show that infinite universes exist. Then, let's see if they are fine-tuned or not. We cannot reason about fundamental things just assuming that something exists, or assuming what it is, without any possible empirical confirmation. And of course, it is always possible that improved notions of probability make the multiverse a strong argument for fine-tuning. 5. If God had finely tuned the universe for life, it would look very different indeed. I really don't understand all these people who have such a clear idea of what God would do or not do. Are they specially inspired? Are they just recycling the old problem of evil, discovering for the first time that we live in an apparently imperfect world? Do they really believe that all those who have believed in some God were thinking that the universe is devoid of any limitation or imperfection? Do they think that all those people were simply morons? This is not only bad science, bad philosophy and bad religion, it is simply bad human behavior, and the obvious conflation of a personal, and very gross, philosophical view about a fundamental problem in human thought and a simple scientific argument which has nothing to do with it. His arguments are so philosophically trivial and scientifically irrelevant that they really don't deserve any answering. A couple things about Sean Carroll. First, he has given the game away. What is the purpose of his absurd multiverse argument? Certainly, it is not legitimate science. At best, it is theoretical conjecture rooted in nonsensical math, even to him. That is why he is never clear about the math, because there is nothing clear in it to explain. Subsequently, Sean Carroll's multiverse theory is a strong confession to and admission of the robust scientific plausibility of the fine-tuning argument. His multiverse theory is a devastating blow to everything else he says. And the fact that his multiverse theory is the core of everything he says, it destroys everything he has to say about quantum physics in this singularly self-directed death blow. Carroll's ridiculous and unproven multiverse must be infinite to have any traction as a reason for the universe, or else it to had a beginning without a cause, which conspicuously smells of atheistic Big Bang theory. To avoid atheism, Carroll inserts pantheism, where the universe is an infinite series of bubbling, or as he says, branching universes. Once it is infinite, then there is no universe that is off the table of possibilities, including an infinite number that are very similar to ours, and all existing at the same time. The nonsensical absurdity and unprovability of Carroll's cartoon universe model is so comical as to dethrone him forever from having anything credible to say about the universe, quantum physics, or ontological origins. Lastly, Sean Carroll is not a sincere person. We tend to get persuaded by appearances. We should pay more attention to his behavior. With seasoned intellectuals, when he feels threatened, he regresses into a little boy mindset, and with consummate intellectual dishonesty, he bullies anyone who disagrees with him, much like a little coward does on the playground. A few years ago, Carroll joined a discussion by top-flight thinkers John McWhorter with Michael Behan blogging heads, and Carroll went ballistic and essentially told blogging heads he would organize a boycott of the site if they ever did anything like it again. Carroll is one of those guys who hides behind a nice smile and polite personality, but will use his minions to silence anything he is opposed to. And why? He is a nutcase. That's way. He has nothing in his card hand but wild and proven conjecture. He is a house of cards ready to crumble, and so he must quiet anyone who challenges his flimsy doublespeak of nonsense. Prometheus, a movie about alien Nephilim and esoteric enlightenment. The science fiction movie Prometheus explores theories on the origins of humanity and their relation to extraterrestrial visitors. While most might find this premise very fictional, many aspects of the movie actually symbolically reflect some beliefs and philosophies of the occult elite. We'll look at the esoteric meaning of the movie Prometheus. Warning: major spoilers ahead. There is no shortage of movies involving angry aliens these days, and we can definitely add Prometheus to the list. However, while most of these alien flicks are centered around shooting them in their ugly faces before they destroy Earth, Prometheus has a backstory dealing with timeless questions puzzling humanity, such as where do we come from? And why are we here? Plus a healthy dose of shooting aliens in their ugly faces. Directed by Ridley Scott, the movie was originally intended to be a prequel to the classic 1979 movie Alien, but the final product has little relation to it. The movie tells the story of scientists that discover ancient artifacts depicting visitors from another planet. To investigate this discovery, the scientists get the backing of a giant corporation and embark on space mission to find the planet the aliens came from and to ask them important questions. The premise is based on the ancient astronauts theory, which stipulates that thousands of years ago, early humans were in contact with a superior alien race. As the movie's name suggests, Prometheus is also filled with mythological references and symbolism that give the movie an underlying esoteric meaning. While the movie is, at face value, about humans going into space to find their alien creators, Prometheus can also be viewed as a metaphor for spiritual illumination as it is portrayed by occult secret societies. Let's look at the concepts explored in the movie. The engineers? At the beginning of the movie, a humanoid alien debarks on Earth and drinks a strange liquid. An alien is dropped off on Earth by a massive spaceship. After drinking the liquid, the alien completely disintegrates and falls into the water. The alien is disintegrated at its very core, at the DNA level, and interacts with the Earth's water to create a new life form. In the water, the DNA triggers a biogenetic reaction, and on a microscopic level, we see single cells beginning to multiply themselves. This is the movie's theory on how human life appeared on Earth. The movie's title screen shows a single cell multiplying itself, creating life on Earth. The movie then fast-forwards to 2089, where two archaeologists, Elizabeth Shaw and Charlie Holloway, are searching a cave in Scotland. There, they discover a painting drawn by a caveman that depicts humans looking towards a star formation in the sky. The researchers discover that this particular star formation can be found in the art of several ancient cultures. The star formation in this cave painting is similar to star formations found in ancient Egyptian, Sumerian, and Mayan art. The archaeologists believe that aliens, whom they call the engineers, came from this particular star formation and spread human life on Earth. This causes them to embark on a space mission to find that planet and seek answers from the engineers. The premise of the movie is heavily inspired by the ancient astronauts theory originally proposed by authors such as Erich von Däniken and Robert Temple. According to those theories, humanity was either created or helped by visitors from another planet, who left lasting traces on human history. The director of Prometheus, Ridley Scott, appears to believe this theory. In an interview with Hollywood Reporter, he stated, "NASA and the Vatican agree that it is almost mathematically impossible that we can be where we are today without there being a little help along the way. That's what we're looking at in the film." At some of Erich von Däniken's ideas of how did we humans come about. Hollywood Reporter, Ridley Scott's new Alien movie influenced by ancient astronaut theory. Let's take a closer look at the ancient astronauts theory. Ancient astronauts. Proponents of the ancient astronauts theory believe that much of human knowledge, culture, and religion are remnants of an alien mother culture. Ancient monuments considered to be too advanced for the technology of the time, such as Stonehenge, Easter Island, and the Great Pyramid of Giza, are considered to be proof of alien contact. Erich von Däniken also claims that ancient art and iconography throughout the world contain depictions of space vehicles, non-human intelligent creatures, and advanced technology. He claims that cultures that had no contact with one another had similar themes in their art, proving that there was a common source for their knowledge. An actual cave painting found in Italy that is said to depict ancient astronauts visiting Earth. This image was probably the inspiration for the cave painting found in Prometheus. Egyptian hieroglyphs said to depict flying machines. In Prometheus, similarities between Egyptian, Mayan, Sumerian, and other civilizations' artifacts prompt the research team to travel to space and seek humanity's engineers. Proponents of the ancient astronauts theory claim that many ancient religious texts contain references to visitors from outer space. Two of the main works often cited are the Book of Genesis and the Book of Enoch, which both mention the existence on Earth of enigmatic giant beings named the Nephilim. The Watchers and the Nephilim. The Book of Genesis mentions the presence on Earth of beings named Nephilim. The King James Version uses the term giants. These beings are described as hybrids that are the result of procreation between human females and sons of gods. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. Genesis 6:1-4 New International Version. In Numbers 13, the Nephilim are mentioned again. Described as giant destructive beings that appeared quite different from regular humans. And they spread among the Israelites a bad report about the land they had explored. They said, "The land we explored devours those living in it. All the people we saw there are of great size. We saw the Nephilim there, the descendants of Anak come from the Nephilim. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them." Numbers 13:32-33 The apocryphal book of Enoch greatly expands on the Nephilim, and their originators, the Watchers. According to the text dating from 300 BC, the Watchers were a group formed of 200 sons of God who disobeyed God and descended to earth to breed with humans. They were said to have taught humans advanced skills such as metallurgy, metalworking, cosmetics, sorcery, astrology, astronomy, and meteorology. Because the Watchers disobeyed God, they were also called the fallen angels. The offspring of the Watchers were the Nephilim, described as giants who lived among humans. They ultimately became a destructive presence on earth, and were said to have consumed all acquisitions of men. In order to rid these beings from earth, along with the humans who mixed with them, God created the Great Flood. In order to ensure the survival of humanity, however, Noah was forewarned by God to build his ark. Another ancient Jewish text, the Book of Jubilees, states that 10% of the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim were allowed to remain on earth after the flood, as demons, to try to lead humans astray until the final judgment. Is this why the occult elite is so bent on corrupting the masses with materiality and perversion? So who were the Watchers and the Nephilim? Many different researchers have proposed many different interpretations, including a class of rich humans, demons, or an ancient superrace. Proponents of the ancient astronaut theory believe that they were actually aliens that were sent to Earth to oversee the evolution of humanity, hence their name the Watchers. The premise of Prometheus is greatly influenced by this theory, as the aliens in the movie are giant beings who came to Earth to create and teach humanity. The crew finally meets one of its engineers, a giant alien. Unfortunately, the alien didn't feel like having a discussion on the origins of humanity, and ripped David the android's head off, the guy on the left. Discovering that aliens were part of human evolution is not important from a scientific standpoint alone, but also from a spiritual one, as it could potentially render many religions completely obsolete. All belief systems would be thoroughly questioned, or at least revised to include the alien angle. Spiritual dilemma. The spiritual implications of the space mission are subtly reflected in the movie, through various scenes questioning the relevancy of Christianity in this alien-engineered context. At the beginning of the trip, the captain of the ship installs a Christmas tree. He is asked by his superior, "What the hell is that?" To which the captain answers, "It's Christmas." The fact that this history-altering space mission takes place during Christmas time, the holiday that celebrates the birth of Jesus Christ, gives it a religious meaning. Elizabeth, the hero of the movie, proudly and prominently wears a Christian cross around her neck. This pendant becomes symbolic of the spiritual dilemma that results from the findings of the mission. When the ship arrives at its destination, the crew discovers a deserted building built by an alien civilization containing dead aliens. After running tests on one of the bodies, the crew realize that aliens are indeed the originators of human life on Earth. In other words, the ancient astronauts' theory is correct, and being from another planet were indeed the engineers of humanity. Once Elizabeth confirms this discovery to her boyfriend Charlie, he immediately questions her on the validity of her cross pendant. "Okay, I guess you can take your father's cross off now." "Why would I want to do that?" "Because they made us." Elizabeth then gives a woe-worthy reply, "And who made them?" She therefore does not see a contradiction between believing in Christianity and in the ancient astronaut's theory simultaneously. She still believes that God is the first creator of everything, but now she has to add aliens to the equation. After this profound discussion, Elizabeth and Charlie get horny and have spaceship sex. What the couple doesn't know is that Charlie was injected with alien DNA by David, an android. Before Charlie visited Elizabeth in her quarters, David, a robot with an inquisitive mind, tricks Charlie into drinking a beverage containing alien DNA, knowing that he would copulate with Elizabeth and she would therefore give birth to a half-alien child. Notice the Christmas tree in the background. The couple copulates without protection and Elizabeth soon learns that she is pregnant. She immediately realizes that her pregnancy is very, very wrong, as her child is not human and very hostile. Considering the fact that the mission takes place during Christmas time, Elizabeth becomes a kind of anti-Virgin Mary. Instead of giving birth to the Christ, she will give birth to a half-alien creature, not unlike the Nephilim. Upon discovering her pregnancy, Elizabeth's cross pendant is removed and stored away, symbolically meaning that her Christian faith is not valid anymore. Elizabeth manages to abort the monstrosity. Then, the mission goes terribly wrong and everyone dies except her. After almost giving up, Elizabeth apparently has an epiphany and becomes determined to discover the truth about the aliens. Apparently, they abandoned humanity a long time ago, and they were even planning to destroy Earth. Something must have gone very wrong with human evolution. At the end of the movie, she puts the cross back around her neck, signifying that she did not lose faith, and that her quest for truth is now greatly spiritual. It is not about science anymore, but about the basic human need of having existential questions answered. Elizabeth puts back her cross and is determined to find the truth about the alien engineers. The entire movie can be interpreted as a spiritual metaphor, a quest for enlightenment. The title of the movie itself, Prometheus, is greatly indicative of the underlying esoteric meaning of the movie. Prometheus and the quest for enlightenment. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is a titan, the primeval race of deities that came before the Olympians. He stole fire from the gods in order to give it to humanity, an act that enabled progress and civilization. For accomplishing the act of bringing fire, a symbol of divine knowledge, to humanity, Prometheus became an important figure in the mythology of mystery schools such as Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism, which are based on the usage of occult knowledge in order to achieve godhood. Prometheus, a favorite figure of the Illuminist elite, is prominently displayed in the Rockefeller Center. The Judeo-Christian equivalent of Prometheus is Lucifer, a fallen angel of great intelligence who, once a favorite of God, then defied him and brought a new form of knowledge to mankind. The name Lucifer is Latin for light-bringer, which is exactly what Prometheus accomplished by bringing fire to man. This light is said to be the occult knowledge taught in mystery schools, as it allows enlightened humans to ascend back to godhood. The story of the Watchers and the Nephilim described above also appear to follow the same archetype, as it tells the story of sons of God rebelling against his rule and descending to earth, teaching humanity important knowledge. Also, like Lucifer, the Watchers are dubbed fallen angels. We therefore see that there's a lot of interconnectivity in these mythos, and in the movie's symbolism. At the beginning of the space trip, the president of the corporation funding the mission holds a briefing and gives a speech regarding the importance of the mission. The Titan Prometheus wanted to give mankind equal footing with the gods, and for that, he was cast from Olympus. Well, my friends, the time has finally come for his return. In the movie, Prometheus is the name of the spaceship that transports humans to their alien engineers. It symbolically represents humans using the fire, knowledge, that was given to them to ascend back to godhood, their alien creators, by their own means. This metaphor of spiritual initiation is reminiscent to the many mythological stories found throughout history that hide a similar esoteric meaning. However, mystery schools believe that illumination is not given to all, but only to a chosen few, and this is aptly reflected in Prometheus. In the movie, all of the people who were on board for selfish, monetary, or insincere purposes died. Only the one that was there for the truth, and with a strong spiritual faith survived. This type of narrative is on par with allegorical stories of spiritual illumination stating that only the true of heart will reach that higher state of being. Other than Elizabeth, another non-human character survived, David the android. Towards the end of the movie, David gets his head cut off, but, since he's a robot, he still functions. Elizabeth takes the head and continues her journey, symbolically meaning that she needs pure intellect and technology to reach enlightenment. David has great intellectual capacity, making him believe that he is superior to his human colleagues. Despite this fact, he is nevertheless crucial to Elizabeth's quest, a subtle message stating that transhumanism is important in human evolution. At the end of the movie, David does not understand why Elizabeth desires to continue her search for her creators. The difference is that she has a soul and he doesn't. It is for this reason that she put back the cross around her neck. Her quest is not simply a space mission, it is a spiritual pilgrimage to discover where she comes from. In the final scene of the movie, Elizabeth decides to not go back to Earth, representing materiality and the lower self, and continues to search for the engineers, representing illumination and godhood. Her quest is therefore not over, and there might be a sequel. In conclusion, while most moviegoers probably stepped out of the Prometheus thinking that it was a decent alien movie, digging a little deeper into its meaning and symbolism reveals an entire other layer of interpretation. Drawing inspiration from the ancient astronauts' theory, Prometheus proposes a radical rewrite of history and theology, one that makes humanity a product of extraterrestrial creator gods. The movie also intermixes this quest for scientific knowledge with spiritual and metaphysical questions, making this story not only about angry aliens, but about timeless existential questions. As the title of the movie suggests, the story of humans going into space to find their creators has an underlying esoteric meaning, as it can be interpreted as a metaphor for spiritual enlightenment. The Titan Prometheus is a central figure in occult mystery schools, an archetypal figure of a rebel from above that brought divine knowledge to humanity, with all the benefits and pitfalls it engenders. Occult secret societies believe that this knowledge provides the path back to divinity. The same way the spaceship Prometheus leaves Earth to find the engineers, occult initiates look to leave the material plane to reach illumination and be one with the great architect of the universe. That being said, is there any truth to the many stories and mythologies referring to a divine figure coming from above to impart knowledge to humanity? Do the figures of Prometheus, Lucifer, and the Watchers of the Book of Enoch have factual basis to them? Is there an outside source for humanity's advanced and esoteric knowledge? Was there once a Nephilim-type super race on Earth helping humanity develop itself, but ultimately corrupted it? Is this the missing link in human evolution? Is it the reason why humanity is self-destructive and somehow out of sync with the rest of the planet? Does this outside source come from aliens as suggested in Prometheus, or from fallen angels and/or demons as written in ancient texts? Is this outside source behind the teachings of secret societies and behind the Illuminati? COVID-19 coronavirus false flag. The coronavirus may be a false flag, because it is being used to forcefully quarantine, round up people, and roll out a medical martial law in some regions of China. It's not the number of people affected that makes it a false flag. It's the problem, reaction solution Hegelian dialectic nature of the situation that makes it so. The problem is the coronavirus. The reaction is the public cry for medical help and protection. The solution is the governmental implementation of medical martial law, and forced roundups mitigate the bio threat, gun grabbing, transferring people to hospitals and FEMA camps, internment death camps, and mandatory poisonous vaccines. This bioweapon virus is being used as an excuse to exterminate civilians and roll out medical martial law. If this scenario goes full live in America, which I think was the plan all along, we'll see a ramping up of police and United Nations presence immediately. To what extent, I don't know. Just look at how the mainstream media is blowing it up. There is agenda written all over this bioweapon. They want you frightened. This is not just bioterrorism. This is MK Ultra style mind control and mass social manipulation. About the author Gregory L. Garrett lives in California in the USA, has a BS in music and a BA in psychology from UCLA and UCSC, a master's in education from National University, studied physics and philosophy at UCLA, and advanced astrophysics at UCSC under Frank Drake, and is a musical theater composer, songwriter, author, martial artist, classical symphonic rock keyboardist and performer, and is currently working on a book about transhumanism, genetic engineering, nanosynthetic biology, robotics, and artificial intelligence.